It's Stuart's birthday.
Woohoo!
Well, it isn't really.
Well, it's not. It's tomorrow.
But we're starting the celebrations today. Starting the celebration. I know. He's got. Oh, right.
Yours, not mine.
Pardon?
Your shirt.
Yeah, but not my birthday. Everybody who buys. Did we have a slide, Charlie? Okay. Everybody who buys over today or tomorrow while stocks last will get a Stuart birthday badge. I'll hold it still for it, sorry. A Stuart birthday badge. It's one per customer, so you get one today, you won't get one tomorrow if you buy tomorrow as well. Make sure you don't throw the little piece of card away, because on the back there's a little surprise, which is valid until the end of the year, till New Year's Eve. Oh, that's frightening, isn't it? New Year's Eve.
I can't even think that far ahead.
No, I'm frightened. I'm frightened that it's February already. How's it
I know,
February already? How? Anyway, so everybody who buys today gets one of those. And shall we start with today? We've got loads in today's show. Today's early bird. Here we go. Early bird. That's a special one today. It's a special one today because what's Stuart's favourite colour?
Rainbow!
Oh, we thought it was brown. Oh, I'll just put that away then.
Grey.
Right, rainbow. And what could we do but a rainbow bundle? 100% cotton fabric, 3.5 metres, 7 different colours. Going to the lowest ever price. Right, Julie Vaughan says morning John and Stuart. Claire says morning Stuart, John and everybody.
Morning.
Pam Minnie Honey says, oh how wonderful, the cheeky boys are back. Good morning. I don't know what she means.
Cheeky.
Cheeky boys. We are the cheeky boys. I don't know the rest of that song. Didn't one of them go out with an MP?
Yes,
toe pick or something like that, yeah.
Yes.
We're full of useless information here, aren't we? Right, the colours you get are... That's you, Ben.
Red.
Richard.
Of.
Orange.
York.
Yellow, but I don't think that one's called yellow, is it? It's called what? Corn yellow.
Gave.
Green. Emerald. Blue.
Battle.
Candy blue. Purple.
In.
Imperial. What pink's that? Ben, you got your microphone switched on? Okay. Oh, that's better. Yeah. Right. Do you know what? Somebody asked the other day how old you were. Because I was saying it was your birthday today.
Yeah.
And I said you were 42, which I could really thought you were, right? And everybody was like falling about laughing. And I was like, but he is 42.
Oh, nice to know your mates are.
Hannah. It was Hannah.
Well, bless you, darling, for I think you know it's 42.
I did.
I should get yourself to Specsavers, love. 52.
It's cost me a fortune.
Oh, it's not working.
Now, I tell you what was really funny was this morning I gave Ben a piece. Oh, crash in.
Oh.
£19.99. I know, you get 7 fabrics, £19.99. I gave Ben, producer Ben, a list this morning with like very little writing on it. And he went like this. Where's gloves? He was like, and he took his gloves off and he read it like that. £19.99. Best price. Right. Jacqueline says, good morning, John and Stuart. I've survived my first week back after being off sick. Now time to relax watching you both. Well, why are you off today then? Kurt says, morning, John and Stuart. Lovely to have you on our screens. Tom, love the Mariah shirt, John. Now, where I'm from, Mariah is a thing when you get arrested. You get in the back of the black Mariah and get taken to the police station. Mariah Carey.
I said it's very Dolly.
Dolly,
Parton,
he said.
Because she always has the butterflies for Dolly Parton.
Anyway, that's Tom. Vixie's
either
friend,
way,
Tom.
you look like a diva.
Anyway, Patricia says, morning, John Stuart. Love both of you. Isabel says, a very good and very golden morning to you both. Thank you very much indeed. We've got a slide now. Here it is. Oh, no terms or conditions or anything like that. Happy birthday, Stuart.
Aww.
Shop today to get a free pin badge while stocks last.
It's lovely.
Beautiful. What cake? Would have been the icing on the cake? Where is there a cake?
I get cake tomorrow, John.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got to pop in to get my piece of cake then.
It's not gluten-free.
Happy birthday, Stuart. Have a wonderful time and look forward to a great year ahead. Just got your 2 panels. Love to you, John, and the team. From Blimey, Susan. We haven't even mentioned the panels yet, have we? Morning, John. Happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you for sharing it with us, says Marjorie.
Thank you, Marjorie.
His 42nd birthday.
42nd.
I want a Stuart badge. That's a good enough excuse to buy, right? Happy birthday from
Smuffy.
Smuffy.
Thanks, Smuffy.
Oh, another message for Stuart. Morning, John Stuart. Very happy birthday, Stuart and John. I love your shirt. Elaine in Melton Mowbray. Thank you, Elaine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, one more. Happy birthday, Stuart. Have a wonderful time. Look forward to another great year ahead for you. Love to you, John and the team from Susan in Hampshire.
Susan. Oh, it's lovely.
Right, come on. Check out on this. Have they all gone? Okay, be careful. Right, very quickly, before we start this hour, we're going to do 2 other rainbow to launch the rainbow look, and then we'll get on with Stuart's paddles. Thimble first. Oh, I think that might be yours.
Oh, it is, thank you.
Thimble in the rainbow colours. Beautiful. Imagine
I'd
that
have
you're
my
crafting.
morning cup of tea in that if I had one.
That's a hint, Becky. Where's his morning cup of tea? He's treated you all to breakfast and nobody's made him a cup of tea.
You know, I mean...
It's a bit much. It's just when you don't all work with little Paul. Little Paul will have been on to his 3rd cup of tea by now.
Yeah.
Right.
I am a tea belly, though, John, in fairness.
Margaret says, good morning, John and Stuart. Laurie says, morning, John and Stuart. Looking forward to a fun day with my favourite duo. Angela says, morning, John and Stuart. Happy birthday, Stuart. The best men on telly. What do you want? Roy!
Just reading over your
Roy,
shoulder.
it's Stuart's birthday weekend.
Morning, Roy.
Come on in, Roy. Come on in. Make room for Roy.
Say hello. Come on, pass it over here.
Come on,
here he is.
Here he is. Oh, we're wearing the same outfit almost.
Shy Roy.
Yeah.
Shy, I'm very shy.
He's very shy. That's the
Oh,
black
lovely,
fabric.
thank you.
Oh, that's for 12 o'clock. What's that one?
very much.
That's bye-bye, Roy. Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
But don't trip, Roy.
Was that you too?
No, I tripped over
He
there.
didn't trip, Roy. I pushed him.
But I think you were at home at the time.
I was at home at the
time. I don't know why I remember that. That's 12 o'clock. That goes there, yeah, thank you.
Lovely.
Right. Who said that? Oh, Charlie thinks of me, Roy, and Stuart look like the best boy band ever. Mind you, if you all add our ages up together, so you're...
Oi! 42.
How old are you, Roy?
No.
They make him work so hard, you know. When I was going home the other day, he was still in, ferrying bits back. Right, that goes underneath that. You have that one back.
Yeah, I'll have that.
And I'll have that one there.
All right.
Right, okay, keep going through for that. Keep going through. One more rainbow. Right, this is gorgeous. I love this. $44.99. This is your 1895 watercolours Barley Pop. Barley Pop. Ooh,
It's a bit of all right, isn't it?
Isn't it lovely? Look at the colours in there.
Juicy.
Oh, Hayley says happy birthday, Stuart.
Thank you, Hayley.
Oh, because it's Thursday, they don't work on a Thursday.
No.
Oh, Hayley's on annual leave. What's she doing watching then? Anyway, look, beautiful.
As we say, juicy.
Who
Gorgeous
says that?
colour.
Who
I
says
always
that?
say that about fabric. I always say it's juicy. Do you find some colours are juicy? Juicy colours?
No. I've
Back
never
me
heard you
up on
say
this,
that.
folks. It's juicy.
Delicious, I say.
Juicy.
But I say delicious, lovely, and gorgeous.
Gold.
I might steal that one. Juicy. £44.99, that one. Now, let's go to the main event. Right, we have got... Now, Stuart, you've designed these, haven't you?
Yes.
Let's tell me about them before I bring them in. Oh, do you know what? We're going straight on. We haven't done the menu or anything yet. Sorry, my bad. See, you should get professionals ready. And look, they've even done Eve. Oh, and we've not got moving one today. They haven't done a moving one today. Honestly, here we go, menu. Rainbow Fabrics with Stuart Hillard. Crafter's Companion Build-A-Block with Becky Swan. Messenger Bag with Stuart Hillard. Crafter's Companion with Becky Swan. And then Tilda Pie in the Sky Fabric Collection launch with Stuart Hillard. It's because it's the first day of Stuart Hillard's birthday. It's not his actual birthday till tomorrow, so no celebrating tomorrow, but we are going out to eat tonight, aren't we?
We are.
Right, 3 ways you can get in touch. The first way is by email. studio@sewingstreet.com. Second way is Facebook Live. That's the ones I've been shouting out. Good morning, gorgeous John and the birthday boy. Oh no, I'm not going to get much work done today, says Jan. Glad to see the best double act on telly, says Jill. Princess says morning. Happy birthday, Stuart. You two are a hoot. Today is going to be glorious chaos. I have no idea what she means.
Chaos?
Chaos.
What?
We've been rehearsing for 4 hours. Yeah. Morning, naughty boys. Happy birthday, Stuart, says June. And then the third way is by the website, www.sayingstreet.com. You go to the website, you click on Watch the Show Live. There it is. And on the right-hand side there, you'll see a white box. You can write your message there. And they will come on our bottom later. Then, birthdays, change the word. Birthday, yes. Ooh. Then scroll down the page, you will see 2 columns. The first column is everything you've seen from today's show deals that we've seen so far. And then the other column there is everything that's coming. Now, we might not get through all of it today. What we don't get through today, Stuart will bring you tomorrow, because we might not get to those beautiful Riley Blake fabrics today. We might not, because it's been a bit busy already. So anyway, all that. Oh, sorry if you're sitting on your watching on a big telly. You've missed Stuart's first hour. Oh no, it's panels. That's what I was looking for, his panels. There they are. There's the panels at the top there. That's all you need to worry about this hour. Then we go to Becky Swan and Crafter's Companion. Kaleidoscope and there's the builder blocks. Kaleidoscope and Nautilus but Nicius. Then we go on to Stuart's second hour, which is his messenger bag. Picture, please, Charlie. We didn't do it in the menu, did we? So let's show it now. Gorgeous. Look, everything you need on a panel. It comes in the dark grey with a bright rainbow, and it comes in a pale grey, oh, there you go, with a pastel rainbow. Back to this. Carrying on, that's Stuart's second hour there. Then Becky's back doing rulers and all sorts of things. Fabric by the their little meter bolts. Buy them all together there. Then Becky goes home. And then Stuart's back. Here we go. This is the launch of the brand spanking new Tilda. Pie in the Sky. There was a TV programme called Pie in the Sky, wasn't it? Because my friend Malcolm was in it. And there was that actor Richard, who I worked with on a film, and he had a 72-inch waist. Oh, I know. Ben, when you think yours is 30 or 28 or something, yours is, or 29, there you go. 1 inch off. What's an inch between friends? Anyway, there's all your fabrics. Now, Stuart, tell me about these panels what you have designed.
Okay, I will do. Well, first of all, the quilt that's hanging behind me, I used both panels to make this quilt.
Right.
So I've done a panel which is rainbow squares, 5-inch squares, and I've done a panel which is 32 rainbow strips. I'll show you the squares first of all. So you know me, I love the rainbow. There's no colour I don't love.
Yeah.
And so what I wanted to do was a gorgeous rainbow panel. So you get 40 5-inch squares. So you get all the lovely purples into violets and blues, aquas and greens, yellows into orange, and then reds into pinks and magentas.
I love the fact they're not one of those is plain either.
No, none of them are plain. So all of them have got it's a mixture really between kind of almost like brick or weathered wood or weathered paint, old dressmaking patterns, there's a vintage sewing machine, there are scissors, you can see here, there are some vintage pattern pieces. It's a real mixture, but it's got that lovely sort of textural, and also love batik fabrics as well. So some of them have got that lovely kind of colour change, colour wash effect as well. So you get your 45-inch squares on this panel, and I've used all 40 squares to create my star blocks. You use every single one.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you literally need 2 panels and a metre of black to make the whole quilt, including the sashing, the border and the binding.
Brilliant.
Okay, so you need your squares panel, and then the other panel that I designed was a 2.5-inch strip panel. Now, you know me, John, I'm greedy.
Yeah.
I'm greedy.
Yeah.
I want it all, and I want it now. So what I asked for was, look, I don't want 16 long strips, because they're extra long anyway. Yeah. I want 32 half strips. So if you don't mind grabbing the other end.
Yeah.
So you've actually got double, if you like, for your money. Because I wanted twice as many patterns.
Of course.
And colours. So the patterns and colours aren't repeated, even though you've got oranges, they're different patterns, different tones throughout. So you get extra value. Now,
so how much yet?
32.
30. Oh, wow.
32. So you get 16 strips, but you get two
colours,
half strips, yeah. So that's your strip panel. Now there's so many ways that you can use that. But what I've done in this quilt is I've used those to create my setting triangles in the sides and in the corners. No piecing required. Okay, we're just going to cut the fabric out.
Oh,
and
yes.
then I've also used it for the binding. Now this quilt, I'm a quick worker, John, but this quilt I made start to finish in a day.
Wow.
I started it about 7:30 in the morning. I finished it about 3:30 in the afternoon, and I had a lunch hour. And I'd quilted it, I'd bound it, I'd done the lot. So it's a quick quilt, really fun to make. I had an absolute blast making it. And I want to show you a little trick as well.
Right.
Have a look at the star.
Yeah.
Now, it's going to sound like I'm really blowing my own trumpet, but when I show you how to do you can do this too. So look at these points on my star, how crisp, how sharp, how perfect every single one of those are.
Did Deputy Joan do it?
No.
Oh, I thought that was the secret.
There's a trick to it. There's a trick to it, and I'm going to show you the trick today
fantastic. Okay,
to get perfect points.
If you want to make that quilt, you need to buy one of the panel of the squares, one of the panel of the strips, and we both grabbed it at the same time. A metre, which is 2 units of your black fabric. That's it for half a metre. You need a metre.
That's my strip panel. I've ironed that.
Honestly. £3.79. So you need one panel of squares, this if you want to make that quilt, one panel of squares, one panel of strips, and 1 metre of the black fabric.
And John, the thing is, it was too quick, right? I haven't written the pattern for this yet.
Right.
I'm about halfway through it. So I'm going to show you how to make it today.
Yeah.
So if my instruction today is enough, go for it, you can make it. However, at the end of the month, on our Sewing Street birthday week, I'm actually going to be releasing the pattern to make this quilt, including an alternative variation to use a jelly roll where you are piecing strips, and also where you can use solid, like a pattern fabric as well. So there'll be options.
Lovely. So, hang on, messages, here you go. Good morning, boys. Happy birthday, gorgeous Stuart. I hope you're sport rotten. Lots of love from Georgina in Kent.
Thank you.
My 2 favourite boys, Yippee. What a lovely way to spend your birthday with gorgeous John and his lovely shirts from Welsh Mary. Welsh Mary needs
Welsh
riding.
Mary's been in a couple of my classes.
Has she?
She's an absolute darling.
I was going to thought you would say she was an absolute nightmare.
Oh, no, she's a hoot, and she's such a lovely morning, Mary.
Oh, morning both. Birthday wishes for tomorrow. Enjoy, says Susan in Worcestershire.
Susan.
What's that? Is that a lighthouse at the end there?
Birthday cake
with one candle. One big candle.
All right.
I know.
On John's birthday, we tried to do him a cake with a candle for every year. We brought it in the room, sucked the oxygen out of the room. Went to go to hospital, all of us.
I do that anyway. I suck the oxygen out of any room I go to. Happy birthday, Stuart. Loving the shirt, John. Can you tell me what the size of the messenger bag is, please, as I have to go to work soon from Tracy in Kent?
Yes, I absolutely can. Oops, sorry. So the messenger bag, which is coming up at 10 o'clock, is 12 inches wide, 10 inches deep, 3 inches wide. So it's a really good kind of everyday, you get loads in it, you get all the fabrics for the outside, the pockets, you also get all of your lining. So line your back pocket and line the entire bag, you get all of that included. Literally the only thing you need to add on is some Bosal in-our form, some rectangular rings, a strap slider, bit of interfacing, that's it. But fabric wise you're covered, and the instructions are included on the panel. They're all printed on the panel.
Brilliant. Andrea says, good morning. Happy birthday, Stuart. Sue Jackson says, what a wonderful prezi for us. You two on form. Brilliant. Happy birthday, Stuart. Love you.
Thank you.
Steph says, morning, you two. I can feel it's going to be a great show. Hillary.
Morning, Hillary.
Good morning, my gorgeous I can't read it. Good morning, my 2 gorgeous boys. The other Jan says, morning, John and Stuart. What a treat, my favourite boys together. Jill says, good morning, John and Stuart. Happy birthday from Tewkesbury, she says.
My hometown. My hometown.
Is it? Oh, is it?
It's where I was born and brought up. Well, I was born in Cheltenham.
Yeah.
And then I was brought up in Tewkesbury.
Oh.
Yeah. I first trod the boards at the Roses Theatre in Tewkesbury.
Oh, did you?
It was a pantomime. It was Cinderella.
Oh.
Oh.
Was it like in rhyming couplets
I
back
was
in the day?
sweeping it. Yeah.
You were what?
Yeah, sweeping the stage.
Well, you have to start somewhere, don't you?
I was in there cleaning the toilets. Right, should we start?
Well, if you don't mind.
Let's do it. Right, okay, let me start by showing you how you make the star block. So, here's the good news. All right, you can reproduce the quilt that's hanging behind me exactly, and it's so easy. Right, so what I did was, you need 8 rainbow squares per star block.
Right.
Okay, so look, it's printed in columns of 4. So literally 1 block, 2 blocks.
So you've even taken the hard work of picking where they go out as well.
Well, I mean, you can do that,
Yeah.
or you can mix them up. But it doesn't really matter where you start. So, for example, I started here and did 2 by 2. But you could start here, and you could put those together, those together, those together.
I
And then when
see.
you get to your last
Yeah.
strip, the pinks, you'll put them with the first
Oh,
row.
yes.
And you see, that goes beautifully as well. So the way we've designed this is almost to work as a circle.
Right.
Yeah, it joins up.
But if you wanted to,
Yep.
you could just go completely random, could you?
You
Would that
could go
work?
completely
Yeah.
random too, that would work. Now, I rather love these turquoises and blues together. So
Right.
that's what I'm going to go for.
Right.
So I'm going to grab my ruler. I've got a nice big cutting mat. And to save on time and energy, these are so beautifully and accurately printed. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just slice straight up next to that white line. And I'm going to work across the panel and cut out all of my squares.
Okay.
So these are all printed at 5 inches square, which is exactly what you need. Now you're also going to need to do a little bit of additional cutting. So from your black fabric, you're going to need to cut 1 5-inch square, and that's going to make the centre of your star block. And then you're also going to need 8 smaller squares. They're all 3 inches by 3 inches. Okay.
Oh, Patricia, good morning, boys, from my hospital bed. I've shattered my heel and I'm awaiting an operation. Your cheery voices are just what I need to hear. Happy birthday, Stuart, from Patricia. Smoffy
your
said, got the
heart.
strip panel, time for a cheats quilt, question mark.
Yes.
Yep,
Always.
absolutely. And Kath says, morning, boys. Morning, boys.
Morning, morning, boys. Okay, so I'm just cutting across now to cut out the remaining squares.
Lovely.
So now I'm going to show you how I managed to achieve those perfect points. And it's so easy, John.
Is it?
Yeah, I swear.
Could
It's
I do it?
Yes.
Oh, that's easy.
It's that easy. Right then, it's definitely
Would
time
help
for a
if you
new
cut them.
blade.
Yeah.
I brought my rotary cutter from home and I've really been giving it a workout recently.
Uh-huh.
Now, don't worry about the fact that these squares are getting mixed and muddled together. That's just going to add to the beauty of the whole quilt.
Uh-huh.
So I've got my 8 squares. Oh, I really didn't do a good job of cutting these out, John.
I didn't like to say.
We got there. We got there.
Did you do a birthday list of
Last
presents you
one.
wanted for your birthday?
No, because I'm not bothered about presents.
Oh, aren't you? I'll take yours
No.
back. Shall I take it back then?
Yeah. Honestly, for me, the best thing about birthdays is spending time together. Yeah, with people that I like / love. So that's what I want to do for my birthday. They're the best presents.
Oh.
So, you know, or a bit of cake, something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Right then, so I've got my 8 squares cut out.
Right.
And what I'm going to do now is arrange them into 3 rows of 3 with a gap in the middle. Okay, so what I'm going to do here perhaps is I think I'm going to kind of follow the colours around from kind of darkest to lightest or thereabouts.
Yeah.
Okay, quite happy with that arrangement. You can play around with fabrics for hours.
Yes, yeah.
And then probably end up with the first arrangement. So I'm quite instinctive I tend to just, whatever goes down on the floor, that's what I work with. That's fine. And then the black square goes in the centre. Now, I'm going to mark my squares up. I've got my small squares, all right? So what I'm going to do is mark these, and I want to mark the diagonal on each one. I've got my Roxanne's white pencil here.
Perfect. They're available on the website.
And I'm going to grab my multi-mat.
Available on the website. Oh, here comes his birthday tea.
Fabulous.
That's a bit of a posh mug.
It's a very posh mug.
Did you bring that in from home?
No, it's not my mug.
Oh. Don't do what Charlie did, though. Colin,
that?
you know Colin, the big
Yes.
boss, came in a couple of Saturdays ago and was like, I just want to make a cup of tea and someone's nicked my mug. Charlie nicked his mug.
Sitting there drinking
Well,
out of his
he
mug.
hid it. While Colin was in the gallery, he hid it and then said afterwards, I've got it, don't say anything.
Oh, beautiful. Thanks, Becky. Look at that.
Did you bring it in from home for him then? No.
So, I've got my multi-mat.
Yeah.
And I just love my multi-mat. And I've put it on the sandpaper side.
Yep.
Because that is absolutely brilliant for holding the fabric still while you mark things like the diagonal. Because if I was trying to do this just on the table, that fabric would be a slip-in and a slide-in.
It certainly would.
All over the place. Now, what I'm going to do with these squares, I'm going to do stitch and flip. But where in the past what we tend to do is it sort of fits right over the shape. This actually is made to create what we call a floating star.
Oh.
And this is the trick to getting perfect points.
Right.
You'll see that my star actually, none of the points goes right into the seam. And that's how I've managed to preserve those perfect points.
Okay.
So anybody can get perfect points using this method. So I'll mark up all 8. Now, of course, I'm using my panels to create this quilt, but as Smoffy pointed out, you can use them to make a quick quilt.
Oh, yeah.
Just layer them, quilt them. They're absolutely brilliant. Your strip panels you can cut apart and then use like any jelly roll.
Yeah. And if you got any of Delphine's patterns, applique patterns, it'd be brilliant for that as well, chopping them up and doing a Delphine pattern as well. So it's not just, I mean, this quilt is gorgeous, but it's not just for this quilt.
Now, I'm going to add 2 flippy corners to these squares. This one, this one, this one, and this one. And so long as I have them on the same side, and I want them to cut across the corner, okay, like this, all right? It doesn't matter if I pick them up and turn the square, because none of the squares are directional.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to whiz through these, John.
I just want to see, can I see one being sewn first, right? So, because you have to do one at a time, you can't pin them both, can you?
No, and actually, that's a good point, John. What I'm going to do, I'm going to sew this one on both sides. Okay, let's just plug the foot pedal.
Oh, are you pressing the wrong foot?
No, the foot pedal's not working. Let me just, oh no, we are now.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Right. Okay, right, so I've stitched one.
Yeah.
Now, my tip here is do not cut that corner off at this point.
Right.
Okay. You want to press it to set your seam. You want to finger press that corner back and check that it fits. Now, at the moment, we've got fabric underneath it that is the perfect square. So if that matches and it all fits, beautiful, wonderful, flip it back, trim that corner off. If it
you can trim it off now.
Oh,
then.
you trim it off now. You don't leave it in forever. But just don't trim it off straight away, because otherwise you've got nothing to compare it to.
Right.
I'm going to add the second one on, and what I want to just point out once I've sewn this on is where they cross over, because this is different to your normal stitch and flip.
Oh, okay.
Because this is a floating star. Because normally where those fabrics would cross over would be 1/4 of an inch away from the raw edge.
Yes.
So that once you sew it into a seam, your point lies at the seam intersection.
Yeah.
But my floating star is 1/4 of an inch away from that. Okay. So if I show you now, can you see? Here is the bottom.
Right.
It's half an inch away from that point. So my seam will come here, so I can't sew over that point.
No, because sometimes you can lose the point. If it's a quarter of an inch, and you sew one scant
Most of
bit
us
over.
do.
Yeah.
Most of us lose the point. You can't lose that point. It will be perfect. It
Lovely.
will be perfect. And no matter where you sew on the sides, you will keep those points.
Perfect.
So perfect star every single time. So I'm going to do
All right,
the
you do
remaining
that. I'll
three.
just go through the panels, right? So here we go. So this is the strip panel, first of all. You get so much on this panel. Well, hang on, I can show you, look. That's just one half of it, right? This is just one half of it, right? And then what Stuart's done, instead of having the same fabric going right the way across for 55 inches, he's designed it so that you get two colorways. And look at that, you get all the different colorways twice, but with different patterns. So your two orange ones are different, your two yellow ones are different, your blue ones are different. All of that for £19.99, 140 by 110 centimetres. £19.99. Now, we've said you don't need to use it if you don't want to make Stuart's quilt. You can use it for all sorts of projects if you wanted to. If you just love Amanda Little's patterns, she has lots and lots of patterns, doesn't she, with jelly rolls and design rolls. £19.99. I know, lovely. The colours are brilliant. I'll just pull it up there so you can see the bottom. So you've got your magentas, your blues, your greens, your oranges, your yellows, your reds, back through your blues again, back into your magentas there. Isn't it just glorious? It's a rainbow plus, this one, isn't it? Oh, crikey, I better do some of these. Kerry says, morning, gentlemen. Loving the shirt, John. Happy birthday, Stuart Hillard. Loving the rainbow in the studio today. That's our Kerry. Viv says, morning, John Stuart. Happy birthday in capital letters, Stuart. The 50s are the new 40s. Have a great day.
Oh, thank you. Agreed.
Kat says, morning, fabulous, gentlemen. Happy birthday, Stuart. Have a wonderful rainbow birthday. Oh, it's going to be a great show with you both on telly. Susan says, morning, everyone. Stuart and John, everyone have a lovely day. Happy birthday, Stuart. Always love watching you two together because I learn so much and have a good laugh too.
Oh, bless you.
Julie
Thank
Vaughan
you.
says, how big are the small black squares, please, Stuart?
3 inches. 3 inches square.
The small ones are,
Yeah.
And the big one in the middle was a 5
That's
inch.
a 5 inch, yeah. So that will match up with.
Okay, then we'll do the
charms.
square panel. I'll fold that in a minute, don't worry. Right, over half the stock of the squares is gone. We had lots of these. Oh, look, again, you're getting all of the colours, look. All the different prints. There's not one plain square in there at all, look.
And of course, rainbow fabrics in your stash are so important because if you're doing a plique or, you know, you need small amounts of fabric, this is a great way to have, you know, 40 new fabrics in your stash for $14.99.
I know. $14.99. It's brilliant, isn't it? Beautiful. Do you want to look at the colours again? Let's start at this end here. Pinks and magentas. Orange. And also look at the prints you were saying, like some old newspaper prints. That was an old sewing machine. Old pattern. You know, old, very old patterns, those. Garment drafting. Oh, that's a garment drafting machine. Then you've got like newsprint on that one. It's just gorgeous. The colours. Right, be careful, because so many people got this in their basket now. I don't want to add any undue pressure, but you need to start checking out. You do need to start checking out. No, I wouldn't wait for the demo to finish. I would definitely start checking out now. Because remember, you don't pay extra P&P. So if you're doing this thinking, oh, I want to come in and get the bag later, doesn't matter. It's one P&P for the whole day from midnight last night to midnight tonight. And you get your badge. Slide with no information on it coming up. There you
It's
go.
what you want, isn't it?
Oh, happy birthday, Stuart, from the Scotties. That's a horse named after me. Says Marina. Oh, sending love, Marina. Mari says, another year bites the dust, Stuart. But have a good day anyway.
Thank you. Well, thank you. I'll try.
Yeah, you're not. You see, I think it blends with his hair a bit, doesn't it? Stuart's got a tiara on, a birthday tiara. Hang on, he's coming into you now. Let's have a look at it. Birthday tiara, and then we'll get on with the quilt. Also remember, if you are going to make this quilt, if you are going to make, not this one, that one. Oh, stop it. Looking all coy.
This one, yes,
This one, you do
good.
need a metre of black
You
fabric
do,
as well.
yes you do. But this would also blend really nicely if you did a crisp winter white. That would
Oh,
make it really fresh and
yes.
sparkly. You could pick a light or a mid or a dark grey. You could also choose navy.
Navy
that
would
would
be
look
lovely, yeah.
awesome. So you don't have to go for black, but I do love black and bright colours.
Yes.
It really makes them pop.
Like a black opal, I always think. So.
Yes, lovely. Gem Master.
Yeah, GIA trained, darling, GIA trained.
Oh, look, I've got my little bit of Amazonite on today.
Oh, have you?
Have a
What's
little
that
bit
going to
of
bring into your life then?
Amazonite, I think health.
Oh, okay. It's not
Health and
working.
well-being. You can hope,
Well-being,
can't you?
there you go.
can hope. Right,
Yes.
so I've got all of my units sewn.
Yeah.
Okay, and you can see now how the star floats. I'm never going to lose these points because there's no seam to cut across them. I'm never going to lose this point because there's no seam there. So now I'm going to sew this together, and it's as simple as sewing a 9 patch. So I'm going to flip right over left.
Yeah.
I'm going to flip, literally, right over left, and then I'm going to sew these seams. Now I'm going to chain piece this block, just to make the whole putting together easier. So I'm going to use stitch number 6 on my Elna 680.
And what's that then?
That's the 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I've done my first seam. Now let's do my second seam. It's super quick. Super easy to make. You're going to make 5 of these star blocks, and of course 5/8 are 40, so that's your 40 squares.
Yeah.
0 waste. Okay, so that's my last seam. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to leave the squares joined together.
Right.
At the moment I've made myself bunting.
Right.
So I'm just going to lay that straight back down again. And I'm going to flip the squares back, and I'm just going to finger press just to keep the seam allowances going the way I want. So this time I'm going to push that in towards the centre. And then on this one, I'll push it, out again towards the plain square. So now I need to stitch these to these. Just to make my life easier, I'm going to turn the whole block around, and now I can do exactly the same. Flip right over left, right over left, right over left, and then I can go to my sewing machine and I'm going to sew this seam.
Okay, so the square one, Ben, the square one, we have got more people got it in baskets than we've got stock of, and we had hundreds of these. I'm sure if we ask Katie nicely, we can get some more, but I don't think that'll happen today, because she's on annual leave today. Well, she never works on a Thursday, does she? So, happiest of birthday, Stuart. More blessings, says Pop.
Thank you, Pop.
Pop-ematic. Pop-ematic. Oh, now got the strips on the screen now. Strips are in your graphics now, because the squares are going to sell out. Beautiful, look at that.
Those strips would make such a fabulous bag and such a quick bag. So just
Could you
treat-
use these for your strippity doodah?
You could absolutely do that, but what I would do is I wouldn't bother cutting them apart. I would leave them joined together and just treat it as a whole piece of fabric.
Yes, yeah, brilliant.
Yeah. So what I've got now here, and I just made the mistake of actually cutting my thread apart because I was too busy talking. So leave all the little bits of thread that join your units together.
Judy says, good morning to my favourite double act on telly. Happy birthday, Stuart. We Aquarians must stick together. Geminis aren't bad either, John. But Geminis and Aquarians are meant to get on, aren't they?
Of course. Why wouldn't we? So what I'm going to do now, because I've got little threads joining these patches together, I don't need pins. I can just flip that down and sew, and then flip that over and sew. It's so
clever.
easy. Yeah. Just don't cut your threads. Like I did.
Just don't cut the thread, Stuart. He's getting
Right
overexcited.
I know.
Because he's 42 tomorrow.
Well, it's just to prove that I can't actually multitask.
That's because you're a boy, not
That's
because
exactly
of
it.
how old you are.
No, it's not age or infirmity. So just keep those seams nested together and sew straight across. And then next I'm going to show you how you do your setting triangles.
Oh, yes.
Which we have to go all a bit mathsy and...
Oh, do we?
But it's easy. It's easy, John. It's easy. Right, that's one seam done. And now I'm going to do exactly the same on the other side. Flip together.
We now have more in baskets of the strips now than we have stock of. We'll ask Kaylee again if we can get more. I'm sure we'll be able to, but might not be today.
Well, as I say, John, I'm going to release the pattern, the full pattern for this quilt with all the dimensions and everything else on the Sewing Street birthday week, which I think is towards the end. It's about
20th.
week.
It's the start of the 20th, something like that. I don't know if we're supposed to tell you that yet, but I'm sure it's on the 20th.
Oh. Wow. I can't keep secrets, John.
No.
I'm an open book. I'm an open book. Right, so I've sewn that. So I'm just going to get in there now with an iron.
Yep.
Set and press my seams, and then we'll have a little look and see how it looks. What I love about working with the panels, they are beautiful quality, and the fabric is so finely woven, high thread count.
Yeah.
It just takes a crease like you wouldn't believe. It creates the flattest, neatest blocks. It is just perfect for patchwork. And you'll see when I show you this, perfect points. None of them have got chopped off. Press that down. And that is done.
Fabulous.
Yeah? So there's your star block. Perfect points every time.
Uh-huh.
Can't go wrong.
Lovely.
All right?
Yep.
So that's that. So let me just go back to the quilt for a second. So what I've done then was to lay out my 5 blocks, and then I've added sashing, these thin black strips. Now, my top tip for you, even though these sashing strips run straight through and there are no cornerstones, there actually are. There actually are. So I cut my sashing strips, all of them, to the same length as the block.
Oh, I prefer that.
And then I cut small squares, even though they're the same colour and you can't officially see them. And the reason why I do that is because they give me somewhere to match. I know where the intersections are supposed to happen. Because for me, John, there's nothing worse on a quilt, more jarring, than sashings that don't quite line up and the blocks are a little bit off kilter.
And also, sometimes you don't want to stitch a thin piece the length of 3, you know, like I mean,
No.
go right the way across that. You know what I mean? It's
Getting
nice.
it all matched up is hard.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And this way, you're only ever sewing the size of the block with a little square, aren't you?
Yep, the maths is easy, the sewing's easy, and it's more accurate.
Perfect.
So I've added those on, and then I've added these setting triangles. Now, I'm going to put all the dimensions in the pattern, but I want to show you how I actually cut them. Because normally, if I was going to cut setting triangles for this quilt that we've got, this particular quilt, I would cut one really big square, and then I would slice it through both diagonals.
Right.
This would give me 1, 2, 3, 4 quarter triangles. Quarter square triangles that had the upper edge on the straight of grain, which is what you want. Now with this, because I wanted my stripe to run in different directions, you can't do that. You have to cut each triangle individually. So I'm going to show you how to do that now using your strip.
Brilliant. Right, just a quick update. So the square one, which is in at the moment, there's 14 left, but how many in baskets? 63 in baskets. So not everyone's going to get that one. And the strips, have a look at the strips very quickly, and then show you how to do triangles. Right. There are 50 not checked out, but there's 70 in baskets of the strips. So they will all go, they will all sell out, but I just don't want you to miss out, because people are going to miss out on both of them now. Right, so we're using the strips now.
We are. Now, I'm just going to give you an example of how you do it. I'm going to show you the method rather than individual dimensions.
Right.
Okay. So,
what do you need?
I'm just looking for the pencils. There they are. I want the grey pencil. absolutely love these pencils from Roxanne's.
Yeah,
They're
available
such
on the website. You get
cool
4 pencils, 2 white, 2 silver, 4 tips, and a pencil sharpener.
Yep. Now let's say that we wanted, normally, like for our quarter square triangle, let's say it was a 20-inch square that you're going to cut on both diagonals, but we just want to cut a triangle.
Right.
So what I'm going to do is I'm using the very edge of the printing.
Yeah.
And it's so accurate you can do that. So I'm going to use that as my edge, and I'm going to place a mark where the 20 inches would be.
Okay, so what we're saying is this isn't the size you do for this quilt. This is just you showing us an example. Yeah.
Correct. And mostly that's because I can't remember, and it's a slightly odd memeasurement.
And
it's
also,
always
if
gonna
you
be
give
a
the wrong
slightly
measurement and people start cutting it out, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I use an app. I have an app that
Oh,
works
dear.
out the dimensions.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, so what you're going to do now, that's our length.
Yeah.
But what I need is, this would normally be a big square.
Yeah.
But if I cut that on both diagonals, the stripes are going this way, and I want them all to go this way.
Right.
You see what I mean?
Right, yeah.
So I've got to cut a triangle. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to put the 45-degree line on my ruler against the top of the strip.
Right.
And then I'm going to line up the very point of my square ruler up against that 20-inch mark. So there it is, up against it. Okay, happy
Right. Yeah.
with me?
Yeah, with you.
Okay, awesome. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to slice along. Now I don't need to slice the full length. Ooh, it's a very awkward height, this bench, isn't it? Okay, so I've made that cut. Now then, I need to do the same again from the other end.
Right.
So I'm going to line up my 45-degree line along the top edge of my fabric. I'm going to put the corner
at your mark.
At my mark. Now I can't cut this away.
No.
And at home I would walk around to the other side of the table. But what I'm going to do today, you're all right, I'm just going to use my pencil and I'm going to mark the line. Okay. All right. So there's my mark.
Yeah.
And so what I can do now, it's much safer if I do it this way,
Yeah.
and then I'll go in with my ruler and I'll make that cut. My last cut that I need to make is actually on that straight line along the top.
You're right, yeah.
And what I've got now, if I move all my fabric away, and I just give that to you, John.
Yeah.
Thank you. So what I've got there now is a quarter square triangle with perfect 45-degree lines. The top edge is on the straight of grain.
Which is what you want.
Which is exactly what I want. And now this will go into my quilt wherever I want to use it. Be it at the bottom, be it at the side, be it at the top. And the stripes are all going the way I want them to.
Yeah.
Now, when I came to do the corner triangles, I want the stripe this time going diagonally.
Oh.
So, in order to do that, I do have to have the outer edges on the bias.
Right.
There's no way around that if you want the stripes to go the way you want them.
Yes.
But the fabric is finely woven, tightly woven cotton. It has very little stretch in it. And if you really wanted to, you could spray starch your fabric.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to let you know, I didn't do that. I didn't mess around with the fabrics too much.
Yeah.
I didn't play around with them. And nothing stretched. I quilted it. I trimmed it, I bound it.
Yeah.
It's all nice and square. So, I mean, it's absolutely fine. Right, so what you're going to do this time is you're going to place your large ruler like so. Okay, so what you want to make sure here is that you find somewhere on your ruler which you can line up with, a pattern. A line. So what I'm doing here is I'm using the intersection of the inch marks, and I'm lining that up along the bottom of this blue line here. This means now that this is straight, these are on a 45-degree angle. And then literally all I've got to do is cut and cut. And then the edge that I need is this edge right here. This will be my measurement that I'm going to use. So if, for example, this was 10 inches, so let's do it. You can actually just cut from the 10-inch mark if you want to, but personally, I prefer to just cut it slightly beyond. I'm just making sure that my blade's gone all the way through, which it has. I'll trim across here just to release that fabric. Now you see I didn't quite go through it. There we go. Thank you. Take it away, John.
I've got it. Sharon says, good morning both. Happy birthday, Stuart. Looking forward to lots of laughter today.
Oh.
Right, so the square one is sold out. The square one is sold out. There's less than 30 now of the strips, but 80 in baskets.
Okay, and then just trim that down to size along that straight edge, and that now is your corner. So that's going to go here, for example, or up top.
Brilliant.
And what I was able to do, because you've got 32 2.5-inch wide strips in your panel, I was able to position my cuts so that really, to some extent, as much as I wanted to, I could follow the colours.
Right, yes.
Around.
Yeah.
So that you can have them all different. If it was a patterned fabric, of course, all you would do is cut one really big square and slice it through the centres to make your 4 large triangles, and then 2 smaller squares that you cut on one diagonal, and they create your corners. But with a striped fabric, you just have to be slightly more creative with your cutting. But you get all of that out. Then the last thing to do, once you've laid it and quilted it, is to do your binding. And you'll see here that I've got a scrappy binding. So what I did here was just to cut out 2.5-inch strips from the strip panel. And of course, you know, you have slightly made Swiss cheese of your panel. Okay. But you will still find you've got some really good long lengths anyway, and then some shorter ones. You cut them out, you sew them together with diagonal seams, fold them in half as normal, and there's your scrappy binding all the way around.
And do we use the whole of the strippy panel then, or is there much left over?
You'll have some bits left over. Not big bits, but you'll have some bits. So you could probably do something like, you could maybe make yourself a little purse or something like that out of them. But, you know, it's lovely sometimes if you use you get a jelly roll pattern that uses literally every thread of the jelly roll. But I never worry I never feel constrained when I'm writing a pattern for a jelly roll or a layer cake or something like that. I never feel like I've got to use it's not a challenge. It's just, how can I use it and make a beautiful quilt? And if you've got some leftovers,
I was just thinking, though, if somebody made a mistake, is there enough to kind of just... if you do your triangles and things like that, just be careful, plan it ahead really, don't just go willy-nilly.
And if anything, you could actually chalk them on.
Yes, I think I do that just to make sure that I got it in the right place.
Use your Roxanne's chalk pencil. It'll rub off with damp water, you know, damp
water. Most water is damp.
Thank you. Good, excellent. 52, you see.
Not yet.
Plan them out. No, not yet. Not yet. And then make sure that the colours you're happy with, you've got all the balance there. But I mean, there's plenty of fabric to cut everything out. You won't be struggling, and you'll still have loads left to do your binding. So yeah, that's how to do it.
Perfect. Right, the square one is sold out. Be careful. The square one is sold out. Right, the strip one here. How many are not checked out? How many are left? Sorry. There's 87 people got it in their baskets, and there's 24 left. There's 24 left, so lots you're going to miss out on that one. Obviously, we will mention to Hayley about getting some more in, but I don't think it'll be today. More. Right, Stuart's back in an hour. Just tell us what you're doing in an hour's time then, Stuart.
Okay, so in an hour, I'm going to be showing you how to make my rainbow messenger bag. So there are two options to pick from. You've got the light silver plaid.
Yeah.
With linen texture, with pastel rainbow elements, or you can go for the dark charcoal plaid and linen texture with the bright rainbow. And basically what you've got on that panel is everything for the outer and the linings. You've got rainbow strips that what we're going to do is we're going to be very naughty and we're going to slash into our pieces, into our sections of our flap, our bag front, our back pocket, wherever we want to, and we're going to insert strips rather playfully and rather spontaneously to create a new piece of fabric that's completely unique, trim it down to the original, and then make our bag out of it. So it's really fun, really liberating. You can go as much rainbow or as little rainbow as you're feeling at the time. You can go no rainbow at all.
No rainbow at all if you don't want to. Now, they're on pre-order. I would advise, if you like the look of those, go ahead and get those. They're on the pre-order as well. And then very quickly, in 3 hours' time, I'll just move out the way, Stuart's launching the brand new Tilda fabric.
Yes, so this is called Pie in the Sky, and it launches here today on Sewing Street. We've got 20 beautiful fabrics from the main collection, plus 8 coordinates, and I've used all of them in this quilt. Deputy Joan did the piecing, I did the quilting and the binding. We're both thrilled to bits with this quilt. You could pick your favourite colourway and make the quilt out of all of them, but we've used all of them for this quilt and then put a really pretty pink. I love this border fabric is called Willy Nilly, which
He's
for
been
me
dying
is
to say that all
it's
morning.
everything, John. It's everything.
Everything.
It's
Right.
my birthday. I can do what I
I
like.
need to just warn you very quickly that the bags, a third of the stock of both the colours have gone already on pre-order. So it's a panel that has the instructions on it.
Yeah, you don't need to buy anything.
Don't need to buy another. It's literally, all you need is that and the bosal.
Yeah, and some interfacing.
And obviously,
Bits
if you're
and
going to put
bobs.
clasps and
Bits
things
and
like that on
bobs,
it.
yeah.
Oh, we might sell out before you even get here. It might even sell out before you get here.
Well, if we sold out before my birthday, we could just spend a whole hour reminiscing about the last 52 years. That would be fun.
I'll be off then. Don't go anywhere. 'Cause
Oh,
Becky,
John.
I'll be quiet. Go and eat. Oh, you haven't got any cake yet, have you?
Oh. I've only just got my tea.
I know.
But it's lovely.
You're lucky to get that. Don't go anywhere. Becky Swan's up after the break. We're doing Kaleidoscope and Nautilus quilts on the Gemini cutter. I will see you in 4 minutes from now.
Try a bit. Hi, I'm Stuart Hillard and it's my birthday. I want to invite you to join me over the next few days to enjoy my birthday, celebrate. We'll have some cake, we'll have some fabulous guests. Delphine's going to be joining me, Becky Swan's going to be here. I'm going to be playing up all sorts with John Scott. We're also going to have some exclusive designs that are launching for my birthday, including this quilt that's hanging behind me. And every single person who purchases during the birthday event will get a beautiful pin badge to commemorate and celebrate my birthday while stocks last. So make sure it's a date. Join me for my birthday here on Sewing Street.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. my mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Becky Swan's here. Hello, Becky Swan.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. How are you?
Oh, very good, thank you.
Good.
Happy New Year.
Have I not seen you?
No.
Oh, I know.
No.
So happy Chinese New
Happy
Year as well.
Chinese New Year, yeah.
Yeah, the rabbit, isn't it?
Yeah, it was good. It's great, and I'm a rabbit. So
Oh, are you?
Apparently, it's supposed to be very unlucky this year for
What,
anyone
if
that's
you're
a
an
rabbit.
ex-rabbit?
Yeah, you have to wear something red. I've got nothing on that's red that you can see.
Ah, no, what I can see is are you training for the marathon? She's got they're lovely, but they're like tracksuit trousers. You can't see them. You can't see them.
Yeah, I am.
They're
I'm not
like
wearing my
designer.
jeans.
They're like
Yeah.
designer. They're lovely.
thank
They're
you.
like a wide leg trouser in black, and then they've got a stripe, 2 stripes going down the side, not little stripes, bold orange and a bold white stripe. And then they open at the bottom. They look really lovely, but it looks like she's going to run a marathon in them.
Or dance.
Oh, dance.
Or dance,
yeah. Zumba. Right, so what are we doing today? Well, we're going to be using the Gemini machine. So I'll introduce that first of all. If you haven't already got the Gemini machine, you'll see this being used in the show. But what you get is automatically for $179.99. You get the machine. You get all the plates that you need for the machine. Right, all the plates you need for the machine, which we'll go through when we start cutting in a minute. But as a free gift, you also get these 3 die cuts. Hang on. Yeah, multi-craft die. Yeah, multi-craft dies. So you got the cute ones there. Well, they're all cute, aren't they, really? And you also get a little packet of clips as well. That's your free gift. That's your free gift today. 179.99, split pay of 59.99. I won't go through all the machine and everything now because you'll be seeing it being used during the hour, won't you? What we're concentrating on today. Oh, also I've got the fabric plates in this hour as well, which I'll get from Becky in a second. Right, but what we're concentrating on in this hour is these two gorgeous builder blocks, right? This is brand new to us, isn't it? We haven't done this one before.
We haven't done the kaleidoscope, no.
But I need to warn you, there's not as much stock of these as there normally are.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm not saying, oh, it's limited, check out now. But there's, you know how some of them you see, like we've seen this one before, we brought it back. If we have a good day today, these won't be able to come back because we only have a certain amount of these. So this one here is your kaleidoscope block, which is what Becky's going to be concentrating on today. So it's, go on. Oh, okay, it should be $49.99. Ben went, it should be. And then paused. $49.99. But today, special offer for today. Oh, that's good. Ooh. $34.99. That's really good. So I won't open this one because
I've got one ready. Yeah.
So that's that. That's there. Now, if Becky shows you some samples of what you can make with this,
I can't show you samples.
No,
sorry, I didn't have any.
No. Sorry. Can't show you any samples of this one because this is the one that's got to be made on the show.
Yeah.
Well, no. There was a breakdown in communication.
There was,
yes. Breakdown in communication. We're not going to blame anyone at all. $34.99. £34.99. You get all those pieces, look, in there. In fact, I'll turn it around that way, look. You get all the pieces in there to create the block. And it comes, you can do a 6-inch block, an 8-inch block, and a 12-inch block from this box. Beautiful. Beautiful. So that's kaleidoscope. We also have, I'm just going to introduce everything so you can start checking out. Nautilus next, which I know this one is Snail Trail. I thought this one was called Snail Trail, yeah. This one should be $59.99, but it's not. Another good price. $47.99. Now you obviously need a die cutting machine to use either of these because these are your dies for your die cutting machine. Now this one again, you can do 6-inch block, 8-inch block, or 12-inch block. I think this one's a little bit more expensive because you get an awful lot more dies in it. Look. Lots in there. Now, hang on, before you do that, right, can we show, because you have got samples of these.
I have got samples of these ones.
There was no breakdown in communication for this one. So this is what, there you go,
and they look really beautiful. I think you're right. If your Snail Trail, I think all you've got to do is you've got to change the way the very centre part is.
Oh, is that where it is?
Yeah,
okay,
I think that's where it is. Now, with all of these, obviously, you know, you're only going to be able to make one particular kind of design. It's that kind of swirly look to you. We've got that big one we can hold up. But
it's the way you set them anyway, isn't it? Because that one you've got them in 4 corners, whereas this one creates a lovely swirl. Let's go your way. There you go. So
it almost looks quite Greekan, doesn't it? It's a really nice look to it. But in the pack that you'll get for both of these, you'll get a little paper design for you to basically sort of photocopy and then colour in, so you can work out how your design's going to look, because it is the same design, it is the same sort of makeup, but obviously by using fabrics in different ways, you're going to get a different kind of effect.
Exactly.
With
and
it.
also, using colours. If you change some of the colours up and everything. Right. Now, you've seen the prices of them both individually. If they've got a deal if you want to buy both of them, have we? We do indeed. Would help if one was right way up. There you go. Should be $109.98. Here you go. $79.98 if you buy both of them together today. I know. Still on split pay. So if you want both of those, $79.98. So they work out at just under £40 each, don't they? Beautiful. Now, the other thing I've got to introduce this one, and now these I haven't got either of those at home. Not that I'm hinting or anything, but I have got these. And this is what I got when I very, very first started. So there's your builder block, first of all, which is this one here, which is where you can do your squares, your half square triangles, and your quarter square triangles. And it gives you, well, I'll show you, all these different blocks. There they all are. You can create all of those different blocks. Now, oh, and there's money off. It's always $99.99. This £20 off. Now, when you get, actually, let me just show you this because the booklet should be in the top here. Let's hope nobody's been messing around with it since the last time we had it. Yay! Right, so if you see in the book here, it gives you lots of, this is not the definitive. There are more that you can do. There's just several to choose from in here, right? Different blocks that you can choose from here. Tells you what you need, which die cut you need and everything like that. But now, some of them, you see, you can, in this one, you can do this one, the 12, an 8, a 6 and a 4. This one here you can do in the 12, 8, 6 and 4. But others are just, that one there is a 12 and a 6. So just check what size blocks you can do it. But overall, the different sizes are 3, 4, 6, 8, 9 and 12. You can't do all of them in all the sizes, but you just need to double check in the little booklet there. But if you go to the Crafter's Companion website, I'll show you, there's even more blocks that you can choose from there. So if you're going to do like a sampler quilt or something like that, this is fantastic. The way it works is you get these gorgeous little drawers. It all fits away so beautifully. These are your squares, right? This is your square one. Inside here, oh, first of all, on the map out here, it tells you what size they are. So this is 6.5, 4.5, 3.5, 2.5, 2, 1.5. And then inside there are all your dies. So just clip into space. Now what Sarah's done with hers is she's actually written on here. So if you did happen to lose that, you've got it actually written in there what the sizes are. Oh, like that. If you lose it like that, you see, you'd be able to find it. So, and then they all fit beautifully in the drawers there. There's your half square triangle one. Beautiful. And I was going to tell you something else about that as well, Stuart. Right, there you go. There's that one as well, quarter square triangles. So that's your Builder block. I'll put all that away in a minute. But I've also got Builder block plus. Hang on, John. Where's it? Oh, it is. There's so many bits to it. This one here is rectangles, triangles, isosceles triangles, and half rectangle triangles. I'll show you. Now it should be $99.99. Nah. $79.99. $79.99. It's brilliant. Now I've got these two. And they are absolutely brilliant. You can create, you can follow the ones in the book if you want to. But you know, remember my Ukrainian heart that I did for the window? And I did all of that. I cut all of that out using, it was all using that one there. But I just cut all the bits out using my Builder block because it's so quick. And it also means that if you're cutting normally, if you're like me, I get so lazy. I get my ruler and that'll do. There's none of that. They are so precise, aren't they? The cut. And you know, if you cut 100 squares, you know all 100 of those will be exactly the same size. Whereas if I cut 100 squares, I know I'd have a few go, oh, I'll chop that bit off later. You know what I mean? Because I'm a bit lazy like that. So that's everything that's for sale in this hour. Oh no, the plates, the fabric cutting plates. I'll just get those for you. You've got a special deal on the fabric cutting plates today. Now, let me just explain something. When you get the machine, you get all of these plates, right? So you get your 2 sandwiches, your 2 outside bits, right? Now, these are consumables. They will end up looking like this. They will end up looking all manky like that. You get the 2 outside. You get a metal one. You get a shim. Now, you get this one for embossing, and you get this magnetic one when you're doing paper and everything. You can start cutting fabric the minute this arrives at your house. You can start cutting fabric because you're getting these dies as a free gift with it, you see. So you can start cutting out. If you also order one of these blocks, you can start cutting that straight away as well. But and it's perfectly well. This is what I've got. This is how I cut all mine out. However, since I got mine, they've developed this new plate, especially for fabric, right? And this, because what happens is if you use yours like I use mine, your plate's going to end up like this. And all I do is I just pop along and buy another, because they call it consumable. I buy another one of those. I've never had to, haven't bought one yet, and I've had mine for over 3 years now, so I haven't had to yet. But if you're going to be cutting fabric loads and loads like Becky is, then this is a little deal that we've got here. These are fabric cutting plates, which you'll see Becky using in a minute. Now, this is a bit different because you normally buy them in the 2, right? We've got a deal where you get 4 now. 4. $49.98. $49.98 for all 4. No, you're not paying $49.98. That was a bit of a delayed reaction then. $49.98. Special deal, special deal, special deal. $37.48. See, I should get mine today. I should get these today while I can. £37.48. Beautiful. Now, Kaleidoscope is incredibly, incredibly popular. So, why don't... Well, everything's going, but the Kaleidoscope is really, really, really popular. And you can't... Because of the breakdown of communication, you haven't even been able to see what it looks like. So, are you going to make a whole Kaleidoscope block in 45 minutes? Right, what I'll do, I'll shut up. I'll be quiet.
I'll
just be
try.
here. I'll be the assistant. When you want it to go through the machine, I'll be ready here with the machine.
You'll be on machine duty.
Yeah, I'm on standby.
Unfortunately, we haven't got a sample here, and it is a really, really beautiful collection, a really beautiful collection of dies to create this design. It does just look like a kaleidoscope. If you can zoom in on there, maybe you can see it a little bit better. But it is, it's just like, you know, being a kid Christmas morning, looking through that kaleidoscope, looking at all those different patterns. And I think it's amazing because we are using just 3 different shapes in there to create that design.
Oh, wow.
Only 3, just we've got them in different sizes in the pack. So I'll show you what you're going to get inside. It's always difficult to get this little sleeve off it. Just here, and then these will fit in with the other builder blocks that we've got. So we've had the bay leaf, Rob Peters Pay Paul. They all look like this. They're like the more sort of A4 size packs rather than those major builder blocks. So you can see here we've got 3 different shapes here. We've got this isosceles triangle, we've got a half rectangle triangle, and we've got a quarter square triangle in 3 different sizes in order to put them together. So that is just what is making this, just those designs, just those shapes, which I think is really, really clever. So you just need to choose what shape, what size you want to make, and you'll get your little booklet, you'll get your box of tricks, box of dies in here, and you'll see as you go through here, it will tell you how to cut these out. So it's quite important when we're talking about using the grain line, making sure that you're having your dies facing the right way, particularly important when you're using something with curves in it, so you get that kind of stretch in there. And it will say, so if you want to do a 6-inch block, you use the small dies, 8-inch block, you use the medium dies, and large, you use for the 12-inch. So it's very, very simple. And you can see how that comes together. We've broken it down just into 3 different colours, but obviously you can do what you like. Now, as I mentioned before, on this one and also the Nautilus, at the back, you're going to get these little designs here that you can just photocopy, and then I've done one here. I ran it through my machine, and then you just go with your colour pencils and work out what shape, what design you're going to be putting on that particular quilt. It's up to you what you want to do, and obviously the different colours, the different kind of feel that you get to it. Maybe you want to use some of Stuart's fabulous fabric
Tilda
we've got
fabric
here.
later,
That's really lovely. Working that with some of your plain fabrics, that look really good. And as you work through here, it shows you how to put everything together. Now, what you do need to remember when you're looking at this is that we are following the kind of design on the front cover of this here. So we've got interchangeable different colours working their way through here. Everything goes together in exactly the same way, but you may find you just need to work out what colours are going where, because we've only worked with 3 colours on here, and you might be using 5 different colours, and obviously then you need to just give it a little bit of a workout. But because we've given you this little piece of these little designs at the back for you to work out those designs here, it makes it nice and simple for you. And I just tend to write down on the side how many of each colour and what shape I need to do, and then just sort of run everything through the Gemini as I'm working through. So down here I've hidden all my bits and pieces that I've already cut out.
Oh, clever.
This is something I'd never really thought about it. Leanne mentioned it to me. She goes, "Oh, I always use that bit for storing on my fabric," and I was like, "That's clever. Why have I not thought about that?" Made me feel very, very silly.
That's why Leanne's head of development, or whatever she's called.
Yes, exactly. That's why she knows how it all works.
Yeah.
So all we need to do here is we need to get our fabric and we need to get our dies and run them through the machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take the large shapes. So I'm using the one of each of those large shapes, and I'm going to run them through the machine, but I have already cut them out for you,
right.
So I can start sewing them together. But I'll show you how quickly they go through the machine. Now, as John said, obviously if you're going to be using, you're going to be cutting these without a Gemini, you want to do something like this, and you're going to be using your, your rotary cutter.
Can we do two versions. Can we
Yep.
do the one that they do if they use the machine
course.
right from the start? So
Yeah.
if you get the machine, you get these plates all included. So this is what you'll do if you just use those. Then we'll show you how to do it with the fabric plates as well.
Absolutely. So I'll do that first. So what I would like to do, I'm going to use, so these are obviously ones that we've used a number of times.
Yeah.
That's what they would look like, I don't know if you can quite see it, when you first get them. So these are fairly new. I've only used these a couple
have you
of
got your
times.
own? Sorry,
I've got my own.
sorry.
Yeah, so I'll
Yeah,
take
yeah.
those ones, and you can see they're just a bit flatter. I'll keep all those
Yeah,
other bits as well.
lovely.
So they are, you know, you will get marks on them. Don't worry about it. You will get more marks on them by using the multimedia dyes, the dyes that we're using now today, and the ones that you get in with that special deal with all of those animals. They are thicker than papercraft dyes, so you will get marks on them. It doesn't matter. As John said, you know, he's been using the same metal plate for ages, and
I've got anything
hasn't got
new.
any
I've got anything
problems
new,
at all. So you can see these are much more flexible than these ones, which are the fabric plates that we've got here.
So this is if you just buy the machine, this is what comes with it. This is how you'd use it.
Yep. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this metal plate. Now what we want to do is we want the dye to be going on to the metal. So we've got two sides. We've got one side which has got a little bit of a lip. It's not, if I push down my fingers on it, it's not going to cut, it's not sharp, but it is sharp enough that when you go through the machine with the pressure on it, it will cut through the fabric. And the other side is flat. Now the only difference is that you can't cut as many layers with these, or I'd say it's more tricky to cut multiple layers, as in like 8 layers that you could easily do with these.
Right.
I would say that you might find that they might not come all cut out perfectly. It really depends on the fabric that you're using. You know, if you're using something quite thick, you've obviously got to tailor that. But with the ordinary fabric plates, we say they'll cut through 8 layers of fabric.
Yes.
No problem. It's normally 10. So I would just say, you know, if you want to be careful, you might not be able to cut quite as many through as
8
possible.
is the most I've ever done with mine, but it goes through.
Yeah,
It's fine.
it goes. I mean, it really depends on what fabric you're using, and each machine is slightly different. So I always think, you know, you just sort of got to work out how your machine works, how it likes to cut. So I'm only going to do this very roughly. So let's do 6 layers of fabric. We might as well try 8 while we're here. So scissors,
Also, a lot of people say when they watch demo, they go, oh, it's very wasteful of fabric. When you're at home, you won't do it like this.
No.
You'll place it in the corner of the fabric, so you're using as little fabric as possible.
Yeah, and if I was at home, I'd be, you know, before I cut it into strips, I would be going here, I'd be trimming that off, I'd be ironing it to make sure it's super flat. I'd be doing all of those different things. Now, the other thing we're going to be using is some low-tack tape that we have on the show.
Did we hear back from Ian about our low-tack tape? Okay, we're meant to be having it for today's show. We'll try and get some for today's show.
So if the low-tack tape is not like the normal kind of parcel tape that you get, it is low-tack tape. It's easier to use. It means it doesn't sort of mark anything. I use it all the time. We all use it all the time for everything. It's really useful. If you haven't got any, you can make do with something like washi tape.
Yes.
So what we've got here, we've got our clear plate, we've got our metal shim, we've got our fabric, we've got our die facing down, we've got 8 layers of fabric here. We're going to use this frosted plastic shim over the top of that, and then we're going to be using our clear plate over the top of that.
So the frosted one is just to make it thick enough for it when to go through the machine, isn't it? Because the pressure in the machine is what's going to be cutting
and you
it.
sometimes work out, you may find, so I know that people have looked on social media, they've been using like the magnetic shim as well. And then they say, well, everything, you know, sort of it didn't quite go through. Sometimes you'll find that you just need to jig stuff around.
Yeah.
You may find, you know, if you're cutting something like voile, you'll cut through far more layers, and you possibly might need to put that magnetic ship in there to make up for that extra, you know, the missing fabric that you've got in there. But if you're cutting something like felt, I tend to use felt 2 layers. I don't cut many more than 2 layers in that. But felt varies, doesn't it, massively in thickness?
So then what you do is you make sure your machine is switched on. Don't do what I did and plug it in and start to press this button. No, it's broken, it's broken, it's broken. There's a switch on the back, a main switch on the back to switch the power on. Then there's an on-off one on the top there. Then we have a start and pause button. I don't know if we can we go upstairs or am I in the wrong place? There you go. Not now, I'm not. There you go. And then that's your reverse button if you need to reverse something out, right? All you literally do is feed these through the letterbox at the front. You ready? and then you don't need to push it, you don't do anything. The machine now, there might be a loud cracking noise in a minute.
Or a bang.
There. Don't panic if yours does that, because that's just the dye going through the fabric, right? And then that's through. Like, is it 19 seconds, they say?
I think so, 18, 19 seconds.
Also, Becky's only put one on here. What you can do is you could put 3 or 4 dyes all on at the same time with the fabric you need and put it through all at the same time.
Yep, thank you.
No, I'll get it now.
So we're just going to pull that off, get rid of that tape that we've got here.
Guess what I've got? Guess what I've got?
Low
Guess
tack
what
tape.
I've got?
Woo!
We've been trying to get this in since because when Becky first started, I kept saying, "Where's your low tack tape? Where's your low tack tape?" They've had it next door on Hobby Maker. We've not had it in here. $14.97. I'm going to blame Munch. oh, that's not even your price.
Wow.
What?
That's good, and it is so useful. We use it all. Well, if you've watched shows, I've used it every single time I run it through the Gemini, don't I?
Right. Okay. Now, is this the right one?
Yeah, pack of 3.
Because pack of 3, but then it says triple pack 9 tapes. You get 3 of the. Oh, hang on a minute then. You get 3 of these. I thought because it's got 3 in.
Wow.
That can't be right. That cannot be right. Okay, so you get 9. That makes them £1 each. That's not right. That's not right, but that's what it says. That's what it says. Just take advantage. We've not had them before. That's fantastic, isn't it? Because I presumed you got. I presumed you got 3 for your $9.98, which I'd be quite happy to pay, right? But you actually get 3 of these. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, that's. I actually. Mine at home's just run out. Oh, I've ripped the box. But oh no. Oh no. Right. Okay.
He's cheeky, isn't he?
Naughty.
He's cheeky.
Sarah won't mind.
No, she won't mind.
Right.
So 8 layers of fabric. They're perfectly cut, and that is just using those plates that we've got that come with the Gemini, not using your fabric plates. But as you will see from here, you do get quite a lot of marking on there.
Yeah.
And they do sort of need a little sort of bend back. They're perfectly usable, but if you're going to be cutting lots and lots of fabric over time, these are definitely worth an investment.
Okay, can I also just say, if you're using these ones, the ones that come, these ones, you can't pluralise these. If you're using the ones that come with the kit, right?
Yeah.
When you put them through, first time put it through that way, second time put it through that way, third time put it through that way. The same with this, with this, and with these. Then that way, it's like on your overlocker, you move your threads around. So if you use it the same way every single time, there's going to be one area that takes the pressure all the time. If you keep moving them round and round and round like that each time you use a cut, then they'll last longer. However, if you do want to invest in the fabric cutting ones, this is what you do with the fabric cutting ones.
So fabric cutting ones. So it's exactly the same format.
Yeah.
Let's just fold those over. Let's do this.
Oh, the tape sold out, including the one that I ripped.
Okay.
Oh, now the other thing you need to know is everything you buy in this hour, all of these, they all come directly from Newton Aycliffe.
Yes.
Newton, from the warehouse in Sarah's warehouse up north.
Yeah. So we've got 8 layers of fabric here. Again, I've just sort of folded those over. You know, there is a little bit of waste on this one, but you know, they wouldn't be if you were doing it at home. So here we've got clear plate, fabric plate. Now the fabric plates have A and B written on them. A and B is slightly thinner than A, but I've ended up with 2 A plates because I've just picked up what's at home, so it doesn't really matter.
When I did my first show with Sarah, I said she put the B plate down first. And I said, oh, actually, on your video it says you have to put the A plate down first. She was like, it really doesn't matter,
It
John.
really doesn't matter.
It really doesn't matter.
And I have to say, so I do papercraft as well. I tend to use these plates for papercraft as well because I'm too lazy to go to the other side of the room to go and get my other plates.
Honestly. So literally you're not putting your shim, you don't need to put your shim in this one. You just literally put your bread layer, your metal plate, your fabric, your dye, your second metal plate and then the second top.
That's exactly right. And we do it in the same way that we have the sort of lip facing down. The bit that's going to cut the fabric is facing against the metal, facing down. And then clear plate over the top. Hand to my trusty assistant.
Now, I need to also tell you about this machine, right? You see, I just slid that in until the Gemini knew that it was there. Oh, see, not so much of a loud bang on that one. But if you're thinking, oh, I've got children, I've got nosy cats, I've got all sorts of things, this thing here will not go. Like, you can put your fingers in, it will not go. It recognises the plates and the thickness of the plates, and the sensors are here, here, and here. So you can put your fingers in there, and it's not going to start pulling them in and pressing them down and everything like that. So that's a safety feature. Okay, back to... Okay.
So just getting rid of that low tack tape. So you can see, you know, it does stick a little bit. So if you're using something like ordinary tape, it will stick quite significantly, because obviously you're using all of that pressure. And then you've got 8 layers cut beautifully with very little marking on here. But as you say, they can be used, you can use all of the different dies in the things that you get first of all when you get your Gemini, and included, you know, inside there, which comes with all of the Geminis when you first get every Gemini machine, you'll get a mixture of different dyes to try out.
Yeah.
So you can have a go. You can have a go embossing onto fabric as well if that's what you want to do. So I've cut all my pieces of fabric out. I'm going to open up my little booklet to show me what it says. Weirdly, I've got mine in Spanish. I don't know why. I've just
this is the kaleidoscope
it doesn't really matter because, you know, all we're doing is following the recipe down here.
The English is in there as well.
Yeah, it is in there. So we want one of these shapes, these isosceles triangles. We want one of these quarter square triangles, and then we want one of these half rectangle triangles in one colour and one in another. And we're going to put those together, and that's going to create that little section down here. So I'm going to get started with that. Now, what you'll find is, whilst we say this is an isosceles triangle, and it is, it doesn't have the top part, it doesn't have that little point up here. Now, we've deliberately done that with the dies, so they cut off those sort of dog ears, so it just makes everything sort of a little bit easier for you. So obviously if you were
it's easier to match up, isn't it?
Absolutely, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
But also, you know, you're not snipping stuff off after you've sewn it together like you would do normally. You know, people say it saves a bit of fabric. It probably does, of how much in the scheme of things, not very much, but it is sort of more economical by doing it this sort of way. And it does make everything easy to match up, as John said. Now, we're using a 1/4 inch seam allowance with all of these. So once you start putting everything together, so we'll start with this here, down here, this not half square triangle, quarter square triangle, you can see we've just lost those little points down here. So when I put that here, like so, it matches up perfectly. So we're going to stitch along here with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm going to change my foot on my machine. I'm going to put my 1/4 inch foot on there just because I find it a little bit easier to use a foot like that. I did. I always bring it with me. And I quite often leave it on the machine when I go, which is awful, because I get home and go, oh no, I've lost it. Then I realise it's over here. So I'm just going to stitch along here. And then what you want to do, each time you stitch these, you do want to give them a press. Just make sure they keep nice and straight.
Got very quiet.
Concentrating. I can't talk and sew at the same time.
Oh no!
No, I can. I'd be out of a job if I couldn't do that.
I was going to say.
Okay, what have I done with my scissors? I don't know where my scissors go, you know.
Here, there, these.
Oh yeah, that's where they are. Thank you. What would I do without John here? John, could you come home with me so you can be in my office so you can help me?
I'd love to live where you live.
We keep saying that we're going to meet up, and we never do we?
I haven't been to London since I last saw you,
Have you not? Really?
I'm going tomorrow. I'm going on Saturday. Go to a party on Saturday. But
Oh, well, I'm not there. I'm up in...
it's not in West London. It's in Islington.
Oh, very nice. Get you. So we're going to start putting these half rectangle triangles here. So you can see we've done this little part here, up here. Then we want to use our, we want to pop that like that so we can see exactly where we're going. And we want this triangle to go like that. And then this triangle is going to go like that. So it's basically going to make a little tiny mini square that goes together. So we're going to be matching these up. So folding them over so you can see it makes it easier to match up those sections. Like that, stitch along here. If only people could hear what we hear, John.
I know. We've just been informed that tomorrow is go to work naked day tomorrow. Just as well I'm at home. I'm not working tomorrow.
Why, would you be following that? Would you be...
No. Well, I suppose I'd be all right here, wouldn't I? You just have to have my belly rested on the table. It's come to work naked day tomorrow, Becky.
There's that bike ride, isn't there? There's that naked bike ride around London.
I couldn't be doing that.
Which I just think, how uncomfortable.
Yeah, but there's also naked do your garden up day, isn't it? Because all the famous people, all the famous gardeners all take their clothes off in their garden.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no, I don't like that idea. I have a friend's mum who always irons in the garden naked, but she lives in the middle of nowhere, so I think it's allowed.
Well, I know the only people that would see me if I did my garden naked were the sheep, but it's just, even so, I don't do the garden. Danny the gardener does it.
But wasn't there a thing that Emma Thompson said that she has a lot of sheep? She lives out in the country, and she likes to walk naked.
Yeah.
And the police turned up one day, and they said, "We've got a report of a man walking naked in your garden." And she said, "I can't believe I've got so old that I now look like a gentleman walking down the road." So she was quite embarrassed about that. But I thought it was quite funny. Right, so we've done that one piece here. Now I've done lots of these little pieces, and we're going to put those all together, so you can see.
Oh, so you just make lots of that block, do you?
That's all it is. It's just that little tiny square. So you're basically getting all those different angle triangles, and you're creating a square out of them, and then you'll just put them together. So we've got different ones. So I've got some with orange on two sides, some with green on two sides. So I've got a couple that have got just green and a couple that have just got orange. So it depends how you want to put them together. So if I start by doing this like that, and then I'd use one of these ones like so, you can see how you're building up that design, and then you can continue with these ones like that. These ones, might want to use one of those ones here like that. That one like this. So it depends how you want to have this this design, how you want to do it. Now, there's nothing to stop you from moving things and having them at different angles and creating different designs. You can absolutely do that.
I like that, because that makes it look like there's a green rectangle in the background.
It almost looks like one of those kind of ninja star kind of things in there, doesn't it? There's all sorts of things you can do with this, but you are just creating this one, it's not like some of those other builder blocks where you've got multiple shapes, you're making multiple patterns. You're just making these little tiny squares out of triangles, and how you put them together depends on how you're going to be creating things. So if you want to follow in exactly what we've got here, you'll see when you've got these ones here, these ones have got two of the purple designs around those triangles. These ones over here have got two here, but you've then, three, so two here, but including that sort of middle triangle in the middle. This one just has all grey and all pink. So as you start putting them together, you get a different kind of design. And they're almost like the kind of Victorian tiles that you find in your front, in lovely houses, that kind of thing. But I'm going to start putting these together. So I'm going to follow sort of the kind of design that we've got here. So I'm going to start with having those sort of triangles, centre triangles in alternate designs like that. So I'm just going to be putting two together to make two, then two here, and then start building them up as I go along. You know what I mean? Yeah. Two together.
Two together makes two. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it does make two, doesn't it? So we just match those up and then stitch them. So it's really important when you're putting these together that you're going to be making sure that you iron everything, just to make sure it's all nice and straight.
Also, the fabrics that Becky's using are all going to be available in her next hour. We've got all those little bolts of meter fabrics in the next hour. So if you like the colours, you can either buy them as a bundle or all individually. They're all on pre-order.
And they do look, and in fact I didn't realise when I was sort of putting this together, the sample on the front cover is pretty much these colours as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And I hadn't really thought about it. I was just looking through my stash of fabric, and I think I'll use these colours, and before I know it,
created what was on the
right
cover.
Ones. So your party that we're going to, is it a fancy dress party?
No, it's
No?
not. It's a film director's
Ooh.
60th birthday party.
Ooh.
And her husband, who's an art director, come furniture designer, it was his 60th during COVID. So it's in an art gallery in
Nice.
Islington. It's Lebanese food served at 6:30. There's a
Oh.
rock choir at 8, and then DJs start at 9. And the sister of the director is a very famous TV presenter who also does DJing. So she'll be there doing that as well. So it'll be full of famous people.
Oh.
In fact, I'm hoping people from Take That's going to be there.
Wait, who from Take That?
Well, I don't know. Gary Barlow, I'm hoping.
So his wife and, oh God, it's Gary Barlow and, oh God, there's another.
Get it right now. Don't be
Oh.
starting off stories that haven't got the right people in them.
It's Gary Barlow's wife and Jason Donovan's wife set up a clothing company a few years ago.
Oh, did they?
Doing sort of kids, like teenagers kind of clothing.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if they still do it, but it was really quite cool. They did some really nice bits and
I'll have to
pieces.
look it up.
Yep. I can hear singing in my ears, and I'm.
Well, is that what you call it?
Something like that, or it was a cat.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. There we go. Okay. So we've got a few more. We're going to start stitching these together, so you can see what I'm creating. I'm going to do these two together, and I'm going to put some more around the outside, so you can see what that's going to look like.
Lovely.
But you can see how quick it is to come together. And how, you saw how quick it was to run, a few things through the Gemini. Cutting these by hand would have been an absolute labour of love, I would
Well,
have
yes,
said.
because you've got so many different angles,
Yeah.
haven't you, going on?
And the difficulty, of course, is always that getting those angles correct. So everything will then work its way through. You don't want angles not to match up.
Yeah, exactly.
And I always find that's particularly the case when you've got, curves are always the tricky one, I feel. And I think, not everybody can use a rotary cutter, not everybody can stand up to use a rotary cutter, and it's quite difficult to sit down and use a rotary cutter.
Last night on the I think it was on the fans page, it was a lady who was saying she's always used her rotary cutter, but her dexterity has got weakened a bit, and she wanted tips on how she could still cut out.
Yeah. I always found, I remember seeing somebody with, because I did, before I had a Gemini, before I even knew that these sort of things existed, I had a rotary cutter and one of those really large quilting rulers.
Yeah.
But, as you say, part the way through you're cutting and it slips slightly.
Yeah.
And then somebody I saw had put a shower handle, like a shower handle suction thing on there to hold everything together.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to get one of those. Then I got a Gemini and I was
Yeah.
like, I don't need to worry about that anymore. It does make a difference. Okay. So just giving that little bit of a press to make sure that they are looking good. So you can see here, if I just got, you can create those little triangles down there. If I wanted to do that, then I can create that. That looks quite good.
Yeah.
That way round with those, and then obviously sort of spread it out as you go along. So it just builds up very quickly. And the other one, the kaleidoscope, the Nautilus works in exactly the same way, in that you've got your different pieces. You've got that little map in order for you to design those sort of colours.
Yeah.
But you are just using the same shapes over and over again to create that kind of design. And it is just going to be able to, by using different colours, different fabrics, you'll be able to make really beautiful designs. That one, when you put that together, you do need to follow the same kind of format, because you're sort of sewing in the round, aren't you?
Yeah.
As you're doing that. Got those ones here, and then I'm going to sew this one across here and put that together. I've got and this is quite good for a scrap buster, because these pieces are fairly small. I bought, I've got quite a sort of fabrics that I don't want to, don't really want to, they're quite expensive. They're your sort of Liberty print fabrics, your Kaffe fabrics, and even, you keep even the tiniest little scrap, because you think, my goodness, that costs as much as a packet of Maltesers, that piece of fabric, so I want to make sure I use it. This is a great way of using up all of those different scraps of fabric that you may have lying around. So you've got that one there. You can see those, how that comes together. And then we can do the same with other pieces to go around the outside here. What those ones? This one here maybe. Let's have a look. That one.
While you're doing that,
yep.
You know we sold out of these. We've got more. We've got more. We've got more. Sarah's, let's have more. More. Now, I think they sold so quickly. You don't just get this, right? Look at the picture. You get 3 packs of 3 for $9.98. 3. I think that's wrong. I think that's really wrong. But never mind. You get 3 packs of 3 for $9.98. So I've got more in stock. There were loads of people missed out earlier. We've got more, we've got more, we've got more. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm going to tell you now. We got 150 more of these, right? But there were more than 150 people with them in their baskets before who missed out. So if everyone comes back in now, these will all have gone as well. These will all have gone straight away.
Okay.
Lovely.
So there you go. You can see how that's going to come together. So you've got those. It almost looks like they look a bit like what are those little things?
Oh, I don't know. You pick red, yellow, blue, or green. Pick a number.
That's what
you fancy Billy. Yeah. What's it? You know.
That's it. That's exactly why I remember it. I don't even know if children still do that at school. If they don't, there must be an app on their phone for doing that. But that's what they look like, those little things that you used to have. So you can see how that comes together. And you can create these really beautiful designs. So this one, I mean, I've just done one sort of section down here, but you can see how you can just extend that out, create this would be your block that you would do. And then you can just put all of those different blocks together and create a massive kind of design of a quilt. Yeah. So really, really clever. And you can see, I've cut out multiple pieces of fabric using my Gemini very, very quickly to run through the machine. I always cut too many deliberately because quite often, you drop one, maybe you might stitch one incorrectly and have to unpick it and it doesn't come out quite well.
The cat runs away with one.
The dog's always got one on his back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he comes in and things fall off the table and then I look at him and I'm like, that's where it is. So, you always cut too many and take Leanne's advice and use this for storing all those bits of fabric that you're doing, because that definitely makes a difference. And
also, when you get them home, if you buy more than one, like Becky was saying, they all fit together. I mean, they don't click together, but on the drawer, I've got mine on. So I've got these at home. I've taken this box off here, right? And I just have the drawers facing me so I can pull them out straight away. And the same with these. I just have these facing me. Oh, I haven't taken the ones that's here. They've got the same drawer pulls on the end, haven't they?
They do, yep.
Now, sorry if you can hear that at home. There's very loud noises outside. £9.98 that's for the tape. That's the low tack tape. Oh, it's the drain doctor's arrived to clear the drains. Lovely. There'll be a nice smell in a minute. It's just when it's not smelly vision, isn't it? Right. Yep. So that was Kaleidoscope.
Yep.
What else should we show?
So I've got Nautilus.
Actually, before we go on to Nautilus, let me do a recap of everything that we've had so far. Okay, right. There's 50 left. There's 50 left now, that's all. And 17 baskets. 17 baskets. Blimey. And I've been saying, haven't I? We've been saying since day one we should get that low tack tape, the low tack tape. Anyway, so let's start at the beginning. So we started the show with the Gemini machine itself. So the Gemini machine is $179.99. Oops, $179.99. You get the machine. You get the 2 clear plates. This all comes with it, right? 2 clear plates. You get your metal plate to cut it. You get your shim to make it bigger. You get, what do you call this sheet? That's for embossing.
Embossing mat.
Embossing mat. And you get your magnetic mat. You don't need to use this for fabric. This is mainly for paper. And then that there is for when you're doing embossing and things like that. So you get all of that. Sarah's free gift to you today, if you buy the Gemini machine, are these 3. Now remember, everyone who buys gets a free Stuart badge. We've got a slide with no information on it. There it is. So your free gift from Sarah is you get these. So hang on, there's 17 in that one, 20 in that one, 26 in that one, 20, oh, does it say on the thingy? 63. You get 63 dies plus your 10 little clips, right, as your free gift from Sarah. That's for the Gemini machine itself. Then we moved on to Kaleidoscope, which is this now. These were really, really, really popular first thing. Now it's $34.99. It should be. No, but it was supposed to be. Keep up, Ben. He's getting confused. The drain doctor who's cleaning the drains outside has got diesel churning out, and Ben's getting overcome by the diesel. It was supposed to be $49.99. $49.99 is what it was supposed to be. I was going to say open the window, but you can't. That wouldn't be any good, would it? Right, then we went on to Nautilus, which we're going to talk about now. $47.99. Now that should have been $59.99. Is that my missing cloud fabric, Roy? Thank you. It goes on that trolley there. Thank you. Oh, it's run off. Oh, I didn't mean to be rude. Okay then. $47.99. Poor little Roy. Right, now if you buy them both together, should have been £109. You get them for $79.98. Then we had Gemini Build-A-Block, which is your squares, your half square triangles and your quarter square triangles. Should be $99.99. Today, $79.99. And then we went to Build-A-Block Plus. Yeah, Build-A-Block Plus, which is this one, which is your rectangles, your isosceles triangles and your half rectangle triangles. Should be $99.99. It's $79.99 today. Then I went to the fabric cutting plates. Now, this is a special deal today. I'm surprised there's any of these left because they normally sell out. You get two sets for $37.48. There's how many left? 11 of those left. And they're not even supposed to be showing you till the next hour. There's only 11 of those left. And then last but not least, what's the matter? Oh, the way you said it was like, John, how many of those are left now? 15 left, and how many baskets? 60 people got it in their basket. They're going to sell out. This one won't be coming to you because I accidentally broke that one.
Oh, accidentally.
Accidentally on purpose. There we go. Right, so we've got about 5 minutes. Let's do a bit of Nautilus.
I can show you a bit of Nautilus.
Yeah, lovely.
So Nautilus, you do get lots of dies with Nautilus. They are to enable you to do it in 3 different sizes. So you've got small, medium and large, which will create the different sizes of the design. So small will do 6 inches, medium will do 8 inches and large will be doing 12 inches. So you'll see here on this design here, it shows you very simply how, just with 2 colours, how to get that swirl and how many of each thing, each shape you need to cut. But again, because like I said before, at the back we've done a little design guide for you, so you could just decide how you want to make this. Now, you could not make this like a swirl at all. You could just make it like in the round, almost like a simplified pineapple design, if that's what you wanted to do. But I quite like to create that little swirl. So again, you've got all your different dies here. You've got this little roadmap which shows you how many of everything you need to cut. You've got these big ones are your corners, but you've got certain ones in the centre, and then you've got rounds 1, 2 and 3 in order to create that design. It'll show you how many of everything to cut. Now I have already pre-cut all my pieces of fabric, so I don't need to worry about that, but what I do need to worry about is trying to put them all together, because that always is a little bit of a challenge. So you've got a little guide here which shows you how to put everything together first of all. So you start off with your smallest triangles down here, and I've got them in 2 different colours. So we're going to be putting them together to create this kind of design first of all, and that starts off, that creates that first part, that swirl. Now I think if John was saying if you're going to be doing like the snail trail, you just need to not have them on alternate places. If you have those triangles together next door to each other, that will create that full swirl.
Okay, so it's the same basis, but it's slightly different.
Yeah, I do believe that is the case. Yeah. I'm sure someone will let me know if that's not the case.
Of course they will.
Now with all of these, as before, you've got those little ends cut off. You don't have those little sort of dog ears to trim. It does make it nice and simple in order for you to put those together. So I'm going to put those like so, like that.
like that, and then you're just going to stitch along here. Now, if you don't have a guide on your machine for your 1/4 inch, but if you wanted to make sure you're going to be really, really careful of these, you could, of course, just use a ruler and going from that point downwards, and that will be 1/4 inch. But I do find having a foot that's got...
it stays on your machine.
It stays on my machine, which is... Oh, excuse me a moment, I just need to fix this. That's just come loose on that shank there. Give me one moment while I fix that.
Did it come unscrewed?
It come unscrewed, yeah.
Oh, you've been going too fast on your machine.
Obviously. Yeah.
Let me just show you the box then. The Nautilus block is this one here. There you go, Nautilus. You see, so it shows you on the front cover, you do it like that, or you could do it like that. Or you can make it into a big swirl. $79.98. That's for the two. That's for the two of them. The $79.98 is for two of them. You all right there?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
All sorted now. At least it's nice and easy to fix.
Yes.
Should say that after I finish sewing completely, just in case things go wrong.
Yeah.
So again, we're just going to make sure that we press these as we go along. Thanks. And then we're just going to continue putting those together. So we've got another couple of small triangles, and this is actually, I find this one and pineapple really therapeutic because they're nice. You know, the way that you put them all together is really quite good fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you're doing those. So we'll just do this one as well, like that. So you know, you were saying about Chinese New Year. We did have a Chinese New Year party.
Did you?
At my cousin's house, which was lovely. It was really
and how
good
many
fun.
people?
Oh, only about 30.
Only 30.
Only 30, yeah, not too
So
many.
how was your Boxing Day 65 party?
It was great. We had a really, really good time. Really enjoyed it. It was lovely to see people because it's been a while, so we haven't actually been able to do the parties for a while. It was just nice to see all the family and have all of the. In fact, I need to post a picture. We managed to get a photograph of everybody.
Oh wow!
Which we haven't done for a while.
Yeah.
That was great. And in fact, actually, my son and my cousins, two of my cousins' children, they're all going travelling to Thailand next month. So that's why it's carrying on stowing. Give me 2 seconds. I often do this. I get the pedal caught underneath the wheels.
Desk, yeah.
So yeah, they're all going travelling. So that was quite nice. So they all got together and all worked out that none of them have got a clue where they're going.
No.
So they're all going to meet up in Thailand at some point over the next month.
Oh.
But it's
so
really
they're
nice.
going travelling individually, but then they're going to bump into each other and meet up and do a bit together.
They all decided that they're planning. They've all ended up sort of deciding to do it independently, and then realised they're all going to be there at the same time.
Oh.
And in fact, one of my cousins, so someone my age, is going to be there as well. So she was like, "Oh, if you can all be at this particular resort on any of these days, I'll take you all out for dinner," which I think they'll all be delighted about because they'll all be living on noodles, I think, over the couple of weeks.
Oh, you're going to be getting phone calls. Could you just transfer some money? Could you just put some money in my account?
Or I'll get no phone calls at all, so I have no idea what he's doing or where he is.
One way or the other, isn't it?
I did say to him, there's a couple of bits of fabric I'd like you to pick up while you're there. And he was like, I'm not wandering around fabric markets when I'm there, Mum, and going out and drinking. But I'm sure I'll be able to get some kind of batiks from him.
He'll have to get them at the end, just before he comes back.
Yeah, exactly. So I've done that little piece here, and then I'm just going to keep adding onto here. So we need ones going around here, like so.
You just place them now.
Just place them round and work your way around, and then you'll create that whole kind of design as you're putting those together. And using different fabrics will make a different effect. But obviously, with the ones that we showed you before, by using those two different shades of fabric, you get that kind of wave effect.
Exactly. Yeah, because if you start using different fabrics, you might lose that swirly bit. So you're back in an hour.
I am. Yep.
And what are you doing in that hour?
We've got some quilting pattern guides, and we've also going to be showing you the main doing Build a Block and the Build a Block Plus.
Of course, and also we've got the fabrics, those
We've got
lovely fabrics
yeah.
as well. But don't go anywhere. Stuart's up after the break. He's going to be doing these now. I need to warn you that when he went off an hour ago, a third of the stock had gone of these already. A third of the pastel have gone, and just over a third of the pastel, and 2/3 of the dark one have gone. They're all on a panel. You don't need to buy instructions. The only thing you need to buy is some bozal, and if you need some D-rings and things like that as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you back here with Stuart in 4 minutes from now.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Hi, I'm Stuart Hillard, and it's my birthday. I want to invite you to join me over the next few days to enjoy my birthday, celebrate. We'll have some cake, we'll have some fabulous guests. Delphine's going to be joining me, Becky Swan's going to be here. I'm going to be playing up all sorts with John Scott. We're also going to have some exclusive designs that are launching for my birthday, including this quilt that's hanging behind me. And every single person who purchases during the birthday event will get a beautiful pin badge to commemorate and celebrate my birthday while stocks last. So make sure it's a date. Join me for my birthday here on Sewing Street.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Now remember, everyone who buys this weekend, oh, it's not weekend just, is it? Today and tomorrow, 1 per person while stocks lasts. Oh, that looks really sad sitting there on its own, doesn't it? You get one of these, well, a squash slide with no information on it. There it is. Terms and conditions are on the website. Oh, are they? Right. Now. Where are you going now? Don't you be doing your famous balloon dance.
I was just trying to make it look more festive. I'll take him back.
Yeah, I would. Do you know that there's those boys that do the dance routines, aren't they? Like this. And they stand in a row and they have one balloon here and you have the same there. You get, no, you don't pop them. And then literally you go like this. So you get one like that. And then you go like this. Oh. I go 1, 2, 3, and I go like that. You have to go, no.
Oh, it's a winner, John. It's a winner.
Yeah, we'll do that at the restaurant tonight then, shall we?
Lovely.
Oh yeah, it's National Come to Work Naked Day tomorrow.
Well, I'll certainly be wearing my birthday suit.
Won't you just? I might need ironing though.
Rude.
Rude. Right, now I need to warn you. These are selling like tartan bags, like plaid bags, these are. The pale one, right? The pale one, over I don't want to call it pale. I don't want to call it pale because it's not pale. That makes pastel, right? With the silver plaid on it, right? Over 1/3 of the stock of these have gone already, right? Look beautiful. Stuart's going to show you how to make it, but also how to insert, whether if you want them or don't want them, all the lovely patterns on there. Now let me show you what you need to make it, right? What have you lost?
I'm just finding out the pattern. No, you're all right. You carry on.
Look at the size of this. I can't even do it with my arm. Right, ready? There you go. Everything you need to make the bag, fabric-wise. Straps and flaps and bases and everything. And then these down the side here, you either use those to add to your bag to do all the little rainbow touches to it, or you can use those to do something else. They're lovely, aren't they? Beautiful. So that's the pastel one. Now, where are the instructions? They're on here somewhere, aren't they?
Bottom left corner.
Bottom left. There you go. There you go, bottom left corner. There's all your instructions on there as well.
And John, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
When I was writing the instructions, I thought, well, this is too much. I'm going to have to do separate sort of written instructions, which obviously we have to charge for.
Yeah.
And then when we printed it, the instructions came out so clear and beautifully printed. It's perfect.
Oh,
so
excellent.
I was thrilled to bits.
Excellent. So that panel there will make you this bag here. Oops. £19.99. £19.99. All the fabric you need is there in that panel and the instructions. Okay, now over 2/3 of the stock of the pastel one's gone now. Over 2/3 of the stock of that one's gone. And we had lots. We always have to in Stuart's house. We had lots and lots of. Right, now this one's about to sell out. So this is the darker one with the brighter rainbow on it. You get all the lining and everything. All the linings included on the panel, look. 19.99. Let me show you the panel. There's only 30 left and 51 in baskets. We're going to sell out, going to sell out. Oops. There's the panel. 62 in baskets now. 69 in baskets now. Beautiful, isn't it? That's the one I'd go for, the dark
Is it?
one, I think,
Oh,
yeah.
thank you.
That's lovely.
I love how they've turned out. You know, I wanted to do something that was smart, but also could be made as fun and as bright as you wanted it to.
Yeah.
You know, you could even put some of the rainbow lining on the outside. You don't have to, or even split it and do 2 bags. John, should we go for lunch?
We're going for dinner. We can't do lunch and dinner.
Well, I'm going to be.
Are you?
I'm going for
birthday dinner?
I'm going for a
Birthday
Cornish
lunch?
pasty and beans after this.
Where's that? Where are you going to do that? In
Kingfisher.
the Kingfisher
Cornish
Centre?
Connection. Oh, it's lovely.
Oh.
You get a cup of tea included.
I've only been to the Kingfisher once. I'm
Right,
going
well,
back
you're missing a
many,
trick,
and
it's
I got in a
lovely.
fight in.
You're kidding.
No.
You got in a fight in what?
In was it Matalan? Matalan.
I need to know. Just right.
I was trying to buy
yourself a cup of tea.
a onesie.
Of course you were. Good.
A tiger onesie for my nephew.
Obviously.
And there was only one left on.
For a friend.
No, for a nephew.
For a friend.
And there's only one left on the shelf, so I picked up and went to go to the till, and this woman said, "I'm buying that." And we had this fight over this one.
Ooh.
I had to let her win in the end because it
Did
got
you?
quite frightening.
Nasty, yeah.
Right, what else you'll need? What else you need? And there's how many? 5 left of that one. 71 in baskets. Well done, Stuart.
Oh, thank you, everyone.
Right, you'll need some of
Thank
this.
you. Oh.
This is one-sided Bosel in our form. You will need some of this to make it with 11.99. Now, is that enough to make 1 bag?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
That's plenty. That's plenty. I don't want to say you'd get 2 bags out
No,
of it,
no.
but you would definitely get more than 1 bag.
Yeah. So you get a bag and something else, a bag and a purse.
And I really wouldn't recommend using something else inside.
Right.
Not quilt batting. You want the structure, you want the firmness, but it's still really light, easy to sew. You don't need to use a walking foot when you're constructing your bag. It'll go through your machine lovely. If you've never used it in our form before, it's an absolute revelation.
Perfect. So that's that. That's that. You'll see it being made now. You're going to see Stuart using that now. 11.99. Let's do some messages then. Happy birthday, Stuart. Love the bag. I went for the pale grey gorgeousness. Also pre-ordered some Tilda. Oops. Says Kate.
Oops.
Kate in Merseyside.
Oh, thank you.
Are there any pockets inside the bag, says Karen?
Right, no, I haven't put any pockets inside, and this is a bit of a thing with me. I concentrate as much on the outside of the bag as possible, because if you want to put a slip pocket or 2 or 3 inside the bag, easy peasy. If you want to put a patch pocket, not an issue.
I'll just show you the inside of the bag there.
And quite honestly, you've such a lot of the rainbow strips that you could sew these together. You could use a bit of, you know, plain fabric, white, grey, whatever, little strip of that along the top and do a little patch pocket inside. But no, I deliberately didn't. Because I wanted to get everything on the panel.
Of course, yeah.
And if I'd put any extra pockets, you wouldn't have got the instructions.
Brilliant. Right, are there any more messages before we start the sewing? Oh, loads of happy birthdays. Let's do something. Stuart, happy birthday to you. Have a lovely day from Anne in the Vale of
Thank you,
Glamorgan. Oh,
Anne.
very nice, very nice. Stuart, happy birthday to you. Have a lovely day. Oh, that's the same one.
Well, thank you again.
Anne in the Vale of
Thank
Glamorgan.
you, Anne.
Morning, boys. Loving the show. The thought of John fighting over a onesie made me laugh so hard I spat coffee everywhere.
Yeah.
From Jamie in Greater Manchester. I wasn't happy.
With you, Jamie.
And then in those days, when you left the car park from the shopping centre, you had to join 6 lanes of traffic. And I wanted to go in the far left-hand lane. I'm trying to get, if you're a bit nervous coming out of a junction like that.
And you must have been all flappy and upset as well.
I was. Never. I said I'm never
John.
coming to Redditch again in my life.
Oh, bless you.
I'm here every day. I'm here every day, aren't I? But I haven't been shopping for the Kingfisher. So maybe, what time's it shut?
5:30.
Oh, I was going to say maybe I'll come before we go to the restaurant, but I won't.
You could do.
What?
You could do.
I could do. I'll have an hour with nothing to do.
Come for a
though.
pasty.
No, I won't need to go for I'm not going to the gym.
Well, we could
Do you go
always...
to the gym in the Redditch and the Kingfisher?
Yeah. We could go for a snifter. You don't drink, do you?
I don't drink. Yeah. Anyway, let's get on with making a bag, shall we?
Watch me drink one then.
Right, so hang on, let me just recap. The dark one sold out, is it? There's 2 left of the dark one. If you're quick, out of the 80 people who got in your basket, you'd be quick. And the pastel one, about 20 of those left, but there's way too many people got it in baskets. Sorry, I've missed one thing out. You will need some iron interfacing as well, is that right?
That's absolutely correct, John. Yes, you will. Yes, you will.
Okay, I'll be quiet now and let Stuart get on with his demonstration. Over to you.
Thank you. I'm just...
Oh, you're not ready?
No. Oh, there it is.
What did you lose?
You know when you lose something? I'll read a message. Happy birthday, Stuart. Bought the darker grey bag panel. It will be my bag for Festival of Quilts this year from Jeanette in Mercer. Thank you. And make sure you come and see me with your bag. We did some great pictures last year. Happy birthday, Stuart, from your lovely dream girls, Tracy and Beth. Now, Tracy and Beth work in our local boys department store, and I am always popping in, and we always have.
Hang on, boys department store?
Yeah.
Is boys the name of the shop?
Yes.
Oh, it's not for
it's
boys?
Not just for boys.
Oh,
This
I was going to say that's an unusual shop.
Just for boys. And you know, both of them are absolutely adorable. Tracy is the sewer, and Beth, I don't think she'll mind me saying this, is the talker.
A bit like us then.
Honestly, you hear Beth before you see her.
Oh.
She's always laughing. She makes everybody laugh. They're brilliant.
Oh, is Goole up north then?
Goole's East Riding of Yorkshire.
How funny,
so
I
it's
thought it was down
literally...
south.
Now, it's 2 minutes away from where I have my studio. Funny story, it's Britain's most inland port. Okay. And it is like miles and miles and miles inland at the end of a long canal. But I did some filming with a film crew from London once, and when we'd finished filming, I said to the producer, "Are you driving straight back to London?" She said, "No." She said, "We're going to go for an ice cream." I said, "Oh, lovely, where are you going to go?" She said, "We're going to have it on the seafront." I said, "Oh gosh, where?" And she said, "Here." And I said, "What do you mean here?" She said, "Well, it's a port, isn't it?" I was like,
Do your research, love.
Yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, shall we make a bag?
Please.
Right, so what I'm going to do to begin with is I'm going to focus on the flap, okay? So I've cut the basic shape out. This is the outer, and I'm using the light grey and pastel. Now, of course, if you're buying both panels, you could mix and match. The pastels would look gorgeous with the dark grey plaid, and vice versa.
Well, you can't buy the dark grey one now, it's sold out.
No, but if you did manage to get it, and thank you everybody from the bottom of my heart, it's thrilling and wonderful when something I've designed is liked by other people. You know, I went for lunch yesterday with Rebecca Harrison, and we both talked about how, you know, most of the time we're on our own in our sewing rooms, just doing our thing. Yeah. And you never really know. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Whether what you've done is nice, or I think it's nice, but will anybody else?
No, exactly. Right, very quickly, Lisa Lamb says she needs ironing, but none here, because you two are the smoothest in the business.
Hey.
Zahida says, happy birthday, Stuart. I hope you have the best one.
Bless you, thank
Kerry
you.
says, I do love a milky tea. Don't know where that's come from. Did you get a milky tea a minute ago? Zahida said, can I have your dark messenger bag made by you? Oh, Zahida, it will cost you a fortune. Carol says, I can't make my mind up, so I've bought both of them.
Bless
Teresa
you.
says, good morning to both of you, beautiful gentlemen. The bag is fabulous. I've just paid my gas bill, though. Oh, no. Hillary says, I want a Sewing Street badge with your name on it, Stuart. Well, if you buy something, you'll get one. You'll get one. And Rosina says, happy birthday, Stuart. Have a fabulous day. You are a lovely man.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Little do they know.
I know.
So what you doing?
So I'm just trimming round all of the sides. I like to do all the, you know, the straight lines with a rotary cutter.
Yeah.
It's much quicker and more accurate, but then I'll just get in there with scissors. I'm not a fan, John, of freehand cutting with a rotary cutter.
Right.
I know lots of people do it, but, you know, I like having 10 fingers.
Yeah.
And I've every intention of making every birthday with 10 intact.
Yeah.
Well, I've got 9 3/4.
Why? Where's the other one?
I did. Well, this finger here. I'll show you.
Oh no! Is it gruesome?
Trigger warning.
Yeah.
So if I just show you both of my fingers.
Yeah.
And you'll notice that this one is thinner. It's thinner. And it's thinner because one day I was rotary cutting. I'll leave it there, John. I'll leave it there. Fortunately, I'd just had a yoghurt and I'd got the yoghurt pot handy. I put the bit of finger in.
Oh!
Took it to the hospital and the nurse said to me, yeah, we'll just pop the yoghurt pot in the bin. I was like, what the
Did you put salted water all over it?
Oh,
No,
no.
see, when Dr. Fisher's dog bit his nose off, Tracy, his daughter.
What?
So Christmas morning, Dr. Fisher, they were giving out Christmas gifts. Dr. Fisher leant over the dog like that to give Tracy a Christmas present. The dog woke up, thought, bit his nose off, right? And he said, Tracy almost passed out because we were only about 14 at the time. He said, put it in a cup with salted water. So he put it in a cup with salted water. He pressed his face. The ambulance came, got to hospital, saved it, sewed it back on and everything. He's got a different mug. He's got a different mug.
I can't speak.
Oh, sorry.
I've got a hot chocolate. Oh, it's lovely.
Hot chocolate?
I'd have made you one, John, but I didn't know if you'd like it or not. Right, so I've cut out those pieces, all right.
Hot
now
chocolate?
I've got, yes, Tracy Turnblad, hot chocolate. So now I need to choose. Now look, you get 2 of these.
Yeah.
You get 2 of these, and you don't need anything like all of that. However, if you wanted to put, you know, a really wide band.
Yeah.
Let me move this over a little bit. If you wanted to put a really wide band of rainbow across the centre, you can. If you'd prefer to have more of the greens and more of the sort of traditional rainbow mix, you can do that.
Yeah.
If you want to cut these up, originally, you see on the pattern, I say cut these up, piece them back together, and have little tiny slithers which you insert. You can mix and match, you can do what you like. Okay, so now on the original sample I've made 2 cuts. I'll show you that. All right, so I've made 2 cuts and I've inserted 2. On the dark one I've actually gone diagonally across and one across the bottom.
Right.
So let's see, what should we do? Let's do, I'll tell you what, I'm going to do 1, but I'm going to do it wider, and I've decided now I want a bigger cutting board.
Okay. You're working your way through all the cutting boards
I'm using
today, aren't you?
everything. It's like when I cook. Right, okay. So when you come to cut across, if you want to cut straight across, the thing to do is to measure down from the top, okay? So I'm going to measure down from the top, and I've gone, that's 7 inches. I don't want it to be, do I?
What?
It's quite that deep? No, I'm going to go 6.5 inches.
Right.
So I'm going to make a cut at 6.5 inches. So this is where you have to be a little bit brave. Okay?
Yeah.
Don't panic. So I'm cutting through. Okay? I only do it twice because where I'm too high up, it's not easy to cut. Right. So now this is where I'm going to insert said strip. Now, it all depends. Do I want it that wide? Well, you know what, John? This time, I'm going to go that wide.
Oh, okay, controversial.
I'm going to go that wide. So, I want kind of greens into purples for this one. So, I'm going to cut it a little bit wider than I need it.
Right.
Just makes it easier. And I think as well, I'm going to trim off that extra white fabric along the edge,
right,
just because I'm going to use the whole strip. Now, if you were going to use, sort of do thinner strips, then you just want to cut maybe a 1.5 inch strip or a 2 inch strip. You can play around. I mean, on my original one, I've done one strip that finishes at 1.5 inches and one strip that finishes at 1/2 inch. So you can vary it. I've gone straight across, but you could go diagonally. You could have almost like a cross going through. So you could actually slash this way, insert your strip, then slash this way and insert another. So play around with it. It's a really fun technique. It's very liberating, and you'll end up with a beautiful bag no matter what. Okay, so now I'm going to stitch this back in. So I'm going to line up the raw edges, and I've got a little bit of an overhang, John. I'm inclined to believe
we sold
that's
out
the
of both bag kits now. Both bag kits are gone, so we've just got the bozal to put, or the interfacing to put in the graphics.
So, 1/4 inch seam allowance. Hang on a sec. I will.
You're right there.
Yeah, the
cord looks a bit short.
It's too short. I know, it won't sit flat on the floor. Right, I'm there now. I'm okay. I'm okay. Right, so 1/4 inch seam allowance. and sewing straight across. Now, with this, you know, as long as you keep your seam nice and straight, it doesn't matter whether it's 1/4 of an inch seam or not particularly.
Right.
Still going to work. It's absolutely fine. Have you got the pressing mat down there, please, John?
I'll have to give you...
Oh, I've got it here, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say.
Sorry.
The other side, that's a pressing mat, though. So.
I like to keep you busy, John.
Exactly.
Tell me, you're just sitting there watching.
I'm inspired.
So I'm setting my seam, and then I'm going to press my seam allowance. Now, a little bit like when you do fair isle or colour work, where you put your floats or your extra yarn, can make the colour work more prominent or less prominent.
Right.
And the same is true with patchwork. If you have your seam allowance towards something, it will make it stand proud. So in this case, with that rainbow strip, I want that to stand slightly prouder. It makes it stand out. So I'll push my seam allowance towards it. Give that a press.
About to sell out of the bozal as well.
And now on the other side, I'm going to stitch the bottom of the flap back on. Now at the moment, my flap is the wrong size and shape, but we'll deal with that. So when you pop this on, you just want to make sure that you line up the straight edges with your previous straight edges so that you're not changing the shape there. I'm just going to hutch that over very slightly. Check it on both sides. Happy. Oh. That was worth it, wasn't it? Hey, that. Watching the professional at work, that'll do.
He'll be in later.
He will, won't he? I'm going to pin this one in place because I don't want that to move, John.
Really?
I don't want that to move. So how are the cats these days?
They're fine. They don't like the cold weather. So
No.
they go outside to do their business and then they come straight back in again. Ghost has discovered that he likes getting underneath the duvet now rather than on top of it.
Of course, yes.
So whenever I get into bed at night time, he's like walked all over the bottom sheet. So it's covered in mud, so I have to change the sheet nearly every day. Yeah.
My Mrs. Mill's mum, Hebe, used to go crazy for getting under the bed.
Yeah.
We used to call her the bed bug because she just loved being under the covers.
Yeah, Norman used to as well, but Norman didn't seem to bring any mud in, whereas Ghost kind of brings half the garden in with him.
Gosh. So I've just pressed that, again, seam allowance towards the rainbow panel. And I'll give that a press. Okay, so now I need to return it to its original size. So grab your lining. And what you need to do here is to line up the bottom edge. Okay, so you've got that curve, correct? And now I'm going to go in with my rotary cutter and a ruler and trim. Okay, and then we'll just trim down the side there.
Yep.
Okay, so I now have a correctly sized flap.
Right.
Plus my lining.
Yeah.
Plus, I've also got a little strip of grey fabric now.
Yeah.
So it might be, for example,
yes,
I could, shall we? Let's do it. Come on. Let's live dangerously.
It's your birthday. You're allowed to do anything you like, Ben says.
Going to do it. So I'm going to line up my ruler then with that lower edge. I'm going to slice through the centre. It feels so wrong, but if this is wrong, I don't want to be right.
No. Oh.
Now, I don't want the strip that wide, so I am just going to trim it down a little bit. Just a thin strip, I think. So I'm going to cut it down to 1.5 inches, so it'll be 1 inch finished.
Brent says, hi John and Stuart, off all day so I can watch your morning. It's my 38th wedding anniversary. So she got married when you were how old? 4? Oh no, 14. Get that right. Viv says you could buy special mats. Oh, I know, I've got no special mats inside the cat flap. No, it doesn't work.
Oh, that they wipe their feet on?
Yeah, they don't do that. They're big butch lads. They don't think about wiping feet or anything.
Big butch lads. Are they the
we'll
only
answer
big
your
butch
question about
lads
the
that have ever
Bozel
been-
in a second. Do you know?
Hey?
There's a question about Bozel, but I'll wait till you get to it.
Oh, go on. No, you're asking.
Okay, then. So, Cheryl says, whenever I use Bozel, she says happy birthday, first of all, wishing you the happiest of birthdays. I bought the light grey bag. Whenever I use Bozel form, it doesn't stay stuck and gets in the way when sewing. Have you got any tips? Thank you, Cheryl from London.
I do. Now, this is straight from the horse's mouth. Okay. I chatted to the owner of Bozel about exactly this issue because I had noticed it too. And what he said to me was, the fusible side is what they refer to as a heat-activated fusible. And he said the properties of a heat-activated fusible are that it's attracted to the heat source.
Right.
He said, so if you use a lot of heat, extended amounts of time, steam, all of these things attract the fusible up into the upper fibres of the fabric, essentially away from the Bozel and away from the wrong side of the fabric.
Yeah.
So what you've got to do is use the minimum amount of heat.
Oh, so people
no
go,
steam.
oh, it's not sticking, I'll line it more,
Go
line
more,
it more.
more. Yeah. So you've got to do minimal heat, minimal time. I personally really like to quilt, even the fusible, because I think it looks gorgeous and it really shows off your quilting.
Yeah.
But yeah, you do want it to stick. If you have problems and it still isn't working for you, then you can use something like 505. Just give it a spray to adhere the layers together while you're working on it. Okay, so I've done that now and I've got my 2 strips.
Lovely.
Which I'm really liking, that combo.
Mm-hmm.
So of course my last job then is just to return it to normal size. So I'm going to line up the edges and I've just got that little thin strip to take off along the top.
Yeah.
Now the next thing I'm going to do, you have to make your flap in its entirety.
Right.
Okay, so next up I'm going to need some Bozel, please. Thank you. Right, so I'm going to cut out my Bozel. And when I'm putting Bozel on, I like to just, when it's a whole piece, I'll just pop a little bit of heat on.
Yeah.
And then I'll trim it. Okay, I'll give that to you back. Thank you. You're very welcome.
Becky, make a note. He's chopped into it.
Trim around the corners. Because remember, in the construction process, you're going to be pressing this. You know, once you put the lining on and you turn it through, you're going to be pressing it. So I really do the minimum amount of pressing to get those layers together. Now, if you're going to put a magnetic lock on your bag, you need to put it on now, and we're going to put it onto the lining.
Do you need mine?
Okay. Yes, please.
Unless I'm going to have nothing left. Make a note.
Thank you. Right.
What do you need?
I need, well, I did bring some. I don't know where my cardboard box is. Oh, it's there. It's there. I need a bit of fusible interfacing, John. Give me a sec.
All right.
I got it all here.
If you could see this, right, you know the length of this desk, right? There's a Tula bag under there. There's another bag under there. There's a Tesco's bag under here. There's a coat. There's some, is that Dot and Cross paper yours as well?
Yes.
There's all of this, and then over there, he's got a whole big cardboard box and like a fruit, you know, the wooden box that the fruit comes in. Yeah. One of those like trays that fruit come in.
Yes. You say it like it's a bad thing.
It's what?
You say it like it's a bad thing.
No, it's not a bad thing.
I don't travel light, do I?
No. Hang on though, that doesn't include all your clothes from the hotel and your dinner clothes tonight and anything.
I know. So I've folded my lining piece in half and I've pressed a centre crease.
Right.
All right. And then I'm going to measure up from the bottom. and I'm going to measure up 1.5 inches. And there, you see, I bring all this stuff, and then I can't find anything.
What are you looking for now?
I just want a pen or a pencil. Do you know what it is? It's because I've been out for an hour and then I've come back in again. Brilliant, thank you. There we go, thanks. Right, so I've measured an 1.5 inches up, and I'm going to put a little dot.
Right, you won't get it back yet because he's got another dot to mark.
No, actually, no, yeah, you're right. Right, so now then, I like to put the female part of the lock here, okay, which is the bit that goes in. So I'm going to grab one of the washers, I'm going to pop it over the top of the dot, with the dot in the centre, and I'm going to draw through both slots, okay, just like that. Now then, on the back, I've got a couple of pieces of interfacing, just small rectangles of interfacing, that I'm going to place over the top just to reinforce. Okay, and that's just going to provide a little bit more stability.
Right.
Next up, fold your fabric, and then carefully, just small snips in those 2 slots. Now you can push the prongs of your lock through, turn it over, washer on top, and then push those prongs outwards. And I've now got the female half of the lock in place.
Lovely.
Right, next I can make up the front flap, so the layers are going to go together. Now, I would just put as a little side note here, if you want to add some quilting, and I do recommend that you add some quilting, I'd do it now.
Right.
Before you put your lining on, because I just think it'll be a nicer finish.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what, I'm gonna grab a bit of thread.
Can somebody warn Becky that there's no thread on the machine?
I'll put it back in, I'll put it back in. I'll pop that in there. I was so
What did you do in your hour off?
Do you know what? I made myself a hot chocolate.
Yeah, I know that.
And I did a bit of self-care, John.
Okay. Did you pluck your eyebrows again?
I did. There. Oh, no, that hasn't.
Oh.
Come here a minute. No, it hasn't. Oh, do you know what? Wait a minute.
Next, you need.
No.
Oh, he's getting angry with it now.
Nope. Well, do you know what it is, John? I've got my glasses on.
No, you haven't.
No, I haven't got my glasses on. I haven't got my glasses on.
You need.
And because I haven't got my glasses on, I can't see.
Yeah.
There we go, the eye. Well, we'll give it a go. This is just to prove that I am 51.
51. Still.
51 today.
Yeah.
I read the most wonderful report a few months ago from the World Health Organization. Well, I didn't read the report. I think it was in a magazine at the doctors.
Yeah.
Anyway, it said that they'd recalibrated sort of what is young, what is middle-aged, what is old.
Oh, yeah.
So, this is great news. So, 0 to 64, young.
Oh!
65 to 80, middle-aged.
No.
80 plus,
Oh.
elderly. And that's your lot. That's my gift to you today.
So I'm still young then? Just.
Yeah. There you are. How fabulous is that?
Yeah, but who wrote that?
Me.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm going to do a bit of quilting. And I've just got a regular foot on this time. You could use a walking foot for your quilting if you want. You don't need to use a walking foot when you're constructing.
Yeah.
But, you know, all...
Yeah, but that's sliding through without a walking foot, isn't
Oh,
that?
absolutely. Absolutely. So I'm just adding a little bit of quilting. And what I'm doing here, I'm adding it sort of within my rainbow strips.
If you have missed out on these bag panels, please hold. We are trying to get more. Don't switch off thinking, oh, I've missed. We are trying to get more.
Well, and also we have got Sewing Street birthday coming up.
Yes.
Haven't we?
We have.
So we might be able to get them back in time for that. We'll do what we can. We'll do what we can. So I'll add a tiny little bit more of this. I am actually feeling like I wish I had got a walking foot on.
Oh,
because,
really?
well, just it does push the fabric along.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit, which is less than I would like, but I'm getting there.
Yeah.
Longer stitch length, of course. And you know, I think it's really worth spending a bit of time making the front flap as beautiful as you want your bag to be.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Because this is what's going to be on show
Yeah.
a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So go to town, add some extra quilting, add some extra embellishments. You want everything to look really lovely. Right, okay, I'm happy with that.
Right.
So I've got the quilting done. So now I'm going to make up the flap. So what you want is right sides together with the flap lining on top. Now I'm just going to use some quilters clips to hold everything together.
Okay.
And one thing I had to learn, which I did not know for a long, long time, is that quilters clips have a right way and a wrong way up. And the right way up is not the coloured side, it's the white side, the clear side, because you actually have markings on there for your seam allowances.
Yeah.
I always used to put them in like that with the
I
coloured
would do
side
so.
on
I
top.
do so. Yeah.
But you have the flat on the top. There you are. Who knew? Okay.
Charlie knew.
And then 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. So I've really designed this bag with quilters in mind. Short stitch length. It's going to make the flap nice and secure, nice secure seam. It's also going to be easier for sewing around that curved edge.
Judith says, welcome to Stuart, I'm middle-aged,
There you
yippee.
go. There you go.
And then Sue said, that's depressing, Stuart. I suspect it's so they can make us work even longer.
Well, there is that.
Yeah.
There is that. But I suppose it goes hand in... I'm going to have to take my headband off. It's giving me a headache.
Giving your hair
I
a kink
suppose
as
it
well.
goes hand in hand with living longer,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. 52 is nothing, is it?
No.
So I keep telling myself. I absolutely couldn't bear the thought of not working.
No, exactly.
I absolutely adore what I do. So, all right. So I have sewn around those curves. Now you don't need to start trimming the batting back or anything like that. I'm just going to go slightly in, further in there. Just miss that edge. That's better. Right then, so I'm going to turn this through to the right side. And I'm just going to get in there with my fingers just to push that curve out so that it's nice and smooth. Okay. Now, super important with a lining, especially when you're working with Bosal, it has a tendency to want to creep round to the front so you can see it like that.
Right.
You need to spend a bit of time pulling that seam allowance to the back.
Right.
Get in there with clips or get in there with an iron and hold those pieces in place. Okay. And what you want to make sure too is at the top your lining will have a tendency to creep downwards. You need to pull it up so that it's level with the top of your Bosal, and then with everything level at the top you're going to stitch across the top of the flap.
Right.
Now I'll just increase my stitch length because I don't need it to be a really short length. But you're going to stitch right across the top just to hold those layers in place. Now you need to stitch near enough to the edge that it's not going to show in your seam allowance, but it's just going to stop everything creeping down again.
Yeah.
And then get in with an iron, and this is where you're really fusing your Bosal and your fabrics together. Give that a press and get everything neat and tidy and perfect. And then your last step, when you've made your flap and given it a really good press, is you're going to top stitch all around that edge. So again, a longer stitch length than normal. I'm going to go up to a 3.5. Want to be nice and close to the edge, so I'm going to use my 1/4 inch, but then I'm going to shift the needle over to the right.
Right.
But still have a nice long stitch length, and then I'm going to sew top stitch around that edge.
Lisa Lamb says, I don't care about my age or anyone else's. I'm going too daft. No, I am going to daft and craft until I pop my clogs.
That's fabulous. I love it.
She's daft already, isn't she?
Well, I do think one of the benefits of getting older and more life experience is that you care less and less about what other people think.
Yeah.
You know, I think, like people usually think like teenagers, oh, they don't care what anybody thinks about them, but they care more than anybody what people think of them. They just don't care what adults and their parents think of them. But I think as you get older, certainly as I've got older, and I don't mean it in an awful way, it's not a bad thing, but I'm worried less and less about other people's
approval. So you don't mind going to
approval.
Tesco's in your pyjamas and your slippers, do you?
Well, I'd never do that. I'd never do that. But no, I mean, it doesn't matter what I'm a bit like my mum for this. It doesn't matter what I'm doing, but I always, you know, shower and shave, and even on my days off, I shave. Never, ever not shave.
You've got a beard.
Well, no, but here and here.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, every single day, because it's part of getting up and ready for my day, you know, and I'll always, you know, sort of do my hair nice and apart from last week, I went into Boys to get a few bits and pieces, and I met Wendy, lovely Wendy, I hope you're watching today, Wendy, who's a viewer of Sewing Street. And I hadn't, and my hair was all over the place, I looked like I'd been dragged through a hedge backwards, John. Yeah. And lovely Wendy said, oh, while you're here, can we have a photograph together? Served me right.
Oh, I hope she's put it on Facebook.
Hope so.
Yeah.
Hope so. And there we go. That is the front flap, all made, all completed, top stitched, got our magnet in place, and it's all looking beautiful.
Fabulous.
So that's enough for the flap. Now, let me explain a few other parts, and I want to show you, we've got time, I want to show you one of the pockets. Because essentially, for the front of the bag and the back of the bag, you've got these rectangular panels. It's like a linen texture printed fabric. You're going to layer those up with your bosal, quilt it if you'd like to, and I would definitely add some quilting. Do you have the dark bag there?
Yeah, I'll get it for you now. We've got it over there, haven't we, Becky?
So with the dark bag, what I decided was I wanted to add more rainbow. Thank you.
Can I have that panel as well?
What I did here was I cut about 2 inches, 2.5 inches down from the top. I made a cut. I inserted a 1-inch cut strip of fabric.
Lovely.
Stitched it back together. And actually that didn't affect the size at all. But if it does, just trim it down. Just to add a little extra. You could have diagonal strip. You could have a strip down there and a strip at the top. However you want to play it. You've got loads of fabric to play with.
Yeah.
But don't bother doing anything fancy with the back of the bag, because almost the whole thing is going to be covered up with this back pocket. So if you want to do some extra embellishment, do it on that back pocket in exactly the same way as you did the flap.
Right.
Just the flap fabric on its own, cut through it, add your strip, and then once you've added that strip, you need to fuse the pocket to a piece of interfacing, okay? And then we're going to make it up.
Interfacing.
Just ordinary interfacing,
Lovely.
not bosal. So I'm going to do a pocket and just show you how we do that.
Lovely.
So you've got your pockets and you've got pocket linings. Here they are, outer back pocket. So I'm going to trim these out of the panel. Now, the way that the rainbow's been printed on the lining, you can flip it. So you can either have the purple lilac at the top, which will form the binding, or you can have the oranges.
Yeah.
Or you can have no binding at all. And I'm going to show you both, how to do both.
Brilliant.
Okay, right then. So I'll cut this out. Now, I'd like you to imagine that I've already fused some interfacing to the back of the pocket.
Okay.
Okay, and that's your outer pocket. You want to make sure that you've done any slashing and embellishing and, you know, adding rainbow strips before you add your interfacing, so that essentially when you put your interfacing on, it's onto a whole piece of fabric. You don't want to be cutting and piecing interfaced fabric, because it's going to add bulk to the back of your pocket, which you don't necessarily want. Now you'll see if I put these two edges together that the outer pocket and the lining of the pocket are not actually the same size.
Right.
Your lining is an inch deeper, and that's to allow for that faux binding. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you want, let's go with purple at the top of this bag. Okay. So if you want the purple binding, what you're going to do is put those two edges together.
Right.
I'm going to stitch.
Lovely.
And again, you want 1/4 inch seam allowance. Stitch straight across. Now you could, of course, if you wanted to, have a rainbow back pocket and use the plaid as the lining.
Of course,
Mix and match to your heart's content. All right, I'll give that a quick press. And then what you're going to do, you want the plaid on the mat and the lining uppermost. You're then going to run your nail along that seam from the centre outwards. The seam allowance is pointing upwards, so the lining is towards the seam allowance. You're then going to flip that and match the lower edge.
Right.
Okay. Grab your iron and press. When you flip it back, you have got a bound pocket. All you'll do now is top stitch along that edge to create the look of a binding, and it also holds the pocket and the lining together.
But without having to do a little strip of fabric.
Without having to fold a strip. Yeah. It's a really cute, neat addition. Now, if you don't want to have any of the lining showing, all you're going to do instead is to bring the two edges together so that they match up, and press that.
Yeah.
Then do your top stitching, and then simply trim the bottom inch off.
But why would you not put that binding on? Because it looks so lovely. It's like a finished edge, isn't
I think so.
Yeah.
But then if you didn't want to emphasise, you know, either of those colours, I mean, goodness me, you could cut the lining in half, piece it back together again, switch it around so the green
exactly.
was at the top. You know, you can do what you like with this panel. It really is free and easy.
Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Oh, he's off. Right, we've got some of the panels in. We've only got 50 of each. 50 of each, that's all we've got. Dark one first, because it's sold out first. So if you want the panel to make this one, £19.99. Everything's on the panel. All the fabric for the outside the bag, plus your instructions, are all on the panel. Here you go. There you go. That's that panel there.
I liked how you wafted that.
Oh, thank you. Instructions on there, all the fabric you need, all your pocket flaps, everything is all on there. There's only 50 of them, though. There's only 50. Okay, 20 have gone already. 30 have gone already. So please be quick, please be quick, please be quick. That's the bright one with the dark. That will make this one. And then we've got the pastel one, which is this one. So this one, when you get the silver plaid with the pastel rainbows on it. Got 50 of those. There you go. 50 of those. There's the pastel one. With the I've got it upside down, I know. With the instructions, with all the fabric you need to outside the bag, all the lining, everything. $19.99, and that will make this one.
I love
Gorgeous,
the
isn't it?
fact that the linen-y texture on the fabric there makes that almost look like silk.
Yes, it does, like a Dupion silk, yeah. Beautiful. Keep going through, keep going through. The dark ones are about to sell out, so you need to be quick if you want the dark one. Few messages. Nearly finished that. Happy birthday, Stu. Your assistant is a troublemaker. I'm a troublemaker.
Isn't he, Alison?
Anglesey.
Isn't he? Isn't he? He's been cheeky today.
Happy birthday, Stuart, from Annette.
Thank you, Annette. Thank you.
She's put a cocktail, a piece of cake, a lighthouse, and... What's
You
the
know
last
me
one?
so well. It's not a lighthouse, John. It's a birthday cake with
Of course
one
it is. I said that
candle.
earlier.
You don't recognise it
message?
because it hasn't got 60 plus candles on it.
Happy birthday, lovely Stuart. Beautiful bag, lovely pattern. I'd make it with the rainbow outside. Why hide the rainbow?
Totally agree, Sylvia. Don't hide
Sylvia.
your rainbow.
Sue says, happy birthday, Stuart. You shared it with my mum, who would have been 93 today. She would have loved your demos.
Oh, that's lovely.
That's
Thank
nice.
you.
Another quick message. Just got my confirmation text. Can't wait for the panel to come and start sewing. Happy birthday to Stuart. It's my birthday tomorrow.
Oh, well, it's my birthday tomorrow too, Megan, so we share birthdays. My
Twins?
birthday's really the 3rd.
What time of day were you born?
Oh gosh, that's a good question. I can't
don't
remember.
know. Oh.
I can't remember. Probably cocktail hour.
Yeah,
I would
more
have
than
thought.
likely. More than likely.
But I want to send out just a quick message because there's been lots about me, but I wouldn't be here without my beautiful mum, Rosemary, who is watching, and I love you very much. Thank you for having me.
Oh, just think. So 51 years ago,
Yes.
now she
Yes.
is sitting in a hospital bed, straining.
Yeah, and my mum and dad always told me the story about Dr. Fantastic, okay, which was the doctor. He was a newly qualified doctor who was there for my birth, and all he could say was fantastic, fantastic, everything. So they called him Dr. Fantastic, and yes, even when they said, "Oh, he's got lovely black hair," oh no, that's not. No, he's around the wrong way. Fantastic, he said. But yeah, that's meant to be very, very special, isn't it?
What, have you come out the wrong way?
I think it is.
Did you come out breech? Were you
I
a breech
did.
baby?
I was, and I had the umbilical cord around my neck
Oh
and
my
everything.
God.
Yeah.
So thank goodness for
It was
Dr.
touch and go.
Fantastic.
Dr. Fantastic, I think, just stood there saying fantastic. I think it was actually one of the midwives that got in there. And,
I didn't. You see, my
But-
brother and sister, when they were born, it was 50 odd years ago, and they didn't know there were twins. So my, because he'd grown like this and she'd grown inside here, no one knows such things as scans or anything. So he came out, gave birth, she gave birth to the boy, and then 2 hours later, the girl came out, but breech, she came out breech, and she was tiny.
And did they tell your mum, though, that she was having another one, or was it literally she was in bed having a cup of tea?
No, my mum kept saying there's another one to come out. And they were like, no, Mrs. Scott, you're finished, it's fine.
You
and also, they're twins, but they've got
imagine?
different birthdays, because he was born at 11 o'clock at night, she was born at 1 o'clock the following morning. Anyway, we got to go. Check out on these. Say that again. There's only 3 of the dark ones left. 3 of the bright ones left. That's the dark ones, only 3 of those left. And the pastel, there's 13 of the pastel left. But over 30 people got in the basket. Can we safely say that's going to be a sellout again? Right, Stuart's back in an hour doing the most gorgeous Tilda launch.
Yeah, it's a lot in one day, isn't it?
Isn't it? Right, we've got to tell you though, Stuart. The cloud one. So we've got the cloud fabric, like Stuart will show you. It's like the blender. We had it in a bundle. That one has sold out now. The cloud one has sold out. We've got the fabric by the half metre though, haven't we? Still got the fabric by the half metre. But all of the other fabrics are all flying out as well. It's a launch today, brand new launch today. So Stuart will be back in an hour to do that. Becky's up next, where we're going to be doing builder block and also and fabric from Crafters. So we'll see you in 4 minutes from now.
Hi, I'm Stuart Hillard and it's my birthday. I want to invite you to join me over the next few days to enjoy my birthday, celebrate, we'll have some cake, we'll have some fabulous guests. Delphine's going to be joining me, Becky Swan's going to be here, I'm going to be playing up all sorts with John Scott. We're also going to have some exclusive designs that are launching for my birthday, including this quilt that's hanging behind me. And every single person who purchases during the birthday event will get a beautiful pin badge to commemorate and celebrate my birthday while stocks last. So make sure it's a date. Join me for my birthday here on Sewing Street.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Of Sewing Street, why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Remember, everyone who buys something today, now I've just had a thought, right? Well, I'll talk to Ben about it later. Everyone who buys today will get one of these. It's today and tomorrow while stocks last. You only get one. If you get one today, you won't get one tomorrow. It's one per person over the birthday, 2 days. There it is. Right. Now talk about sublime to ridiculous. I've been asking for these in for months and months and months and months and months, right? We got them today, we sold out. We got them again today, we sold out. We've got another bunch to bring you now. Low tack tape. Low tack tape. Now you don't just get these 3, you get 3 of these boxes, and that is not your price. That is not your price. This is your price. £9.98, so you get 9 reels of low tack tape, 9 dispensers for £9.98. Now be quick, be quick, be quick. 100's gone today, sold out twice already now. There you go. There you go. £9.98. You get 9. You all know that it shouldn't be that price, don't you? Look, it works out at what? If you get 9 of them, it's £1.10, isn't it? Well, £1.20. 20 pence. No, £1.10. 11. Yeah, £1. Silly money. £9.98 for 9 reels. Yes, it's 11, isn't it? It's £1.11 each. Ridiculous. Right, I'm going to keep going through. I'm not going to stand here holding it. I'll remind you later. Right, so now, let me introduce some new things to you, and then I'll go through everything on the desk, and then we'll do a demo for you. So I'm going to start with fabric. Right, so fabrics, these are gorgeous. Lovely jewelled colours. Now, these are ones that we've had in our warehouse for a while, in our stockroom for a while, so they've got bashed about a bit. But you get all of these, right? This bundle, you get all of these. You get 1 metre of orange, 1 metre of white, 1 metre of pastel yellow, 1 metre of ballerina pink, 1 metre of hot pink, 1 metre of grass green, 1 metre of black, 1 metre of pastel green, and 1 metre of
Peacock?
Is it?
Peacock.
It's peacock. There you go, peacock. If in doubt, ask somebody from Crafters. Right, that should be £62.91. Should be £62.91. However, today, £48.93. So you're getting 2 bolts for free. Now, would that one go with there and that one go with there? I know they come Lego. So you get all of those for 48. So how many is that? That's what, 9 metres of fabric. 9 metres of fabric for £48.93. And it's lovely quality cotton. I'd say this was Indian cotton. Hang on a sec. Let me have a look. Oh, it doesn't say. I'd say, oh yeah, manufactured in India. Yeah, it feels like lovely Indian cotton, that one. So there you go. So you get the blue, the orange, the green, the black, the white, the pink, and the pastel green, the pastel lemon, and the pastel pink, the ballerina pink there. All of those, 9 metres of fabric for £48.93. You saw Becky using that one, and that one earlier on the what's it quilt, didn't you? The kaleidoscope quilt. How brilliant is that price? Now, they are all available by themselves. Are we going to go through them, or are we going to send them to the website? Right, shall we do one so they know how much they are? Let's just put one through. I'm just going to do black. One, right? It's not my favourite, but it was the nearest one. Right, this is so you know, right? You can buy one on its own for £6.99. Now, what you need to do is go to the website, press Watch Live, go underneath, and it's on the pre-order section. Coming up on today's show, it's on that section there. There they are, there they are. What we'll do in the next break, or sometime, Ben will let us know, he'll transfer them over to today's show. Very low quantities on all of them though. But won't you, Ben? You'll pass them all over into the Today show. Right, brilliant. That's lovely. Which colour do you want? I'll just go through them again. So you've got your pastel green. You've got your ballerina pink. You've got your lemon, pastel lemon, hot pink, white, peacock, orange, grass, black. So if you buy them as a bundle like that, you pay $48.93. Buy them individually, they're $6.99 each. There's a metre on each bolt there. And on this bundle, you're getting 2 meters for free. Okay, so that was that one. So I've introduced that one. I'll put that one there. Now, let me introduce these. So these are your quilting pattern guides, like rulers, quilting rulers, so you can do different shapes. Now, these are a bundle of 3, plus you get your clips in it as well. So this one here is your apple core. This one here is your orange peel. This one here is your circles. Then if you look really closely, I don't know if we can we get in on that, Charlie? Just shows you all the different things you can do with this ruler. Can you see those? There you go, brilliant. Ooh. Oh, okay, that's not your price. That's not your price. So you get all 3 of these plus your clips. Okay, let's have a look. 3 of those plus your clips. It'll say above the top. Is it half price? Hang on, what was it? Oh, I've lost YouTube.
Yeah, almost half price.
Not
isn't
YouTube,
it?
Facebook, sorry. Almost half price. Almost half price.
That's a really good deal.
There we go. We're back on. We're back on. Your YouTube's gone off, but it's back now. It's back now, princess. It's back on now, princess. Don't know what happened there. $32.99. You get all 3 of those rulers. Now, because of where our sewing machine is, we haven't got that camera again. What we are going to show you how these work, but we're going to show you the shapes that it creates rather than the actual, we'll talk about how you do it on your machine, but we'll just show you the shapes that it makes. $32.99, you get all 3 of those, plus you get the little packet of clips. $32.99. Loads in baskets, loads in baskets. Okay, yeah, I'm back on now, yeah. Everything's back on now. Oh, except I've lost. Yes, I'm there, there. There's something wrong with these, because I just kept doing this the other day, and I kept swapping them over, and it carries on doing it. Right, let me introduce something else to you. The fabric cutter. You know how much I love these. These are brilliant. This is your ruler and your guillotine all in one. Becky's going to use it later, so I'm not going to do a demo. Should be $59.99. Oh, £9 off. £9 off. Oh, what's that? 15%. 15% off. I know. Becky will show you how it works later on. I'm just showing you everything's for sale, then we can carry on with the different demos. I've got 2 cutting mats here.
You need a bigger table, John.
I need a bigger table.
You need a bigger table.
I certainly do. I've got now I've got this one, and I've got this one. Which one would you like first? Little one first, then. There you go. That's A2. So it folds in half, so it's easy to stash away when you finish your sewing. It's what's the word I'm looking for?
Self-healing.
Self-healing. Thank you. You all knew what I meant there. 60-degree, 45-degree lines. You've got inches on there, and then don't flip it over. Just the inches on this one. Should be, okay. Should be $29.99. £25.49. £25.49. That's that one. That's the double. That's that one. But look, they always say, don't they, get the biggest cutting mat you can for your space. Look at this. Oof. Yeah, look. There you go. 45-degree line, 60-degree line. You've got the inches on there. Should be $49.99. How much? $42.49. That one goes to $42.49. Beautiful. So that you can have the joy of a big cutting mat, but then when you pack away at the end of the day, it folds up nicely. Slide it down between the bookshelf or something like that.
Not behind the radiator like my mum does.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I know. Can't take her anywhere.
I was going to say your mum should know better.
I know, yeah. Well,
You know, mum's a costume designer. I know.
Or was.
Was.
Many years ago.
No, but once you are
But
one,
yeah,
you'll
that's
always,
very true.
always one. Yeah. Righto. Then I need to just introduce the sprays. Got a bundle of 2. So Becky, what's the difference between stick and spray and stick and stay?
So the orange one is your stick and stay. That is a permanent adhesive. So once you've sprayed it on, you need to heat it with an iron to make it permanent. The other one is like a basting
Yeah,
spray.
that's like your 505 spray, that one. 14, oh, that's good, 14.38. That's already got your money off, because they should be more than that. Right, if you want to get any of them on their own, they're £7.99 individually. But if you buy them 2 together, £14.38. Right, Gemini machine that we had earlier. Now the deal with this is Sarah's done your deal where this big part isn't part of the deal because you get this anyway. You get all your plates, everything you need to go with that, but you also get all of these lovely dies of cute little animals. I think it's 60, did we say 67? 63. 63, they come automatically with it. Plus you get your little purple clips as your free gift from Sarah. £179.99. Then I'm going through everything so that although you can start buying on all of them, we've got the fabric plates. We've got a special deal on the fabric plates today. Oh, are they sold out? These always sell out when we do them singularly. One left. There's one of those. Basically, you're getting all 4. You get this packet and this packet. It's got 4 of them in. 37.48. There they are. That's sold out. Sold out. Sold out. Then we've got the builder block, which should be $99.99. This one does your squares, your half square triangles, and your quarter square triangles in a variety of sizes. They don't all do all the sizes. You just need to check which ones they do. But there's, you know, $79.99. And then from that, you need Builder Block Plus, which are your rectangles, your isosceles triangles, and your half rectangle triangles. $79.99. I've got both of these. Now, very quickly, before we get on with the sewing, let's just check how the tape's doing. Right. Make sure you check out, make sure you check out, make sure you check out. Loads have gone. You get all 9. You get 9, not just the 3 I'm showing you. You get 9. You get 3 packets of 3 in there for £9.98. Hundreds of those have gone today. Absolutely hundreds of those. Right. What are we doing?
I thought I'd do a bit of sewing.
Okay then, perfect. Are we going to need the die cutter?
We will do, yeah. So we're going
to
to have a look at the original builder block.
Oh, actually, do you know what we also need to do?
Yep.
We need to talk about the rulers as well at some point.
Yeah.
So we'll do the cutting and sewing first,
and then we'll do the rulers afterwards.
Okay, brilliant.
So we're going to use the original builder block, and I'm also going to show you the builder block plus, which is the one that you can, the 2 that you get here. Now, they will interchange. So there are some designs in the Builder Block Plus in the little booklet that you need the Builder Block original for.
Right.
So it does, just mix and match, and it does sort of open up a whole different world of different designs that perhaps in the previously you wouldn't have necessarily gone for. Thanks for that, John.
That's all right, sorry.
So I'm going to show you a few samples. So if you watched some shows over last year, so this is one of the projects that we did. So this is just using squares and half square triangles. So that's just using the original builder block. So something like that is really simple and achievable, but you can see how many squares you've got there to cut. It would be a nightmare if you had to do them by hand. Again, here's another design. This one's really, really cool with all those
nice.
change it almost like a weaving kind of effect you've got in here. Again, squares, half square triangles is what you're going to be doing on that. And the beauty of using the builder block that we keep telling you before is the fact that you don't have to worry about things being cut out correctly, because they're just going to go through the machine. Everything is going to cut exactly the same. You're not going to have situations where you're using your rotary cutter and everything slips. That's just not going to happen. And then this is a sample of something using the Builder Block Plus. So you've got half square triangles, squares, and you've also got some rectangles in there. So showing you the different types of things that you could do with both of those different designs.
Brilliant.
So we'll show you what you're going to be getting in here. So you had a quick sneaky peek earlier on today.
So this is your Builder Block
This is your
the one
original
I'd
builder
start
block.
with. If you're only
Yes.
going to buy one, buy the builder block.
Yeah, absolutely, totally agree with you. The amount you could do with those squares and half square triangles, quarter square triangles is huge.
Yes.
I mean, you can see from the piece here, this side of the box, actually it gives you an example of so many different designs that you can have
just
here.
coming in there.
Huge amount of different designs, and you can see more of these on the website. You can have a look at them on Pinterest and stuff like that, but you'll really find actually you can start making loads and loads of different designs. And I think if you're just starting off doing patchwork and you're a bit nervous, this is the one to go for.
Yes, definitely.
So in here, ooh, falling apart. There you go. You're going to get these little drawers in here. Each one of these little drawers has got different shapes in there. You've got this little map at the front, which shows you the different designs you've got there, and they're all nestled nicely within here, which does mean that you don't get them all jumbled up. If you're like me and I throw my dies into a box, I don't do that with these ones. I do that with my papercraft ones because these all come nicely presented, and I am being a little bit, you do want to keep them nice and where you want them to be. And you're going to be getting your little booklet in here, which shows you how to cut everything out. So if you've never sewn things before and you don't know about the grain line, it talks about the grain line, how you need to line up those different shapes against the grain line, and that becomes really important when you're starting to use curves. And as you go through here, it will show you all those different designs, and it'll also show you how to put them together as well. So we've tried to make it as simple as possible for people to see how they can put things together. Now when you start using the Builder Block Plus, it's the same system. It's got different shapes, and in the little booklet it will show you different designs that you can use by using both of those different Builder Block Plus and the Builder Block Original. Brilliant. So what we're going to do is which one was I start doing? It was this one, the roll of the dice, which I thought was quite a cool design here. So if I want to do a 12-inch block, it tells me here I need 3.5 inch squares. I need 8 of those, and 16 3.5 half square triangles. Now obviously you've got to work out what colours you need, how many of each colour you need to cut out. So once again, I just sort of sit down and I'll scribble on a post-it note next to here how many everything I need to cut out. I do all my cutting first of all, and then I use takeaway containers to put them all together, so I know where everything is. But I always cut too many because like we said, the dogs run away with them. Is what happens. So I'm going to be using some of our fabrics that we've got on the show today. So we've got some black, we've got some of the cream, and we've got some of the, I want to say sea foam, but I'm not sure that's right. I think that was our old colour, was sea foam. I think it's pale green. Yes. That colour here, but I thought those colours worked really well. So I want to find half square triangles, and I want to find squares as well. So in my little box, I'm going to find the squares. I think is that the one I've been using? Who knows? Let's have a look. I think that's the right size, 3.5 inches. Make sure all of mine go back in the right place. And then I'm also going to need my half square triangles. And again, I want 3.5 inches. So falling apart. Looking on here, I can see my 3.5 inch one is this one over here. So you've got this little map on here, but it does make it easier if you do write on the actual packaging what sizes everything is. Okay. So we're going to cut a few bits and pieces out of here. So again, like we said before, if you're going to be cutting I was going to be doing this at home, I would have probably cut this piece of fabric a little smaller, and I would have made sure everything was quite sharp when I iron it to make sure it's all in the right place. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that one here, and then I'll be able to flip that one over and do some more over that way, like that. So I'm going to use my fabric plates. But of course you can, if you haven't got the fabric plates, you can use the ordinary plates that come with the machine. It's not going to be a problem. So I'm going to be using my clear plate, my fabric plate, my fabric, and my die with a flat piece facing upwards. So this bit with the little lip is a bit that's going to cut the fabric. It's not sharp, it's just when it goes through the power of the Gemini, it will then cut that, press that against there. So I'm only cutting 4 layers of fabric in that one, because I want to flip it over and do another 4 on the other side to get the best use out of that fabric. And then let's have a look for the square. Let's try to minimise the wastage fabric. I think I could probably do 6 here. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work.
Lovely.
And then you just need to find some low tack tape, which I've hidden at the bottom of my bag. So well done if you've managed to get some of this tape, because it really does make a big difference. You will find if you use other tape, brown tape in particular, it's really difficult to get off.
Oh, is it?
You know, 'cause that's like really strong kind of parcel tape, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, you mean the wide one, yeah?
Yeah, that one that you need to use
No.
box construction. That's going to be, it's probably going to be there for a while. So we've got our clear plate, our fabric plate, we've got our fabric, the die facing down, we've secured it with a couple of pieces of tape, other fabric plate over the top, and then your clear bread over the top of that.
Lovely.
I like having an assistant. Yeah, you are very glamorous. I'd like to see you in more spangles. No, like a sequin, like.
Oh no, I was going to wear a
shimmy.
sparkly shirt today.
What, in honour of Stuart's birthday?
Yes, yeah.
How come you didn't?
Well, I forgot to press it before I came in.
Maybe it's a bit early for sequins as well. Sequins is more of an evening
yeah.
thing. Thank you very much.
No, sequins for any time.
I feel like that about glitter. There was someone saying, I wish it could rain glitter. That would be lovely, wouldn't it? It would be brilliant.
Well, that'd be everywhere.
I know,
Everywhere.
exactly. There's nothing better than talking to somebody in like a business setting and realising they've still got glitter on their face from when they went out previously. I find that hilarious. So we've cut those out here. Now, because I want to try and minimise the use of the wastage, I'm going to put that one in here and run that through the Gemini again. So you can just see that I'm not wasting any of my fabric. Thank you, John.
Cute.
So I've got my squares down here. So I've got a little bit of waste here, but not very much. And generally less waste than you would do if you were using a rotary cutter.
Oh!
That was just the cable coming out.
That was it's when it went through the the machine.
It's odd, isn't it?
You know, when it cut the fabric, it popped, and I obviously hadn't pushed the wire in far enough.
Lovely, thanks, John. And then we've got those other triangles that we've cut here. So you can see I've not wasted very much here. I'll trim that piece off, and then you've got very little wastage on here doing those little triangles. So that does minimise the amount of waste that you're going to be using. Then what we're going to do is we're going to start putting these together. So we want to put the what we want to do is we want to have some triangles together. So triangles in black and also triangles in cream, so they will look like this is what we're going to do. So we've done a couple already like that, and then we've also got some squares here as well. So the squares in cream and also in the turquoise colour. So I'm going to start putting that all together. Now I'm using one of the mats that we've got on the show today. These are brilliant because if you're going to be going to a class or something, because they fold up, it does make a really big difference. They're easy to clean as well, and like John was saying, really easy to store, and that does make a big difference. So how are we going to put this together? You can see here we've got our little two squares together, and then we've got two pieces with the triangles, those half square triangles that go together as well. And that section there, that little piece here, that's what we're going to make. We're going to make 4 of those, and we're going to sew all of those together, and that is going to make that whole block here. So I'm going to put those together now. So I want that piece there, and I want that one going like that. So right sides together, and because we've taken into account our seam allowance, that's already been taken into account when those dies have been put together, you just need to use your 1/4 inch seam allowance to stitch through here. So again, using my my little 1/4 inch sitting foot, I think it makes things easier. Just make sure that they're all aligned. I haven't got my pins out, which is very remiss of me.
You haven't got your what?
Didn't get my pins out. They're at the bottom of my bag somewhere.
Oh, in the other room or in here?
No, in here somewhere, I think.
There's pins there. I mean, we can always...
That's all right. No, I can manage
You're
without
right,
them.
sure?
Yeah, it's fine. It's because they're small pieces, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. So we'll just stitch that little piece together there.
Lost your scissors now.
I have. You know, I bring so much stuff with me.
You and Stuart alike.
I know. Well, you just sort of think, I never really know if someone says, oh, actually, could you show what this is? Because that's the beauty of being, you know, people being able to message in, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, I like to think, well, I've got a little bit of everything in my bag, just in case, for Justin.
And also, you do only have 3 minutes for Stuart to go out and you to come in and set up and everything.
It always is a little bit quick when we rush in. It doesn't give you very much time. I'm just going to give that a really, really quick press. And then we're then going to put these two pieces together. So this is the two squares, and then you've got those half square triangles. And then put those together like so. And then stitch with that 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Oh, I am being too fast with that foot. I'll just have to fix that. So you can see then I've done that little piece here, and then it's just a question of getting the other 4 that I've put together already and making sure they're in the right place. So we want to have them be
I'm always
like
amazed
this.
when I first started at Sewing Quarter, and I used to think, oh, this quilting lark, it's just sewing squares together, isn't it? And amazed at how, just from sewing squares and triangles together, you can create so many different patterns, can't
I
you?
think it's a, you know, and I always used to think patchwork is a bit of an old-fashioned kind of thing.
No.
And actually, you know, you look at some of the quilts at Festival of Quilts, and my goodness, they are incredible. And there's so many different things. But I always thought, you know, little squares and floral fabric was what I thought of patchwork. I didn't really realise how many different things you could do. But you can see here, that is how you're going to be making that design. And that looks really effective, just from those two different shapes. So this is the thing that you can make with that original builder block that we've got over here. So the next thing we're going to have a look at is we're going to look at the Builder Block Plus. So I'm going to show you some things with that one.
Okay.
So Builder Block Plus, where did I put you?
There.
Oh yeah, thanks John. So Builder Block Plus, in this one you have got your half rectangle triangles.
Yeah, it's always difficult to say that one, isn't it?
It doesn't feel natural. You've got your rectangles down here, and you've also got your isosceles triangles here. So I wanted to show you a few samples of the type of thing you can make with that particular one. So, a few samples.
Just a few.
Just a few. But you can see here, it is a myriad of different things you can do with these. So, I mean, we've only used solid fabrics with these, but you can, you know, you're making like a beautiful Harlequin kind of outfit. You could do all sorts of different things just using tones of colours. You can almost make sort of faceted jewels with these. So many different designs, so many different things you can do. And the fact is they all come out perfectly because you're using the builder block dies. So you know that they're all going to match up. And one of the things I found quite difficult when I first started doing patchwork was making sure my points worked okay.
Right.
You know, because you know you've got to make sure your triangles look neat, don't
Especially
you?
when you do them on such like contrasting fabrics like that. You know, if you're doing two florals, you can sort of get away with it.
You can hide it a little bit,
Yeah.
can't you, with a patterned fabric? But it becomes more difficult when you're using these plain fabrics. But you can see all of those different types of designs that you can do. So that is using your Builder Block Plus.
Yeah.
Then you could do things by using both. So these are some designs that we've got using both the Builder Block Plus and the original Builder Block. So this one, you've got squares that obviously come from the original, and then you've got these half rectangle
triangles
in there, and that makes a really cool design.
Yeah.
These ones obviously very, very simple with those squares and those rectangles, but you can see all those different designs. So these are, you know, they're the triangles and squares and half square triangles, quarter square triangles, they are your bread and butter.
Yeah.
And then the other ones are your seasoning, I reckon.
Yeah.
Because they do, you know, they work together beautifully with each other. They create these incredible designs.
Yeah.
And it really does mean that you can really easily get started in making something that you really want to have, rather than get sort of tied up with all of the, you know, the fiddling around, the cutting and all that sort of thing. So I can have a go at putting something together on this one.
Go on then.
Yeah, do you want me to do something?
Go on then.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look and see what fabrics we've got. Let's do something that involves, let's have a look over here at the front. How about the Ninja Star?
Yeah.
So we're going to be using isosceles triangles, and we're going to be using half rectangle triangles. So I'll do them in the biggest size. I always think it's easier to see when you do the really big size on the show. So I'm going to do this from scratch. So I've not pre-cut any of my fabric. I've not got any of my fabric ready. I am just going to literally just do it from scratch. I'm going to use a fabric cutter that we've got on the show to show you how that works.
Oh yeah, brilliant.
Because that is really quite handy. If you don't want to get out your rotary cutter and a ruler, or if perhaps you can't use a rotary cutter and a ruler.
Well, if you want to do straight lines, I think it's just brilliant.
I think it's great for doing little strips because everything moves if you're doing little strips. So I'm going to get my fabric out here. So this is what your fabric cutter looks like. Actually, I'm going to turn that round this way so it can all fit in perfectly. Now you've got lots of measurements on here, and what you've got here is you've got your blade. Now your blade is a rotary blade, and it comes out. Hopefully you can just see. It comes out. It unscrews here. It works just like an ordinary rotary blade, and it can be replaced very easily as well. So here. It's sort of housed in this place here. It's only when you push down that the blade actually comes to the edge. I wouldn't recommend children using it, but you can just see it when you don't have any pressure on it, the blade just lifts up, but then it goes down like this.
And don't pick it up if you're picking it up off the floor or anywhere. Don't pick it up using that blade bit, because if you squidge it, the blade's going to come down. So if you grab it to lift it up, the blade will come out.
I love that. Squidge it. Don't squidge it. All right, let's use some of the bright fabrics. So I want some fabric. This piece here is quite large. So if I put that on my here, you can see that's sort of I'd say 6-7 inches. I need to cut as a strip of fabric. So we're going to take the fabric here.
Me.
Now this is you get a 1 metre piece of fabric. It's your normal width. So it's folded over into 4 here. I can't, I like things that make that life easy. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that I'm just going to cut through all those 4 layers of fabric, because I don't want to be fiddling around cutting through less fabric than more fabric than I actually need. Now I'm just going to line up. Now I'm not looking at the measurements on my mat. I'm looking at the measurements on this. So what I want to do is I want to trim this edge so it's nice and neat to get started. So I'm just going to line everything up against that line at the bottom here, and then I press down here, and that will trim away all those little pieces down the side. Might just make it a little bit more here, like that, just to get rid of that extra bit. So you can see that cuts through those layers, no problem at all. You've got through 4 layers of fabric. You can cut through certainly a lot more. It just makes it really, really simple and easy. Now I want to cut 7 inches worth of fabric. So what I want to do is I'm going to move this piece of fabric through, like this, and this outside. So I've got that nice straight edge, and I want to line that straight edge up by that 7-inch marker on here. So let's get that nice and easy. So 7 inches is, so if I was doing this at home, I'd be using my big mat. My extra large mat. Here, so I'm just lining that up. So I'm lining up against the fold of the fabric down here, and also that edge that I've already cut, and then I just pull across. Oh, didn't quite catch that little bit there. That must have moved underneath. I was pressing it down. You can see there, that's cut that piece of fabric, no problem at all, apart from that little bit that I squidged. So I know that piece of fabric is going to be the right width for me to use when I'm cutting out. Oh, it's a daisy.
Cut it.
Thanks, John. What would I do without John?
Well,
You know?
nobody's irreplaceable.
So we've got our fabric here, and I just want to fold it over and see how many I can get out of this piece here. So I want 4, but like I say, I like to make sure I've got extra if I can.
Yeah.
I'll cut 4 for the moment, and then I'm just going to use that one for those bits down there. So I'm going to trim with my scissors. I'm just going to trim that edge here to make it nice and simple. And then again, I could use my cutter if I wanted to, but it's such a small piece of fabric, I might just as well use my scissors to trim that.
Yeah.
And then that's going to go through the Gemini. Then we want to use these pieces here to cut this. So I probably can I fold them over and manage them that way? Ooh, no, not quite. So what I can do is I can run it through the machine like this, and then I can flip it over and do the other side. But I also want another piece of fabric in a different colour. For that as well. So I'm going to go for the pink. I'm going to cut a piece of pink fabric round about the same kind of size as this. So I'm just going to do it by eye. Eye. John, what, are you going to wear your sparkly outfit for when you go to this party?
No. Oh no.
Oh no, it's a bit posh for that, isn't it?
It's a bit Islington-y. I'll just be in all black.
Oh,
I think.
Nice.
Oh no, don't wear tux. It's not that kind of party. No, it'll be very arty, creative. It won't be tuxes.
You'll be taking advantage of Naked Work Day or whatever it's called.
Oh no, because that's part. Oh no, because that's tomorrow. Oh, what day is it tomorrow? No, the party's not till Saturday. I'm here on Saturday morning. Then I've got to drive up to Francesca's in London, get ready, and then we'll go to the party from there. And then I've got busy day on Sunday as well, so it'll be lovely.
You're such a social butterfly, John.
Well, you've got to. You see, I wasn't. I was very, very strict during lockdown. I didn't really leave the village apart from to come here. So I've got to try and make up for all that time, haven't I? Really.
You do. And I think it's quite nice to get back into the swing of things, isn't it?
Yes.
I have some friends who have only really recently started actually seeing anybody.
Yeah.
They weren't going out at all, and then you become quite. I can't find my low-tack tape.
Oh, I've got loads of it here.
You're lucky because not many people do.
No, hundreds of people have bought it today. Oh, I've had to rip the packet a bit more. Never mind.
No. Well,
you can have that one.
Oh, thanks, John. He's kind, isn't he?
Well, because I know a lot of people aren't going out, but also yesterday? I had to go and have my bloods done at the doctor's yesterday.
Yeah.
And I noticed, first of all, in the last year, however many times ago, there's only been like two or three cars in the car park. Couldn't get in, and it's only a little village practice sort of thing. Couldn't get in the car park.
Oh.
All the cars went up and out and onto Goose Lane and everything like that. Eventually got in, right? No sanitizer, no screens, no nothing. It's like, and none of the doctors, last week I went in and all the doctors had masks on. This week, nobody had a mask on. So it's kind of like, it's almost like, oh, it's finished now, it's over.
Well, I think it's almost, it's almost quite odd for us to remember what it was like, actually, because, we forget, don't we? And I think, you were saying probably you were travelling for work, whereas lots of people weren't. And I remember travelling up and not seeing anything on the road.
Well, I was at Crafters at the beginning of it.
Oh yes, of course.
So the night that Boris said you can't leave your house or whatever, I was in that hotel round the corner, the Country Manor Hotel, whatever it's called. There was me and the receptionist and nobody else in the hotel.
Wow.
And I went and said, can I have any food? She went, no, bar's shut. No food, no nothing. So I was just sitting in this room, and then Sunny, gorgeous Sunny, I used to deal with you. I rang up saying, "Well, am I doing the show tomorrow? Am I going home?" And she was like, "No, you're coming in to do the show." And I was like, "Oh, okay then." So and then that was it. And then I drove home the next day, and the motorway was like eerily quiet.
Very strange. Yeah. I don't think we'll ever quite sort of experience that again. No. Let's hope not. Anyway, it was quite a weird.
I kind of enjoy. I thought the thing is, I thought it was going to be for a couple of weeks. So I quite enjoyed myself, but then I became like I did all the newspapers for the people in the village because my village average age is about 95, so everybody stayed in. So I was delivering papers and milk and going to collect prescriptions because I'm one of the youngsters in the village. I know, me, young, and I was loving it, taking people's orders and delivering around the houses and everything.
It was quite, it was almost like the Blitz spirit, really, isn't it? Or how I imagine the Blitz spirit was. We had a little group somebody set up a sort of WhatsApp kind of group in our street, and they said, anyone that's still isolating other people, go and get your shopping for you.
Oh yeah, we had that in our village as well.
We got it really early. We got it before all the lockdowns happened.
Oh, okay.
So and the thing I really wanted to eat was cheese, because obviously you can't taste anything, and I wanted something. So people going out and doing shopping for each other, and it was great. It was
all of that
a nice
was really lovely,
kind of thing, isn't it? But yeah, I don't think I want to do that again.
No. Mind you, I've got one friend, and she didn't I won't say any names at all, because you'll know who it is. She didn't really get the hang of it, so she said, because at one point you could take your dog out for a walk, and you could sort of meet people outside. But she was meeting 12 people outside, and then they were going around to each took it in turns to cook lunch.
Oh.
And I was like, no, you're not allowed to do that. You can go walking outside, but you can't go near them. You definitely can't be in their house. And she's like, oh, yeah, we take it in turns to cook the lunch and everything. And when they went to her house, she's got a swimming pool, they'd all be swimming. And you're like, you're definitely not allowed to do that.
No, definitely not.
But I was really, really strict, and obviously I was doing a lot of the scrubs bags with a lot of you and everybody. And I'd go around to Dulcie's house, and literally we'd sit like diagonally across from each other in the garden, because it was a beautiful summer, wasn't it?
It was.
And I'd deliver the bags there, put them down. She'd leave them for a couple of days, and she'd open them, and it was weird. It was just such a weird thing, wasn't it?
It was a very strange thing. So we've cut. Definitely don't want to go through that again.
No.
So I've cut out my pieces. I've cut out all the pieces I need to make that 12-inch block. So this is how they're going to go together. So I'm going to show you if I can fix this machine, because this has come loose again. I'm just going to.
Is that yours or ours?
It's yours, but I don't think I didn't screw it up properly last time.
I blame Becky.
I should have taken it back. Which Becky though?
No. Oh yes, you're both Becky's. Yeah, that Becky. So you could have got away with that then. She's nodding, going, yeah, it's my fault. You all right?
Yeah, and I might need to find a little screwdriver. Where is the little screwdriver? Hold on a minute. Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. I don't know my left from my right, and it's this way. Isn't that awful? I don't know my left from my right.
Righty-tighty.
Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. That's the way you pull, you turn a screwdriver.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, or a door handle. Yeah, do you not?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I've never heard that before. But then I don't think I've ever screwed a screw before in my life. That's a fib. I'll put pictures. Oh, no, they're not screws, are they? They're nails.
Right, that's done. That's fine. That'll do until the end. Right, so we're going to put these right sides together. Well, it doesn't really matter right sides together, wrong sides together, because it's plain fabric. But you can see, because we had those dog ears cut off, you can see that much clearer on these large pieces of fabric, how they perfectly match up. You wouldn't be able to tell that there's two pieces of fabric on top of each other here. And that, again, is the beauty of using the Gemini, because everything has been sort of cut to precision, so you're not going to have to worry about it. It's going to make it nice and easy for you to stitch together. And I always think the stitching is the fun bit, the bit that we all enjoy. That's the bit we want to get on and do as much as possible.
Yeah.
So I've got this bit here. So I'll just finger press that for the moment, like that. And then we've got this other piece which is going to go here. So quite often with these things, you're putting these triangles, putting these angles together, but you're actually making small squares together. So if you do get a bit confused and think, actually, I'm not sure if this is the right way round. Does it look like a square? If it doesn't look like a square, you've probably done it wrong.
Yeah.
So just stitch across here. And then that is that first part of that ninja star. And obviously you just need to cut. You've already cut all your pieces. You just need to sew your other 4 sections in exactly the same way, and then stitch those together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this down here, and then you can see that is that first part of that ninja star. So if we carry on doing all of these in that same way, they're all going to look like this.
Yeah.
You're just going to be turning them at slightly different angles in order to get that kind of star pattern that you've got down here. But this is just something else that you can make, another design that you can make with the Builder Block Plus. But if you go through here, you'll see for this one here, which is a faceted jewel, you just need to use the original Builder Block, because you're going to be using half square triangles for that one as well. And then you'll be able to create all these other different designs. So really, really clever pieces of kit.
Oh no, definitely. I wonder if they're going to do a Builder Block Plus.
I don't know.
Just mean, is there anything else?
What shapes would you want in that
Well, yeah,
one?
I suppose so. I don't know. No, because we covered everything, really.
I think we have. maybe suggestions. Maybe we could put that out. No, are there other shapes people want?
Yes,
you
definitely.
know, let us know.
Definitely.
Hexagons, I suppose.
Text us in. What?
Hexagons.
Hexes. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
hexes would be brilliant.
Yeah.
In fact, hexes would be brilliant if you could cut your papers and your fabrics.
We do
You do the little ones,
We do
don't
have the
you?
little
But-
ones, yeah, but something a bit bigger, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
I'll suggest that,
Yeah,
to
okay.
Leanne.
And then
take
I'll
that.
have 50%. Tell Sarah I want 50%.
No, I'll just take it's all my idea.
All right then. Right, these are the graphic that's in at the moment. How many are left? Right. Okay, there's all right. We're all right because Ian's overbought now. We've got loads of those left. Right now, before I go on to the quilting guides, I just want to remind you about the fabric bundle here. Each of these is a metre, right? Each of these are a metre, right? So you get the pale green, pastel green, ballerina pink, pastel yellow, hot pink, white, black. Then you get the apple green, the grass green. You get the orange punch. Oh, I didn't see that orange punch, and the flamingo. No,
Peacock.
Why can't I get that one? Peacock. Look at the price, $48.93. $48.93 for 9 meters. Each of these is a metre, not a half metre. Each of those is a metre of fabric. Over half today's stock is gone. Right, and then we've got the same in baskets. They'll be sold out. Today's stock will be sold out if you all check out. Right, let's move on. Are you ready?
Nearly.
So I'll introduce them then to these, right? These apple core, orange peel, or circles. These are quilting pattern guides. It's a bundle of 3. Plus you can't buy them individually on the web, but why would you when you're getting them at that price? And you also get the clips in there as a little gifty too. Beautiful. So now what are they, you're saying? Well, what they are is they're to help you to do your fancy quilting, aren't they?
They are.
Right.
They're to help you to help yourselves. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay, then go
so
on then.
if you want the kind of effect that you get from long arm quilting, you could do that with your normal sewing machine by using these guides. And what these guides are, they are an acrylic that you need to put your machine embroidery foot against, and you just follow it through. Now, there are different types of machine embroidery feet that you can get. The one that comes automatically with the Brother machine is oval. Which doesn't work with this. You need something circular. You can buy an ordinary foot to go with it. The feet look a bit like this. So this is one that I've got, which has got a spring. I happen to know you have this on the website.
Is that Pars?
Yes.
And we sell that one.
Yep.
We sell that one.
So this is one that I've had for years with a little spring in it. They don't all have springs, but you want something that's got a circular bit, not a oval. And not a sort of a weird oval kind of shape either. You want something circular, weird oval. That's what I call them. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you the kind of things that you can make. So this is the apple core. These are some of the designs that you can create with these. So these are just standard samples. I've also got some samples of actual quilts using these, but you can get these really effective shapes from using these. Now it just takes a little bit of practice. What I would suggest you do is you warm up your shoulders, because that's what you really need to do.
And relax, sit down and relax.
Yeah, and relax. Now what you may find here, you can see here we've drawn some lines in here. We've basically drawn some grid lines just to allow us to work out where everything is. It just makes it a little bit easier. Now the guides look like this. These are...
So is this the apple core one?
This is the apple core one. Can I see it under? Can you see it? Can you see it there? So it looks a little bit like a flattened mushroom, this particular one, doesn't it? These are slightly frosted, these plastic, these acrylic shapes, and they're slightly frosted to give a little bit of grip on your machine. So what you want to do is you want to change your foot on your machine, and you want to drop the feed dogs, because you're basically going to be moving the fabric with the thing on top. So your machine foot sort of slots into this. And as you sort of move it around, it's going to be hugging
So obviously the sewing machine's not moving like this, but you're moving the fabric, and it goes around here, but you can see it just slots in here. Now if you're using something that's not circular, it won't hug the edges of that properly. So you've got 3 different sizes with this. So this is the apple core one. I'll also show you the other designs that we've got on the show.
I don't understand how you get an apple core shape from that bit of thing there.
Now what I'm going to do, I'll show you here. I've just got pieces of paper. I'm going to fold them to give me a line to work from.
Right.
So I'm just going to fold these like this. Now, obviously, if you're going to be doing this with your fabric, you would be using something to mark up the grid lines using some tailor's chalk or a heat erasable pen. But just to show you, because it's quite difficult to show this on a machine.
Crafters they still do that spider web ruler,
yes.
which do all these lines for you.
They
put all the lines onto your fabric. You put it on your fabric, you draw through it, and it marks up all the lines.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got these little grid lines down here, so you can make sure you're putting things in the right place. The temptation when you're using this is to put your, where you're going to start your stitching, that's where you're going to be putting your line, and that's not what you want to do. What you want to do is you want to measure up these little lines here, and so you basically when you start at this point down here, it's actually below that sewing line. So pretend this is my sewing machine and my fabric, and this is my needle, and it's hugging around here like this, and I come to a stop here. Now if you were doing this on the machine, obviously you'd want to make sure that your needle stays down, and then you're just going to be moving your fabric and moving this around so it matches up. Again, you're going to be using that little line, and you're going to be carrying on and creating that design. So that's how you get those kind of shapes. But you can obviously use these different designs to create all sorts of different patterns. So that is your apple core. The next one is your circles.
Now you get all 3 of these in the bundle, all 3 of them in the bundle for $32.99.
This one, just circles, but overlapping them, and you're doing them in exactly the same way that you've got these little shapes that you're just stitching around, and you're making sure that you're using your foot, the correct foot. You're making sure your needle is down, so every time you stop stitching, your needle stays in your fabric, so you're able to move everything around. And you can see very faintly we've still got some grid lines on here, and that's what we've done. This one I think looks really cool, having all these different sort of almost like bubbles, isn't it, having those kind of there. This kind of thing here with those nesting circles that you've got here. Again, going across to create flowers, all those different designs that you can do.
On each of them, you can do 3 different sizes. You can do 3 different size apple cores, you can do 3 different size circles, you can do 3 different size orange peels.
Yeah, you can. Then this one here is your orange peel, and you can see here. Now, if I show you how this would have worked, you would have started off stitching here, kept your needle in place, then you would have sort of turned everything round, you'd have stitched the other side here, and then you would have then moved across, done your sort of slightly smaller one. You created this kind of variegated kind of flower, almost quite a contemporary looking flower rather than kind of traditional kind of looking flowers. But those are how they've been created. This one here, this is almost creating that kind of fish kind of look, stitching across one side, keeping your needle over here, flipping that round, stitching across down here, and then doing the same across here as well. You can, if you wanted to, if you didn't want to use these for sort of, these are meant for hugging, but if you didn't want to use them for hugging, if you didn't have one of these, or you want to give it a whirl, and you haven't got a machine embroidery foot, you could of course mark them with your pens and then stitch.
And then either free motion them or just stitch it.
Yeah, you could do that. So there's lots of different options here, and it just opens up different types of designs that we wouldn't have been able to do very easily. I mean, this is really cool. Well, you could
do them, but you'd end up being all wonky and you wouldn't get them a regular shape or anything.
Absolutely. So I'm going to show you a few finished
very quickly.
quilts, so you can see what these look like once they're actually on a quilt, because obviously that, showing them on those little samples is one thing, but you want to see how these look in their actual place. So you could be making a really simple quilt just with those squares, but then with all of that quilting on there, that looks really superior, doesn't it? It really does look a fantastic item for you to give, and it finishes everything off. You know, with a lot of the samples that we make, we're just showing you the patchwork side. We're not showing you the actual quilting side. But you know, again, with this one, this was the clamshell one, which we haven't got on the show, but you can see how that looks with that particular one. This one is the circles. Which I think is lovely, really, really pretty. Very kind of almost sort of 60s kind of feel to that. It's a little bit Austin Powers, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Right, do I need to wrap anything up? Do I need to read? What's the word I'm looking for?
What are you saying, John?
Huh? I don't know. I'm going. I thought of going home now. I've got another hour. Becky, when are you in next?
2 weeks' time. So I can't remember what the date is. In 2 weeks' time on the Thursday.
We're talking about the 14th or 15th or 16th?
No, the following week.
Oh, hang on. What day is it today then? It's only the 2nd today.
2nd? Yeah, 2 weeks' time.
Oh, yeah, 2 weeks, 14,
2
6,
weeks'
yeah,
time,
it's following week. Right, don't go anywhere. Thank you ever so much. Lovely to see you. Don't go anywhere. Stuart's up next. We've got the launch of the brand new Tilda. We will see you in 4 minutes from now.
Hi, I'm Stuart Hillard, and it's my birthday. I want to invite you to join me over the next few days to enjoy my birthday, celebrate. We'll have some cake, we'll have some fabulous guests. Delphine's going to be joining me, Becky Swan's going to be here. I'm going to be playing up all sorts with John Scott. We're also going to have some exclusive designs that are launching for my birthday, including this quilt that's hanging behind me. And every single person who purchases during the birthday event will get a beautiful pin badge to commemorate and celebrate my birthday while stocks last. So make sure it's a date. Join me for my birthday here on Sewing Street.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Day 1 of Stuart's 2 days of birthday celebration. Remember, everybody who buys... Oh, he's dancing.
I'm doing a little silent disco here, John. It's beautiful.
Everyone who buys while stocks last, it's 1 per person. You get a free Stuart Hillard Sewing Street Rainbow Birthday Badge. Do not throw the little piece of card away that it's on, because you will want to use that before the end of the year. Now, from my upstairs camera... Look at these gorgeous fabrics. Look, 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 look. Now, I thought the last range was gorgeous, but these, she seems to be going from strength to strength.
I know,
to strength,
stunning, stunning, stunning. Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, I'm going to be coming to these in a minute, right? I've got it as a bundle, and I've got them all as half meters as well. I mean, it's just beautiful, isn't it? But first of all, I want to introduce you to the cloud fabrics. Now, we did have this in a bundle, but the bundle sold out. These are almost like the blenders, but they're just so beautiful on their own anyway, aren't they? Now, I have got these by the half meter. I can't offer you the bundle anymore because that's sold out, but I have got these by the half meters as well. But don't forget, the main star of the show is coming up, well, apart from Stuart, is coming up very, very shortly, because all these beautiful fabrics, and we're going to go through them. We're going to ooh, we're going to ah, we're going to stroke, we're going to waft. But I need to warn you, it's been incredibly busy on pre-order. Really, really, really busy on pre-order. So let's do cloud then. Let's do clouds first. These are so Stuart, you've used these as a feature fabric almost, haven't you?
I absolutely have. So every range that Tilda bring out, so this time around it's Pie in the Sky.
Yeah.
They also bring out a range of coordinates which are specifically designed colour-wise and theme-wise to fit that range.
Right.
But they will also work beautifully if you've got the Tilda tea towel fabrics, or you've got the Tilda daisy field, or if you've got, you know, any of their other ranges. They'll work. They add to the stash. And sometimes you do just want a bit of kind of tone on tone, not too sort of big or patterned, just to give your fabric some strength. It also means that the main range is kind of all thrillers and no fillers.
Right.
So it means that your whole range is just working for you. I've used them mixed in with the quilt. I've used it for the binding as well. on the edge. You could mix and match.
But they hold their own within
They
that. You don't
really
look
do.
at that and go, oh, I can see which
That's
one.
a blender.
Yeah, that's a blender. They all hold their
No.
own. And whether you're going to buy just one individually, whether you're going to make a blouse, whether you're going to make a skirt, whether you're going to make anything else, they're beautiful, beautiful, beautiful fabrics. So 1, 2,
children's
3, 4,
wear.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Children's wear.
Children's wear. Oh yeah,
Beautiful.
beautiful little children's wear. These. So I've got 8 different colours. Where do you want to start? Is that grey? That one? 95. Yeah, 95. Yeah. So it's called Cloud Pie Grey. This one. Now, isn't it beautiful? It's 44 inches wide, 100% cotton, machine washable, quilting wet. It feels beautiful, doesn't it?
Yeah,
The
it's great quality fabric.
It's out of this world. £7.49 for half a metre. Beautiful. Now, remember, I did have a bundle. These, I haven't got a bundle anymore. These are just on their own at the moment. But buy the half metre. You're buying them off the bulk. Buy the half metre. Beautiful. Then I've got like a purple one. I'll tell you it now. Grape, yes. Beautiful. As you say, these will fit with any other. She uses the same, I don't want to say the same colours, but she uses colours that will always go together, doesn't she?
Yeah, they vary, and they vary a lot,
Yes.
actually. I always think, oh, they're the same colours, but they actually vary quite a lot. But what's lovely is that within every collection, like, for example, the pinks, you've got really magenta pink, but then you've got bubblegum pink.
Yes.
So you've got all the colours.
Yeah, exactly.
You've got
exactly.
all the colours.
But also, if you think about that range we did with all the vases, the country, it was, I can't remember what it's called. Like
Chic Escape.
That's it, Chic Escape. That was all like English country houses, big
Yes.
peacocks, big vases, big, you know, kind of, and then you see something like this, which is just so small and classic and pretty.
We're
and
in the
beautiful.
gardener's cottage now, aren't we?
Yes.
We were in the big house.
Oh, yes.
Now we're in that cosy
Of
cottage.
course, yeah. Which is where we'd rather be.
Well, I think, less formal, more relaxed.
Exactly.
Same with the, this is more about summer in the sunshine, under a tree.
You're thinking
having
that
a
field on
picnic.
your farm again when you
I
go for your
certainly am.
fireplace,
Well,
aren't you?
Yeah, you're not kidding.
There you
Boil
go,
the
see?
kettle.
Pardon?
Boil the kettle.
Boil the kettle, yeah. Cloud pie in the blue. Now, it's like a beautiful Wedgwoody blue, that one, isn't it? Gorgeous. Well, Charlie's woken up. He likes this one. $7.49. I know. We've got the main event coming. We just thought we'd show you the cloud pie ones first, and then we'll move on to the main event. Now, I've got the first of 2 greens here. This is the darker of the 2. They've all teal green. They've called that one. I'm not sure if I call it teal.
Emerald?
I was going towards the emerald. Yeah, definitely. Colombian, obviously.
Ooh.
It's got a bit of blue in it, though. It's got a bit of blue mixed in with it, you see. Beautiful. That's your teal green. Then there's the other green, which is like an apple green. It won't be apple.
Yes.
Fresh. Oh, they've just called this one straight green.
But it is Granny Smith apple,
Yes,
isn't
yes,
it?
exactly. And
Love
it looks
it.
fresh and
Just
sharp,
gorgeous,
doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, like when you bite into a Granny Smith, it's that real tang, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Zingy, fresh.
Zingy, fresh. Now, sand, I'm thinking. Oh, they've called it mustard, have they? Oh, now that's more of the, you buy the Coleman's mustard. There's a bright yellow one and there's one that's slightly darker
Dijon.
brown. Is it Dijon? This is Dijon. Dijon.
Yeah, I love a Dijon mustard. And it's got a lovely richness to it.
Yes.
As well as, see, yellow can just be a bit bright.
Yes, yeah.
But this has got richness.
In fact, there's no yellow.
No.
Oh, there's a virgin. There's no yellow in this range.
No,
is there?
really, it's a
no
golden
bright
mustard.
sunshine yellow. Yeah,
Yeah.
beautiful. Then we've got the pink. That's nice, isn't it? You see, can you imagine a little girl's dress, little girl's summer dress made out of this? Be beautiful,
Adorable.
wouldn't it?
Or a little on cuffs
Yeah.
on a crisp white cotton blouse.
Lovely.
Would be sweet. I think they're lovely mixed with denim as well.
Oh, yes.
Bags,
Yes.
little denim jacket lined with that, or the pockets.
Gorgeous, yeah.
Sometimes you just need a little.
And it goes a long way. Well, you're just creating a statement, aren't you? Just putting
Yes.
that. And then last one is red.
Which I just happen to be cutting as we speak.
As we speak. £7.49. It's a beautiful colour as well.
Yeah.
Right. So that's all your cloud pie. I don't want to call them blenders because they're not. They're special blenders, right? But if we had a fanfare, I'd play it now. Look, 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 look. How glorious are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're 20. They're 20 fabrics. 20 different fabrics in there. Oh, stunning. Right, this is the bundle. This is the whole bundle. £134.82 will be on split pay. You are getting a metre for free. So you're getting 10 metres there, but you're paying for 9. You see, I thought it was going to be more than that. Isn't it funny? I thought it was going to be more.
You get an amazing amount of fabric for the money. And, you know, the other thing as well, because all of these fabrics are thrillers, they're all the main event.
Yes.
You can mix those with oodles of white or ivory, as I have.
Yeah.
You could make those 20 half metres do a king-size bed.
And how glorious would that be? Yeah.
I mean, there isn't enough fabric in there on its own. But because every fabric packs a real punch, you can use lots of white or lots of ivory with it and make it go a long way.
Definitely, definitely. £134.82. Split pay 67.41 twice. Oh, there's only 10 left. 9 left now. 8 left now.
Oh.
And we haven't even started wafting it yet or anything. As well. Oh my word, 31 in baskets.
It's a gorgeous collection, this, isn't it? It really is.
Just? 7 left now. I'll just stand here shouting then, and then we'll waft.
One of the simplest things you could do with this range, which would look absolutely boho and beautiful, is just to cut out rectangles that are maybe 4.5 inches by 8.5 inches, or 5.5 by 10.5, kind of twice as long as they are wide, and then just sew them together end to end. Do strips and then just offset them. Not exactly like bricks, just slightly offset and then a bit more offset.
No sashing or anything, just the fabrics.
Just sew them together, layer it, quilt it, and that would make the most divine. Throw big pillow to lay on in the garden, picnic blanket, or a bag, or even a jacket, a quilted jacket.
So basically what you're saying is make your own fabric out of it and then create something. With a quilt you could just go straight for it, but then use that to make other things out of.
I think this range has got a really lovely boho feel to it.
Oh, definitely.
And I think just to...
It's saying Notting Hill. It's saying kind of Notting Hill on Sunday afternoon, sitting in the park, having a lovely lunch and things like that. 4 left. 3 left now. 3 left. And 33 in baskets. So
I want to go to Notting Hill now.
Oh, well, I was there when we did the film Notting Hill. We lived there for a summer sort of thing. It was we didn't live there. I could go home. I was only 20 minutes away from home. But, oh, no, it was brilliant. Brilliant it was. £134.82. It was a lovely film to work on that one. There were a few problems, but, you know. Not as lovely as 4 weddings. Oh, no, 4
John,
weddings.
it's just the two of us, so you can tell me.
Yeah, read the next book.
Problems?
No problems. Not much. Right. 2 left, 2 bundles left. I'm going to wait with you. I'm going to wait with you then, and then we'll start wafting. I'm waiting with you, Charlie. Well done. Well done if you've got them. There are only 2 left and over 30 in baskets. Now, are you waiting for me to waft? Is that what you're doing?
Waft, John.
There's still
waft.
2 left. There's still. Have you got a favourite?
Well, now I picked out willy-nilly, it was ever thus, for the border.
Right.
Now, with this quilt that Joan and I made, the deputy and I worked on this, let me just tell you, when I went round to Joan's with the fabrics, because I drove straight from here, straight to Joan's back in Yorkshire, and we had a cup of tea and I got the box out. Well, we always ooh and ah, but this time around we were just all over it. Just loved it. And we decided between us that this quilt should have all of the fabrics in it.
Right.
Normally I'll pick a colourway, and of course you could do that.
Of course.
You could pick the pinks and the golds. They would look stunning as a whole quilt. But we went with all of them, and then once the centre was finished, I literally, John, I could have picked any of the fabrics. You just need... Well, I'd go a metre.
Right.
You could get it out of half a metre if you were, but for that outer border, and, but you could have gone with anything. But I just thought that willy-nilly in bright pink,
Beautiful.
Not a phrase I was expecting to say this morning.
No.
And then with the mustard border.
Yeah, which the mustard in the cloud.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's where they come into their own fabrics like that, because you want something perhaps that's a little bit more low key, that perhaps reads as one colour for a binding.
Yeah, definitely. Now, why do we think she's called it pie in the sky? Because I can't see any pies.
I looked and I looked and I looked. I couldn't find a single pie in the range, but there we are. Well, I suppose pie in the sky is about
dreams.
Those
dreams.
dreams.
Pie in the sky is a dream, isn't it?
And I think this is about spending the summer relaxing in the sunshine, in the shade of a tree. You've had a picnic and you're just laying back, enjoying the weather and dreaming.
Oh.
Am I painting a picture for you, John?
Yeah, lovely. You're painting it beautifully. Right, bundle-wise. There's still one. There's still one.
And we're not going anywhere.
No, I will. I'll move on now because I'll leave that with you. There's one bundle left now. So now we're doing it by the half metre. Stuart has got some, well, he's cutting things out and everything. He has got a little bit of a demo to do for you later, but I thought we'd all enjoy the fabrics together to start with. So, we'll explain that later, yeah. Okay, right, where would you like to go first then, Ben?
Willy-nilly.
It's willy-nilly. Let's do willy-nilly in the different colours then. So willy-nilly comes... Can I just point out, first of all, this is how Stuart... When this morning Stuart gave me a little tester, because when I divide fabrics up, I always put them with the pattern. Like, so I would put that one with that one with that one and that one. Stuart, like, this is the colourways that you chose. Oh, have I done it wrong now? Oh.
There we go.
That's not my fault. Becky, that's you. No, I got it right earlier. He came and marked it earlier. So look, these are gorgeous colourways, aren't they? You've got your Wedgwoody blues, you've got your mustards and your pinks in there, you've got your beautiful greens in there, and then you've got your reds and your magentas and your... Oh, that is gorgeous, that one. But I'm going to spoil all that now, because to make it easy for Ben, we're going to do willy-nilly. So we've got willy-nilly in pink, willy-nilly in blue, willy-nilly in red, willy-nilly in green.
It hurts my heart
for me to do this. I'll put it back. I'll put it back, but it's just so Ben can do the graphics for everybody. So here they are. So let's do willy-nilly in green first of all. Is that what she's actually called it? No, confetti pot. Oh,
that's not willy-nilly.
That's not willy-nilly. That's not willy-nilly. We pulled the wrong one out.
That's willy-nilly.
That's willy-nilly.
Sorry, that's my fault.
Nilly-nilly. No, I don't think it was. I think it was my fault.
I don't know my willy from my nilly.
Hey. Right, so we've got willy-nilly in 4 different colours there. Oh, look at them together. Look at them together.
It's wrong.
I don't know how you chose.
I didn't use that for the border.
No, hang on.
No, I didn't use that for the border.
You didn't use willy-nilly for the border?
No, I didn't.
No. It's not, he was so desperate to say willy-nilly on the telly.
That's right.
Right, here we go. So this is willy-nilly teal. Honestly, I don't think we can get away with saying willy-nilly that often on a telly. On a Friday... what day of the week is it? Thursday morning? No. Anyway, how beautiful. How beautiful is that? Look at the attention to detail. Look at the... It's just a joy to look at, isn't it? So it's willy-nilly in teal. Oh, just love, and look at the way she's put the like navy blue in there, there's pink in there, and red in there, and dark mustard, and burnt sienna, and all those colours in there. It's just stunning, isn't it?
Absolutely beautiful.
Beautiful. Now, this is obviously, when you bought the bundle, you were getting half metre of everything. This is your chance to buy it off the bolt, so buy the half metre. So if you want to make a dress out of it, blouse out of it, bag out of it, anything like that, this is your chance now. So that's that one, that's teal. Let's move on now then to the darker green one, which is called green. Willy-nilly green. Are there any other funny names in there then? A whimsy bird coming up soon.
Hello.
Trudel says, happy birthday, Stuart, for tomorrow. I hope you're having a fabulous day.
Thank you. I'm having a gorgeous day, thank you.
That's Becky's mum.
Oh, thank you, Trudels. Yay.
Right, let's carry on looking at this one then, the green one. £7.49 for 100% cotton. Green. Then I'm going on to the pink. Willy-nilly pink. Oh, that pink is lovely, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
it's a
your
real
bubblegum
bubblegum.
pink we were talking about
Yeah.
earlier, wasn't it? So it's willy-nilly pink, not willy-nilly bubblegum.
Delightful, isn't it? And
Lovely.
I love the fact that you've got all those different. It's almost like being in a flower shop.
Yes. Oh, yes, definitely. And I love it when you're in a flash shop because they just put all the colours all together.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Nobody
Yeah,
sat
yeah.
there going, "Oh, I'll put the green next to the blue," and this. That. They've just put all the flowers in there together.
Nature never gets it wrong.
That's why I always say, if Mother Nature puts them together, who are we to say blue and green should never be seen
There
and all
you
that
go.
rubbish?
There you go.
Okay, so we've got mustard. Willy-nilly mustard. This is the end of the willy-nillies now. Can you just move your camera slightly? Because I'm just getting just the corner of Stuart's eye peering at me through that screen.
Oh,
I know.
is it weirding you out?
Just a bit. £7.49. Beautiful. That is gorgeous. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, which design would you like to go to next then? Topsy-turvy, which is... Very what, sorry? Put the picture up and let me have a look at it, then I can tell you which one it is. So topsy-turvy in plum is that one, okay. Topsy-turvy, topsy-turvy, topsy-turvy and topsy-turvy. Oh, these are beautiful. These have got a vintage feel to them, these, haven't they?
do. I really like the green and the orange together. I think that's gorgeous.
Yes, yeah. So you put plum in first of all. That'll be this one. What number is it? 18. Yeah, that's this one. Oh. You see, it's only plum in the background, in the deep, deep, deep background, isn't it? Because you've got those, like you've got chartreuse, you've got orange, you've got pink, you've got turquoise. It's colours you wouldn't think of putting together, isn't it?
I know,
really?
it's true. And it can really help take you outside your comfort zone to use a fabric like this as your starting point.
Yeah.
And then add colours maybe from your stash, maybe from your previous Tilda collections, plus some of the new ones. You know, and make them work together.
Lo says, happy 40th birthday for tomorrow, Stuart.
Oh, I'll take that. Thanks, Lo.
I want also, by the way, it wasn't Lo's birthday yesterday on Facebook. It was her company, O&P Silver's birthday yesterday. Her birthday's at the end of this month. Right, Joe, that's gorgeous. Want one more last look at that? Beautiful. Then I've got it in the... Oh, now. This will be pine, then, this one. Yeah, pine, topsy-turvy in the pine.
That's gorgeous, isn't it?
Topsy-turvy Mike Lee film that my friend Lindy won her Oscar for as costume designer. I'll take that one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that was me name dropping.
Let me pick it up off the floor. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, the big story is I turned it down. £7.49.
What's it like?
That's lovely, isn't it? It's almost, I don't want to say muted, but it's not, none of the colours are actually in your face, are they? They're all got that lovely.
But then when you look at the quilt and pictures of the quilt,
oh, yes.
it's vibrant, it's fresh, it's joyful.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it isn't garish at all.
No, this is red. Topsy-turvy in red. Oh, Becky's liking all the red ones. Colour of danger. Oh, hang on, let's have a look then. Stuart. That's it from Catherine. Stuart. Oh no, is she going?
What have I done? What have I done?
Is she doing Stuart or is she doing Stuart? Yeah. So we'll have to wait and see. Is there a second part? No,
Who
no
knows?
second part. That,
wow.
she pressed the thing too quickly, didn't she? No, look, this is my favourite of this one, the blue.
Oh, lovely.
That's gorgeous,
It's
isn't
a
it?
bit of all right.
Bit of all right. Oh, excuse me. No, I thought you were supposed to be a friend of mine. She went, they need a clang sound effect for you, John. That's
Yes.
right, if you don't like it, I won't mention any of my famous friends anymore. Wait till after the party on Saturday night when I've been rubbing shoulders with all the filming hoi polloi in London. How was it doing Elton John's outfit? Well, I'm not telling you now.
Oh, don't make us beg, John.
£7.49. I'll bring the pictures in. £7.49. There was a picture of it was Elton's 50th birthday, and he was leaving. It was when he did the big white wig and the big white and silver outfit and everything.
Oh yeah.
And there was a picture of him leaving his house on a magazine somewhere, and there's me being squashed in the doorway like this, trying to help him out with all his. Beautiful. That's that one. That's that one. That's that one. Right. Let's do this one. I love this one next. Right now. Oh, now. Oh no! This. I'm going to do this one first because this is my absolute favourite. PB86. Oh,
that is amazing, isn't it?
Look at that.
Yeah, that would be amazing to use as a border, of course.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Whimsy Bird, that one's called. Okay, so now I can't see a bird.
No, there's no pies and there's no birds.
Oh, but it's just gorgeous. Can you pull out a little bit, Charlie, just so you can see the whole thing? June, don't let anyone poach you when you go to the posh party. I don't think there'll be any jobs for me, Joan, there. I'm only going to socialise. You're not coming with me, no. I haven't got a +1.
Isn't that the worst? I get invited to these parties sometimes and there's never a +1.
Good afternoon, John and Stuart. Here's the rest of that message. Stuart, could I ask a question, please? How much fabric do you need for the garden quilt? Have a lovely birthday. Start.
Oh, bless you. So it depends what size you want to make. If you're so there are full instructions to make 6 different sizes.
In here?
Yeah.
Pop the graphics in while we just have a break. So in here, there are 6 different... Oh, do you know what I love about this, right? I'll show you in a minute, right? This is so clever. This is... Do you know what? You get way too much information here for $9.99.
Yes.
It should be more than $9.99.
Oh.
But it is... Look. Picture Stuart taken a long time ago with a big filter. But look, from this block... They're just a sum of the layouts, and that we have given you. Have you put this one up there?
No, I haven't. So if you just think of it for a rough rule, if you're thinking, well, I'm going to get the pattern, but I want to know how much fabric to buy, you'd want like minimum 10 fat quarters.
Oh, is that all?
For the blocks.
Yeah.
Metre of the cream.
Yeah.
And then you'll need half to a metre. I'd go a metre of the border.
Yeah.
Half a metre for your binding.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go, Catherine. I hope that helps. So that's the pattern now, $9.99. Right. Oh, this is. I love this. I love this one. Right. Okay. Let's go on to the next one of that one with the. Right. So now I've got the green one ending 87. Oh, you see, that's got a lovely vintage feel to it, that one, hasn't it? Pine, nice. That one is.
Don't pine for me.
Oh, is that one your favourite?
I was making a joke.
Oh, don't pine for me. Oh, got it then. Got it now.
Oh, I was doing all the Valentine things yesterday, John.
Oh, were you?
Well, there was a lot of pining.
Oh. Beautiful. Was it Valentine's Day yesterday then?
No, but we had Valentine fabrics.
Oh, okay.
Our early bird and our first hour fabrics were all Valentine-y.
Oh, okay.
We had a little bit of a giggle.
It's only less than 12 days, isn't it, Valentine's Day?
Yes.
There you go. Plum. That's beautiful as well, isn't it? Oh, now. Laurie says, John, Stuart, I trust your opinions. Which of the Whimsy Bird fabrics colours is your favourite? I cannot decide. Well, I think I've just said this one here. That one there, the red one, is my favourite. Have you got a favourite, Stuart? We haven't shown the fourth one yet.
Very possibly the red. I do really love the purple with the mustard, though. I love that bit of mustard.
Yes, yeah, that's beautiful.
If there was one that was all mustards, I would probably say that one. So probably the purple and mustard.
Okay, so that's plum, that one. Whimsy Bird plum is Stuart's favourite. And I'm going to do the last one now. And mine was the first one I showed you. Here's the blue one, Laurie. This is Ben's favourite, Laurie. Have you met Laurie yet, Ben? No, not yet. You'll know when you've met her. Oh, Lorraine loves the plum. Crazy Lorraine loves the plum. Well, she would, wouldn't she? That's your favourite colour, isn't it? £7.49 for half a metre. Beautiful. Now let's go on to confetti. So again, confetti comes in the 4 colours. I'll start with the green. Pine. Now this is the one you've used as your... This pattern is the one you've used as your border, isn't it?
Yes.
And that one's called confetti. That's beautiful, isn't it? I'll put my hand in so you can see the size of those circles. That is lovely. That is absolutely beautiful. Do you know
that's a gorgeous one.
The pink one round that quilt gives it like I don't know what words we're allowed to use anymore, but kind of, you know, old Oriental quilts. That pink gives it I suppose it's the pink and the mustard that you put together.
Yeah.
Brings it into that kind of ilk of antique from the east.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Get that.
Yeah.
You know, you really can completely change the character of the quilt and what decor it would go into. Still using all of the fabrics in the main body, but just what you choose for your border.
Yeah.
Or the sashings that go in between all the logs. Now, we went with ivory, which creates this lovely bright light look, but you could have gone with like a really deep plum or a deep blue.
Ooh.
That would have looked gorgeous.
Yes, yeah.
You know, you can change the look completely.
It would look completely different with the blue or plum, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so this is confetti in your red. Beautiful, isn't it? Do you like the? I see. I don't know how you choose.
I know the red's gorgeous.
Yeah.
The red for
But
me
it tells
is
a completely different story, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's making me feel kind of those picnicky vibes.
Yes.
And mix that with denim.
Oh,
Red
yes.
floral with denim looks
Very
gorgeous.
nice. But then, having said that, the background of this one, the blue, this would look beautiful with blue denim as well, because you're toning it all in, aren't you?
Well, that's almost that sort of cornflower or periwinkle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just love it. I love the diversity of colour. There's no such thing as just blue, is there?
No. Oh,
You know.
no. Not at all. Okay, and then we've also got that one in the pink, which is the one Stuart's used on his quilt.
Yes. And that, you know, choosing the pink, it really was because I wanted to emphasise the joyfulness of this collection. It's joyful, it's playful, it's fun, it's like I say, it's a picnic in the park on a beautiful summer's afternoon in fabric form, I think.
But it's also got, looking at it now, I'm getting a kind of North African, Moroccan-y.
Oh.
And I don't know if that's coming from the colours or the patterns.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean? Anyway, moving on. Right, so I've got one more design left to show you, which are these like tail feathers. They're called what? Tassel flowers.
Now, it's interesting you say North African because Joan and I both said exactly the same thing about that print. We thought that reminded us of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs and tomb painting of like the fan.
Yes.
We thought like a pharaoh's fan.
Yeah, exactly. I've got the blue here. Now, Stuart, would you say it had a direction?
That one, well, yes, but only in the sense that if you're going to pick a direction and stick to it.
Oh yes, but it hasn't got. You can go either way, couldn't
Yeah, it is directional, but yeah, you could use it whichever way
you
like.
It's not like a tree. You know, one's got a tree on it. You know, you've got to cut it with the tree going. You know what I mean?
What I like about something like that is if you sewed 4 squares of that fabric back together again, and you had the fans going this way, that way, this way, this way, you could really use that direction.
Oh yes.
You know?
So that's your blue one. Now I've got it in red. Oh, now that's a real solid, what you call a solid red, that one, isn't it? Yeah, it's a different, you see, that she's very clever because it's a different red to all the others.
That's right, and the pinks are different pinks.
Yes, yeah.
The blues, the purples. It isn't the same throughout. And so this should be very liberating for everybody because we can all get a bit hung up in, I'm not sure if that's the right blue.
Yeah.
And when designers as iconic as the Tilda brand do that, it's permission to relax.
Yeah, exactly.
And enjoy the difference.
Yeah. Beautiful. Now I've got it in like the apple green. Tassel flower green. I wonder if a tassel flower's a real thing.
Hope so.
There's a tree in Greece that when it flowers, they're not like this, but there's a great big, and it's like hangs downwards. I don't know, tassel flower's a thing, but I don't know if this one in Greece is called tassel flower, but it has like these hanging flowers like this, and they come in bright yellow, bright orange, bright pink, and things like that. In fact, when I was in Greece last time, there was a bush, there's a bush, right? And on the bush, it had different coloured flowers.
Wow. On
one bush. And apparently I thought I'm going to get one of those for my garden, because imagine that, but apparently it's very, very highly poisonous. I was outside a restaurant in Greece, and I'm like, oh, look at this bush. I had my picture taken next to it and everything. They're quite poisonous. Right. That's lovely, isn't it?
Again, that really vibrant green.
And then last but not least, we saved this mustard for last because Stuart loves the mustard. But the colours she's put the mustard with, the last thing you think of when you did your paint box, isn't it, is putting a mustard with like purple, pink and like a rust colour almost.
Well, Kay Fassett says that the colour wheel is the work of the devil.
Oh, really?
Which always makes me giggle.
Yeah.
But, you know, and I said in one of my books, I did a whole chapter about mixing colours, and I put how you can use the colour wheel, and then the last bit of it said, or don't.
Yeah.
You know, because you can actually, some of the most successful quilts or colour compositions have got nothing to do with the colour wheel. And if you travel around the world and you see how different cultures use colour, we're not all using the same colour wheel, everything looks gorgeous to me.
Exactly. So that's the last one. That's it. So that's all your fabrics. Let's just put, oh, what's the matter? Yeah, there's the cotton ivory. That we'll talk about that when we talk about the quilt. When we talk about the quilt in a minute. Right. So all those fabrics. Now I presume the bundle's sold out, is it? Yeah, the bundle's sold out now, so I won't put it back to that. Both bundles sold out. A lot of these gone into limited already as well. The cloud pies are all very limited. The blenders all very, very limited. So, Stuart, what have you? While I've been chatting, you've been doing a bit of stitching there.
It's
not the thing that's on the wall because I can see other shapes.
No, so I mean, obviously, this quilt is my garden maze, and we do have that pattern.
Here you go. Here's the pattern, and then also you did mention that you needed.
Yeah,
ivory with it,
and we used a metre.
Right.
For this.
So there's the pattern, $9.99. There's the ivory fabric. It's just our regular core fabric, $3.79 in the ivory. Obviously now you need a metre, so you need 2 units of that if you're going to make the quilt that size. Right, but what are you now showing us?
Well, I love Drunkard's Path blocks.
Right.
I absolutely love Drunkard's Path blocks. I love the way they twist and turn and curve, and there's so many gorgeous things you can do with those blocks. But a lot of people are put off Drunkard's Path because of the curves, the curved seams. So I want to show you faux Drunkard's Path, or as I like to call it, pretending you've been drinking.
Oh.
So let me show you how to do it. It's so easy. All right. So what you're going to do is you're going to cut a circle out of cardboard. I've used cereal box. Look, I'm healthy. I eat porridge. So I've cut out my circle, and that's the finished size. This is a 5-inch diameter.
Right,
all right. Now the next thing that you're going to do is you want some fabric. Obviously this is a bit bigger than I really need it to be, but hey. So I'm going to cut around using some nice sharp scissors, and I'm adding on by eye about 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Now it doesn't matter if this cutting is a bit rough and ready, which is fortunate.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen me use scissors, not the best, but it doesn't matter. The first time you do this, go a little bit generous on your seam allowance because you can always trim it down. But in practice, a smaller seam allowance is easier to work with. All right, so I've done that. Now what I'm going to do, I've got some ordinary laundry starch.
Right.
And I'm going to use the cap. Check the cap before you start spraying starch into it because most caps have a little hole in them. But this one doesn't. Grab a paintbrush. Just in any old, don't use something posh. And what you're going to do then is you're going to dunk your brush into the liquid starch now. Now you could use Best Press if you wanted to, but you don't need anything particularly posh for this.
Okay.
And I'm painting the outside edge of that circle using the starch, okay? Until you see a bit of a colour change. Now, once that's done, I like to do about 4 or 5 of these all in one go so that the starch has got a little bit of time to dry off. But if you're stuck for time, like I am, I'm just going over it. I don't want to dry it completely, but I just want to take the dampness off.
Right.
So now I'm going to replace my cardboard into the centre. Now I know some people needle turn their applique, but I would much rather do it with an iron. So what I'm doing is, with my index finger, I am pulling in the seam allowance of fabric onto the cardboard. And because it's nice thick cereal box, it's actually a really firm edge. And then I'm using the heat of the iron to dry out the starch, which really does sort of seal the fabric into that shape. So whatever shape you pull that fabric against, it's going to form it. Remember, it's starch, it's not glue, so it isn't going to stick as such, but it should be holding its shape quite nicely. Now you want to make sure that you don't get any little tucks or folds at the very edge. What happens beyond that edge doesn't matter. It can be as rippled, it can be as folded as you like, but you don't want any of those folds or ripples right on the very, very edge. No, okay. So you can see that doesn't really take very long at all. I'm going to flip it over, press it down from this side, and what you should be able to see there is I've got a perfectly turned circle, smooth as you like, all the way around. Right, what I'm going to do now is take the cardboard out, okay, and then I'm going to get a glue stick. Now, you don't have to use a glue stick, you could use pins, but this is quicker. Yeah. So I'm going to pop a bit of glue in strategic points all the way around. And then I've got my background square. I've cut this at 7 inches, not 7 1/4, not 7 1/2, but 7 and 7. I'm
that
folding
fabric
it into
obviously
quarters.
isn't the Tilda fabric that you've used as a background.
No, I've
fabric.
used a bit of Tim Holtz.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to use those points to line this up. You could fold your circle as well if you want to, but I can more or less see that by eye. Sticking it down, that needs a tiny bit of glue, that's dried. Okay, there we go. That's on now, and now I'm just going to iron that just to set the glue. Okay, so now I've got my circle on my base, I've got some thread in my machine, and I've got a straight stitch. Now you could do a zigzag, you could do a blanket stitch, but a straight stitch looks gorgeous and it's really quick. And I'm sewing about 1/8 of an inch in from the edge of the circle. And I'm just gonna sew all the way around. Now the reason why I picked 7 inches rather than 7 1/2 is because I'm actually gonna cut this shape up. And I want the units to be under 1/2 inches.
Right.
Because that's how that will work with my patchwork. And I'm going to cut them into quarters, which is going to make 3 1/2 inch units. So, no curved piecing required. I'm going to get in there now with my ruler and mat, line up really carefully, 3 1/2 inches in from the raw edge, and slice. And then try and do this without moving your fabric if you, you can, because it'll line up much better. 3.5 inches and cut again. And now I've got 4 Drunkard's Path units. Now, if you want to, you don't have to do this, but if you want to, you could go in there and just cut away the background.
Right.
Okay, and now it looks like I really did do curved piecing. I think the only reason why I would cut away this section is if I was going to hand quilt this.
Right.
Because it would just reduce the amount of sort of fabric to try and pass your needle through.
Yeah.
But anyway, so now you've done that and you've made a bunch of them, you can start having fun laying them out. Oh, I'm just going to cut this one as well while I'm at it. So I've done a sort of variety of positive and negative. So I've done light circles on patterned backgrounds,
right,
and I've done pattern circles.
And have you done them all the same size?
All the same size, because they're going to you're going to patchwork them together. At the end, you're going to sew them together. So you want them to fit together. I mean, you could vary the size, couldn't you?
Well, I don't know. You're the expert.
Well, you could. What you could do is you could do large ones that were, say, like 7-inch units, and some that 6-inch units, and some that were 3-inch units, because then you could have large circles, small circles.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't
mix.
I mean? You wouldn't mix the different sizes. You wouldn't be able to mix the different sizes. Yeah.
No, not within each other, but within the quilt you could.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And that would be quite good fun.
Yeah.
Thanks, John. So now what you can do is start having a bit of fun laying them out and having a bit of a play with them. So one of the things that you get is what's called a water wheel design, which is where you have 2 patterned and 2 plain together, and then you sort of repeat that throughout the quilt. So I'm going to do a little bit of that. I want to try and mix up my fabrics as much as I can.
Yeah.
That's looking lovely. And if you do a mixture of positive and negative blocks, what you can do then is you can, so here for example, you can grow out of the design like this.
Okay.
So I'm going to move this around. I'm going to do something different because
Right.
we've seen what I was going to do there. So this is another really, really traditional design. What do I want? I'm going to have, no, I want to mix up my colours. This is when it starts getting fun because you start to sort of really experiment with the placement of your fabrics. Joan and I were putting together a quilt the other day and moving the fabric from this side to that side and that side back again. And once you start moving your fabrics, you really do end up going down a rabbit hole.
I'm sure. Right, mustard is my favourite colour, says Lo. Would freezer paper help?
For this?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't use freezer paper. I would just use the cardboard as I did. I'm just going to finish this off. I think I should have 4 units. Yes, there we go. So let me just move it over slightly.
Wow.
So
look.
there is my finished block. Isn't that fun?
That's gorgeous.
No curved piecing required.
No.
So now sewing it together is as simple as sewing a 16 patch. You're just going to flip right to left, sew those, right to left, sew those, sew the centre seam, put the 2 halves together.
Fantastic.
Done.
That's amazing.
Fun, isn't it? And this is just using the pinks and reds.
Yeah.
And I've actually mixed it with Tim Holtz in the background because I love the sort of meeting of quite sort of hard industrial masculine Tim Holtz fabric with very soft, very pretty feminine fabrics from Tilda. So it's just another idea to share with you.
But again, isn't it funny how we were saying this? I said this earlier with Becky. Like when you first start, you think, "Oh, patchwork is just sewing squares together."
Right.
But actually, from that very simple Drunkard's Path, you get the most incredible patterns. Don't you?
I mean, you really can get so many different variations using the Drunkard's Path, and you know, it all came out of this sort of teetotaling kind of mission
Right.
to stop people, to move people away from the demon drink, the temperance movement. And Drunkard's Path became a favourite block of many, many quilters during those times, because it was, you know, quilting reflected society and what was going on in society.
Yeah.
So people were talking about that and talking about the sort of scourges of drunkenness. I'm talking about my birthday evening out now.
Yeah.
The scourge of drunkenness. And of course that then informed their quilt making, but it's a block we still love now. If you don't love curved piecing, try doing it this way.
How brilliant. Also, there are sample quilts I've seen, aren't there, which each block, they're always made up of Drunkard's Path, but they look completely, you know what I mean, just by the way you orient, the orientation of the blocks, they make completely and utterly, and you wouldn't even know they were made from such a simple unit.
It's absolutely right. It's absolutely right. You know, you can really play with these units, and if you do a Google search of Drunkard's Path quilts, you know, a Pinterest or something like that, you'll get so many, and hopefully that technique now is opened up.
Well, yes, because lots of people hate doing curves or are frightened of doing curves, aren't they?
Well, to be honest with you, I mean, I like sewing curves, but they are more time consuming.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
That is much quicker.
Yeah.
I mean, I've prepped and done all of that this morning.
While we've been chatting.
And sewed them while we were chatting, you know, and you don't even have to cut them into quarters. I've got was one of my favourite quilts, and I did it actually with Tilda in my book, You Scrap Sew Blocks Make 100 Quilts.
I've got nothing to throw on the floor. There we go. Clang.
And that so you did big squares, big circles, and then just slice them into half. So you end up with a rectangle with half a circle.
Yeah.
And then you put them together, one up, one down, one up, one down. And so it becomes almost this snake.
Oh, wow.
You know, which I then did across in just rows going across the quilt, but staggered them.
Yeah.
And it looks lovely, and it is deceptively simple.
Brilliant. Right. Anything to recap, Ben? Please, are there anybody wants to waft any? Anybody want to see any? Only because both the bundles, the big bundle, the big mega bundle, sold out. The bundle of the Clouds Guy sold out. All of them still available by the half metre. Just check out your baskets, really. All the Stuart patterns during the day have sold out. Stuart's the pattern for this one. Now, obviously, the picture on the front of this panel is a different way of laying it out than it is. But you can make, like I showed you earlier, you can make all of these just by the way you lay it out.
Yes, you can. And so this one just uses 9 blocks. That layout isn't in the list. You know,
but when you've made the blocks, you can. I presume you make this as a block.
You make this as a block.
Yeah.
And then you add sashings in between.
So you just lay it out on your bed or your floor and just move them around till you see how you like it.
And if you were watching earlier on the 8 o'clock show, I mentioned there, if I'm doing sashing that's the same colour and runs through, I still use cornerstones in the same colour as my sashing to give me somewhere to easily line up so that everything stays square and true.
Brilliant. Now, we just need a date when Stuart has done his garden maze quilt before, because obviously we've not demoed that at all today. First launched 16th of November 2022. That's when it was launched. So if you want to, if you're thinking, oh, why didn't they do the quilt on the wall? You can, because Stuart's done it a couple of times already, haven't you, Stuart?
I have, and I wanted to show you all something new.
Oh no,
fresh.
I totally agree. So you can go to YouTube and watch it and watch Stuart doing a demo on that actual block. This one. At £9.99. £9.99. Lovely quilt, isn't it? And what were you saying in here? There's 6 different size projects in there.
6 different layouts, 6 different sizes of quilt. John, I just wanted to show you really quickly. I've turned 2 elements on this. I've turned the centre 4 around and the corners around. These have stayed the same. Look how totally different that looks.
Different. Now that is Moroccan-y, isn't it? That lovely shape there.
Yeah. Great fun.
How funny that just from doing that you can do that. Right, shall we see tomorrow's menu? Now, Stuart's birthday show tomorrow. Woohoo! The proper one. It's his real birthday tomorrow. We not got moving one again? Have they got rid of that now then? So then at 10 o'clock, They've got tapestry fabrics, which apparently are gorgeous. Then we've got the moth cut cushion with Delphine Brooks. 10 o'clock, we've got designer fabrics. Now, I know there's some beautiful Riley Blake. Oh, it's gone. There's some beautiful Riley Blake fabric that we should have had first thing this morning is going into that show tomorrow. Then at 11 o'clock, we've got the Bohemian Tassel Cushion Collection with Delphine Brooks. And then at 12 o'clock, they've changed the title. On the email I got, it said, sewing machine with an expert or something like that. And I was like, who've they got in?
They've dropped the expert. It's just me. It's just me.
Anyway, Stuart, it's been a delight as always.
Oh, thank you.
I was going to say, when will I see you next? But I'll see you up at 6 this evening.
See you tonight.
Unless I see you wandering around, what's it called? The butterflies? Oh, Kingfisher. The
That's
Kingfisher one
it.
beforehand.
Yeah. Starting a fight.
Oh, don't.
That's my onesie.
Oh, yeah,
You
me, mate.
can't
I
have
thought you
that.
meant you. I thought you meant you drunken in one of the alleyways, having your Cornish pasty. Right, how long have we got? Oh, well, I just need to check out. That's all I need to. Not there's much left anyway. Oh, I know what you need to check out on. Your Crafter's Companion no-tack tape. We had hundreds and hundreds, they sold out. We had hundreds and hundreds sold out. Then Ian got us more hundreds and hundreds. There it is. You get 9 reels. 9 reels for £9.98. Oh no, I don't understand that at all. And if you, well, you'll get a badge. Everybody today that has bought will get a badge. I don't suppose we've run out yet because there'll be some more for tomorrow. Now, if you got a badge today, right, you don't get another one tomorrow. It's only one over the 2 days. But don't throw away the little bit of card because there's a little gift on the back of it. Right, Stuart, have a lovely day tomorrow.
Thank you. I'll take my cardboard box. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't realise. Yeah, spoil the magic.
And just look, here's my fruit box.
There's his fruit box.
Here's my fruit box.
I've lost them completely now. So I'll see you on Saturday morning. Take care and don't be late for Stuart's party in the morning.